Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus. Hey, and welcome to day 2 of our second annual Virtual Hoop Fest. Hey, we sure are glad you're tuning in this morning. Hey, if this is the first time you've ever seen one of our shows and you're brand new to the show, hey, put a number 1 in the chat right now. And the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms, and we're glad you're here. And we want to also thank everybody who's our regular customers that are here today. And the ones that have been sticking around, I know some of y'all are going to be here for all 5 days, 7.5 hours a day. And we had some of you that were here all day long yesterday. But this morning, before we get started, I want to say a big shout out to some of our customers watching. We have Barb Torrey is watching from Southern Indiana. So welcome to the show, Barb. We have Lanice Goins from Maryland. And so thanks for watching, Lanice. Judy Wentz from Washington. We have Belinda Bryan from Florida. And from what I understand, Belinda's been on the stream this morning since early, right?
Since 5 a.m., I think.
Since early this morning.
Yeah.
So Belinda, thank you for joining in. And I know you watch our shows a lot. I recognize your name. And but hey, this morning we got Kennedy, Kicking Kennedy's here. We got Rockin' Roger, and we got Big Daddy Kyle all in the studio helping me out this morning.
Kicking Kennedy.
I like that one.
Is that
Kicking
your new
Kennedy?
nickname?
So they're all here helping out, and then we've got Deb, Donovan, and Candace. They in their chat team, and we have Melinda and Rhonda helping them out, and they're monitoring the chat this morning on YouTube and Facebook. So they're going to be trying to help answer questions you have and giving you some guidance on things. And then we have Nick and Laura Cook's teams at the corporate office. Laura Cook's teams are all customer service calls. Nick's team's all the sales calls. They're going to be manning the phones this morning. And then we have our chat team that's on the website. And they are doing the live chat on the website. So if you're on the website trying to buy things and help, need some help, they're there to help you, assist you as well. So all the team is all fired up this morning and ready to go. And the warehouse is extremely busy today because we had such a huge day yesterday.
Yeah.
Thanks to all of you. And they are all busy this morning trying to get things shipped out. And I know Aero Cabinets is busy because we sold a bunch of Aero Cabinets. And they were telling me yesterday that they were shipping them out. The people that were ordering things from us, they were shipping them actually out yesterday. So you should be getting your product pretty quick. So great day yesterday. And hopefully we'll have another repeat of that today. But hey, we got to thank our sponsors, guys. If it weren't for our sponsors, we couldn't do this by ourselves. This is such a big undertaking, and just giving all the products away that we're giving away, $66,000 worth of product we're giving away for the whole show. And we got to thank our platinum sponsors, which is Brother, SWF, and Baby Lock. Our gold sponsorships are Anita Good Design, Juki, and Aero Cabinets. Silver is Durkee and OESD, and then bronze sponsors Dime, and then our associate sponsors Synchrony Financing. Not only does Synchrony give us some great rates on financing, so we can offer some great financing rates to you, but they're also throwing in a prize as well that we're going to raffle off or give away. So speaking of giveaways, guys, we are giving a ton of stuff away. We gave a bunch of stuff away yesterday. We're going to give a bunch of stuff again today, and we're going to give one of you lucky viewers out there is going to win a $25,000. Actually, it's a $28,000 Dream Studio package they're giving away. And just a few things that are in this. You can see it right on your screen there. You're going to get a SWF 12 needle. You're going to get that Brother PRS 100 single needle, the Baby Lock Verb, Anita Good Design Signature Series book. You're going to get the all access binder and all that stuff. You're getting the Janome 500E, and then you're getting that Kangaroo Wallaby 2 cabinet. And so the huge prize package that one of you out there are going to win. And then, speaking of winning, we had our contest. So guys, we had an embroidery contest, part of this Hoop Fest, that you could enter your own embroidery project. And so the project could be a garment related project. We had 2 categories, or anything else. So it was either garment or anything else. And we had a ton of people entered. We had over 20,000 votes. And so we're going to announce those winners, and the winners are getting a great prize package. Not only first place in each category, they're going to win a Brother PRS 100, they're going to get a signature series book from Anita Good Design, the all binder, and then they'll get the assorted back issues from Anita Good Design. So, I mean, what a great combination, that brother and all the Anita Good Design stuff for first
and
place.
that's for the garment one. The other category gets the same thing, but a Baby Lock Alliance.
Okay, so they're getting a Baby Lock Alliance if they're in the other category.
Yes.
So great first place, and they're also going to get that golden scissors trophy.
Yep. And ribbon. Yep.
And a ribbon to put on their prize and get a picture with. So it's a great first place. What's the second place, Kyle? Let's put that up there.
Brother 2750D and some Anita Good Design stuff.
So, and is that going to be the same machine for both categories?
Yes. The only one difference, the first place one.
Okay. And then the third place?
Baby Lock Verve and some more Anita Good Design stuff.
So again, guys, great prize packages for the people who entered their quilts and won the first three places. And we're going to announce those winners on Friday. Yep. We'll announce the winners of each category and present them with their prizes. So it'll be pretty awesome. And then we're also going to announce our grand prize winner of the Dream, Embroidery Studio. And so that'll be pretty awesome as well. So I know that many of y'all would love to get that. And I tell you, who wouldn't? I mean, my gosh, to have that big of a, all that product coming in is pretty awesome. So I think that everybody would probably love to win that. But anyway, it's a great, prize package, and we're super excited to be able to offer that. And again, we couldn't do that if it weren't for our great sponsors. And, speaking of the sponsors as well, too, they are also providing such good educators. And if y'all have noticed, every time we do a demo on a machine, man, the people that we have coming on and demonstrate the machines, they know the machines extremely well. And that's all provided by the manufacturers are doing that. So big shout out to them for, helping us out with the education portions of that. And then we're also having the educational sessions. We have 2 of those each day. Today, we're going to have Deborah Jones is going to be up first today. She's going to be coming on at 10 a.m. Pacific time, at noon Central time. And her is talking about preventing puckering. And then we're going to have Joanne Banco later on. I think it's at noon Pacific time. And it'll be 2 p.m. Central time.
12:30.
Is it 12:30?
Yep.
12:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Central time. And Joanne will be coming on, and hers is about perfect placement. So how to make that perfect placement. So 2 great educators. If y'all don't know who they are, oh my gosh, they're the experts when it comes to embroidery. So we're so pleased to have them today. And then we've got Jane Klaus in the house. So Jane's going to be back helping me host today. And, if y'all don't know who Jane is a 2-time Emmy Award winner. She's a TV personality. She comes out of the Chicago area. She's on all these, do-it-yourself channels, and she's on a radio show. She does podcasts. She does it all. So let's welcome Jane to the show this morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Happy Hoop Fest. Happy Flag Day, people.
And also, Jane, if they don't know all the other things that you do, you're also responsible for a contest that we're doing here at Hoop Fest. And it's all about your wardrobe changes, how many wardrobe changes you're going to have from Monday through Thursday.
That's right.
So and then they're going to have to guess how many. And when we, ask them, we're going to ask them on Friday, and whoever gives us the answer, the quickest, first correct answer, we are going to award them with a sewing machine.
That's an amazing prize just for counting my outfits. So whatever I wore yesterday, you're going to add whatever I wear today, starting with my flag shirt. Now, this is finger paint. This is fabric paint. But what a cute idea for you to do today while we're talking embroidery. Why don't you embroider this design on a t-shirt and get inspired by this amazing Hoop Fest and Flag Day? But yes, count the wardrobe changes, people.
All right, so that's one way they can win. Now, I got to tell them how they can win the other things. So, guys, if you're wondering, well, how do I win? Well, there's a number of ways you can win. So, the things I'm going to talk to you about, if you can think about it as a entry, like one entry that you're putting into the drawing. If you go right now, if you're not a subscriber to YouTube, go subscribe to our YouTube page. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like our Facebook page. If you share the video from either YouTube or Facebook onto one of your social media channels, that actually will count as an entry. If you just make comments, ask questions on our live feed today, that will enter you in. And then if you just give us a thumbs up, hit the bell notification on YouTube. If you like the video today, even liking the video, all those things will make a difference in how you get picked. So basically, if you can act like that's just entries into a big ball or a bucket that we're going to pull your name out of, that's what it does. So make sure y'all do all those things, and that's going to help your chances to win. And that also helps you for the whole week. That helps you win for the $25,000 Dream Studio.
$28,000 value. We got to up that.
That's true. We figured it up. Me and Kyle's math was off, and it's actually $28,000.
And it's not a hard way to enter to win. All you need to do is just keep typing in and like and thumbs up and share. I mean, it's not like raffle tickets 5 for $20. You just go right there in the comments.
Hey, and you know something too, Jane, that you can do even after the show gets posted on like last night, if you were working yesterday and you got home last night and watched it at 10 o'clock at night, if they go down underneath the video on YouTube or Facebook and just make comments or write questions in there, that actually will make them an entry as well.
Wow.
So, I think yesterday Roger was telling me, I think we had like 60 something shares, wasn't it, Roger? Or something. There was a lot of people shared the video, and that, so you think about that, each time they shared that, they got an entry. So it just helps them win.
And what a great prize. I mean, whoever's going to win is going to have to do an addition to their house or do a she shed in the back or your craft cave or whatever you want to call it, because it's so great.
I know. So I always tell people, I kind of kid about it. When you win this, a sledgehammer is not included.
So you already thought about
it. To knock the wall out.
Wait, Blaine, do you come and help him install everything? That should be part of the prize.
That would be nice.
Oh my gosh, that would be interesting. Yeah.
Dinner with Blaine. Let's add it in.
Oh, you think we ought to add that in? All right, y'all tell us what you think. Do you think we ought to add that in, that I come and install it at your house?
Or just dinner with Blaine. Blaine comes to where you live and you have dinner with Blaine and he looks at the installation.
Dinner with Blaine.
Now, I would probably do that. That would be a little easier on me. I don't know if I could do all that lifting and installing and things, but
you're pretty handy, Blaine.
The dinner, hey, I'm there for the dinner now. That would be awesome.
Yes, everybody says yes.
So are you ready to get this second day of Hoop Fest started off?
I am ready. This is day 2 of Hoop Festival Fun, Blaine, and it is so much fun. I get so inspired by the SMP Nation, by the educators, by the presenters. I'm so excited for today to get started. I got to decide what I'm going to make, and I got to decide on my outfit.
Well, it's funny you're saying about how getting inspired, because I think that's part of this whole industry is people seeing other people doing things and they get inspired by that and they want to be able to do it themselves. And, and that's one of the things we strive for here at SewingMachines Plus is we really work hard, to get the best machines that we can get out there for the specials. And because we want people to be creative and be able to buy that machine they've been dreaming about. And, yesterday was no exception. We had a lot of products that were purchased and a lot on the, the special pricing. And that's one of the things I told about yesterday was, guys, just because something is not on the show today, you don't see it on the show, it could still be on the Hoop Fest special. So if you see something that on our website or you've been thinking about something and it hasn't been presented, that doesn't mean it might not be on the special. So we only have so many slots, Jane, that we can show products each day. So some of those things did make the cut because the manufacturers might have wanted another product instead. So
and you have SMP has so much great stuff that, like you said, there's only limited amount of spots to fill. But I love the idea. If you see something, seek it out, ask about it, throw it in the cart. Let's get to.
So guys, I'm going to tell you, we're getting ready to get started. And I'm just going to tell you ahead of time. Mark, always tell people to write these things down. Hey, make sure you have a pencil and a notebook there handy because I'm going to be telling you things to write down, or I'm going to tell you to draw a rectangle and put the measurements down so you can picture things where it fits in your house. But again, today, all day long, if you want to reference the live show, the products, you go to smplive, live.tv. That's going to take you right to the live broadcast show page, which that's going to show all the products on there that we're having each day. It's also going to show if you win a prize, you'll be able to, get your prize claimed right there, claim your prize from that page. And the other thing it does, Jane, at the very top of that page, there's a place that says, get us to call them. So if they can't get through on the phones today because it's so busy, or the live chat on the website, they can go to that page and hit that, and they fill out their information with their phone number, their name, and the product they're looking at. And that gets updated real time once they hit submit in our call center. And all the phone operators are looking at a screen that they can see that, and they can call them right back as soon as they get off the phone. So that is a great way if you can't get through today, because we know it's going to be busy. And again, Jane, products are limited. So I don't want everybody to think that we've got hundreds and hundreds of some of these machines. Some of them we only have 15 or 20. Some we may have 50. So a lot of them are going to sell out. So if you've been thinking about something, don't wait on it. The price is not going to be any better. This is going to be the best price you're going to get of the year. And if you got a chance to get it now, get it now.
And everybody needs to get themselves a present on Flag Day, because any reason to celebrate and get a present is a day today. You'll buy yourself a present for Flag Day. And I also want to encourage everyone, when you're watching the shows and you're watching the segments and you're watching the education, if you have a question, drop it in the comments box. I love to ask the presenters the questions for you. So drop it in there. I'm taking notes while they're presenting, and then we want to make sure that your questions are answered, because they're fun and they're great and we help each other.
All right, Jane. So I know you're gonna be right back in 30 minutes.
Right.
You're gonna be with Heather Banks. We're gonna talk all about the scan and cut. But right now, I am going to bring Aero Cabinets into the show. We got Harley Thomas and we got Jerry Vores. Jerry's he's the president of Aero. He's been with the company for 26 years, and Harley is the VP of e-commerce. So welcome back to the show, guys.
1,000.
Good morning.
Good morning, Blaine.
Blaine, unfortunately, we
y'all?
can't hear you.
Oh, you're back. Good.
Y'all got me
How
now?
are you? How are you, Blaine?
Man, I just said all this wonderful stuff about you, and you didn't even hear me.
You know what? Say it again. Say it again.
All right, guys. Hey, we're excited to get going this morning. Aero Cabinets was a huge hit yesterday, and we got some more products. We're doing something different almost every single day, and y'all are going to be on here again this afternoon. So, hey, I'm ready to get started and see what y'all have to offer this morning.
Blaine, thank you.
So, Blaine, I got a quick story for all you guys. Yesterday, we talked about this, and one of the things I mentioned was that my daughter had the Sinatra, which we're going to show again this afternoon. And my 4-year-old grandson called me last night and told me that I lied. So I'm getting called out by my 4-year-old because he said, that's not the cabinet my mommy has. So when we get to the Norma Jean later this week, I'll probably say that same line. But it was a lot of fun that my grandkids were watching and were correcting me for what I was doing wrong. So it was very fun.
And I can see how you can make the mistakes.
Absolutely.
Hey, we have so many cabinets, and we've sold over 2 million of them.
Absolutely. The other thing that was really fun yesterday was I haven't seen her name go by here today yet, but a woman named Leah sent a note to me yesterday on Facebook and was talking about the story we told about sewing on her dining room table. And we had a great chat back and forth about the fact that she thought she was doing the right thing, putting everything on the dining room table because she had so much space in order to spread everything out. But when we started talking about yesterday about how getting your machine to the right height so that you don't have the stretch and the stitch, as well as all the time, she didn't realize how much time she spends setting everything up and taking everything out. Even though she said she only does it about once a week, she'll set up on Monday and leave it all there until Friday and then take it down for the weekend. But she didn't realize how much time she saves by being able to have a cabinet that she can store stuff away. So this morning, we're going to have a couple cabinets. Harley's going to start us out talking about the Crista cabinet.
Thanks, Jerry. The Crista cabinet. Quick update on the Crista cabinet. The Crista cabinet was inspired by Miss Crista Watson, who's an award-winning quilter, does her own fabric designs, Crista quilts. So we collaborated with Crista to develop this cabinet. And she's a lifelong quilter and really wanted something that could be a great price point and help people quilt in comfort. So one of our sayings we say around here is "sew in comfort, sew longer," because who wants to do anything if you're not comfortable? And those of you that were with us yesterday heard about the dining room table story, which Jerry sort of alluded to. So I'm going to kind of hit those high points using the Crista cabinet, because Crista helped us make this great cabinet. I'll go over a few of the features and we'll get to the story why you need a cabinet in a minute. So the Crista cabinet, as you can see from the video, there is a lot of room on this cabinet, a lot. So when it's completely open, it's 72 inches wide, which is a lot of room. And when it's closed down, it's only 56 inches wide. So this is a quilt leaf on the right-hand side. Great to rest your arm on, great to put your iPad, your music, your cup of coffee, glass of wine, whatever it might be. Great spot right here on this side. You've got this ginormous quilt leaf on the back to keep your fabric from falling off so you can sew and have nice straight seams on the back side here. We'll talk about these little guys in a minute. You also have this great extension over here, which allows you additional work surface on your left-hand side. And this is a cover that goes on this drawer, and you can't really get it up. I mean, it's solid on here. So, but if you just pull the drawer out just a little bit, take your thumb, comes right off. It's that easy. It's got pins, so once it's in, it's in. It's got a magnet on the bottom, which is really great. So you can keep your cutters, everything in here. It's got a soft close drawer. Everyone loves soft close drawers, right? I mean, it makes all your stuff just so nice and smooth. This is a support leg. It can fold back in and under, and it's out of the way. It's excellent. One of the things with the Crista table, let me sit down for a second, is the lift. What makes a sewing table, a sewing cabinet, a sewing cabinet? So I'm going to spin this all the way around. There we go. So here is the machine, and it's in what we call a flatbed position. It allows you to sew directly flat across here, which is awesome, right? Your stitches are straight, don't have puckering. You can just sew. It's super straight and goes all the way to the back there, all the way back here, all that room. So that's the nice part about it. Or if you want to embroider, you can take out the optional machine insert. Take your machine off carefully. Pull that up. You hear a lock. Lock's in position. You can actually put your machine right back on there. Now you can add your embroidery attachment on the side. But the cabinet's really, this is what you would do on your dining room table, right, Jerry? It would look like this. And if I was sewing, I'd be sewing up and over. My wrists would be bent all day long. I'd be pushing fabric up and over, where when I have it in my flatbed position, it's nice and straight, much more ergonomic. When I add the optional insert, get it centered. I maybe should have locked the casters, Jerry. I'm trying to make it difficult on myself today. There we go. So you can just sew nice and smooth. It's really a game changer. When you think about the hours you spend sewing up and over versus going straight, it's the way to do it. Now, so
Harley, let me interrupt you. So one of the things that Crista Watson, why she really loved this, and she's got an online following that we're asking for a cabinet. The problem was some of the cabinets get pricey. So what's great about the Crista cabinet is it does offer a whole lot of the features of the higher end cabinets like the Kangaroo, even the Outback, but at a much lower price point. Now, the trade-off on that is, as you saw with Harley, it's only got a 2-position lift rather than the 3-position lift. And when you're moving from flatbed to free arm or for embroidery, you need to lift your machine out of it. The lift cannot support that as much. So that's the big difference between a Crista and let's say a Kangaroo or an Outback is the lift on it.
And
but
if you have a dedicated space,
for it is great.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all because you're never going to use storage position anyway.
Correct.
Right. Oh, go ahead.
Nope,
There's a question. 2 positions would be enough for me. You know what? 2 positions are enough for a lot of people. And that's why Crista really thought this hit the price point. By the time you add a lift that goes up and down, it adds a lot of money to your cabinet. I mean, that's the big game changer.
Now, we talked yesterday, Harley, about the inserts What size opening does this have, and what machines are going to fit on here?
This one will hold about 95% of the machines on the market. So this opening is 12 inches deep, and 23 inches wide. Ethan, can you throw that graphic up if you've got it? So that's how big the opening of this is. So the important part is you measure from your wheel, make sure you've got some room over here. Your cords are going to go in here. Make sure you've got clearance. And then you need about an inch clearance on the left. And with that, you can get an insert manufactured for it, or to make sure your machine fits, if you want it a little tighter, you wouldn't have to have the insert. But the insert changes the game. You really want it, it makes it. Yeah, I like the insert. Thanks, Yolanda. So how many pounds can it hold?
40 pounds.
40 pounds in the manual lift, which a lot of machines are under 40 pounds. So yeah, it's a great cabinet. Crista helped make it.
In all honesty, if your machine is one of the higher end, one of the really heavy ones, this might not be the right cabinet for it, because in order to move it from flatbed to free arm, you do have to lift it out of there. But for most of the machines that are out there, a lot of machines are 15, 20, 25 pounds. That's pretty easy to lift up, change it, and go back. But so you want to consider that. But pick up your machine, find out whether or not it's going to be easy for you to be able to lift that up as you're working on it.
So the next thing I'll show you is the Crista quilt block. Oh, and the Crista cabinet was so popular when we introduced it, we actually sold out. We sold exactly what we thought we were, actually a little bit more than what we thought we were going to sell as an introduction. So back in stock, ready to ship. The other cool thing about this cabinet, in any cabinet, are these blocks on the back side. We name them Crista's quilt blocks, because as you're sewing and as your quilt or whatever you're sewing starts to bunch up, it's like a fence. It keeps it from falling off the back side. How cool is that? It keeps it from falling off the back of your cabinet. This is a really small quilt that I have here for demonstration. So this is an ingenious idea. Comes in white, teak color, also comes in a gray color, and an ash white, which has a wood grain white to it. But it fits any cabinet, so by any manufacturer. It's got friction fit here. You take it. It is super cool. I agree. Super cool. And as long as you have a lip to attach it to, you can attach it to your cabinet. So I can take one of these off, Jerry, and show. Do you have more about the block?
Well, I was going to say, that is something you want to make sure, just like on this one here, there is not a lip on the front part of the cabinet, so you can't put it on. So you do have to have the lip in order to be able to attach this onto it.
But we can take it, literally goes on there, you tighten the clamp, you're done. It won't fall off.
So these are wonderful. They come 2 to a pack, and they're fantastic. Like Harley said, they come in gray, teak, and white. They're both a white ash and a flat white, because Arrow and Kangaroo cabinets, some of them have wood grain to them, some of them don't. But it's a neat little addition that Crista Watson really helped us out in designing this, and something that we didn't realize was missing from the market. And the response to these has been incredibly positive as well.
So now we're going to talk about the Sinatra cabinet.
So a couple comments that came up while we were talking here was, hey, the Crista cabinet is fantastic, but I don't have enough room for it. So the Sinatra cabinet we introduced to you guys yesterday, this is a much more compact cabinet. So when open, so again, we talked about why do you have a sewing cabinet? You have a sewing cabinet in order to make it, one is to sew in comfort and to sew longer. The second reason is to ease of setting up and getting going. So the Sinatra is designed a little bit more, if you don't have a dedicated sewing room, maybe this is in your living room or family room, maybe this is in a guest bedroom. The Sinatra is much more compact, but it has a whole bunch of features on it that make it fantastic. So compact, it's only 23 inches, 24 inches wide. When you open it up, it goes all the way to 68 inches. It does have the hydraulic. Hang on, let me open the door. It's got storage on the drawer. It's got 2 trays on the bottom for notions. It's got room to store thread on the top. Hydraulic lift. So this is what we talked about where the Crista has a manual lift. This has a 3-position hydraulic lift. So it has the very top is free arm. So this could be where you have your embroidery attachment, or if you're sewing with the kit off, it's got flatbed. So this is where you're going to be sewing most of the time or quilting. And then it's got storage for when you're going away. So it's got the 3-position lift. And then what's unique about the Sinatra is it comes with a universal insert. So we talked about those plexiglass inserts that we almost always order. But if you're at that entry price point, sometimes that insert might not be what you want yet. So it comes with this universal insert, which is designed to fill the majority of the space that you have. So leave your accessory kit on your machine, put it into the cabinet, and just slide it up and to the right, and it takes care of the majority. It's not perfect. It still has space back here behind it, but and many people will still order the plexiglass insert for this as well, but it's a nice feature for the Sinatra.
Because that opening is 19 by 12. So it can fit a 19 by 12 machine, but not everyone has a machine that large.
Exactly. So this opening is a little bit smaller than what we've seen on the Crista and the Kangaroo. This is only 19 inches. So what you want to measure on your machine is you want to measure from the far side all the way over and put your plug in here as well, because sometimes those will stick out a little bit. You want to make sure you have enough space for the machine to fit in and to be able to go up and down. But again, as an entry price point cabinet, this is going to fit the vast majority of the lower cost machines out there that are on the table or that are on the market. So let's see, what did I miss on that, Harley?
Well, I think, we didn't talk about the Aero Classic Sewing Furniture warranty. So both these cabinets are in the Aero Classic Sewing Furniture line. They come with a 10-year manufacturer warranty. The Crista cabinet has a durable melamine finish on it, and the Sinatra cabinet has a durable kind of a vinyl finish. It has a melamine surface on the top. Locking casters are great. You saw us move them around. They also do lock, so your cabinet can stay in place. And I think the other thing we mentioned just briefly was how many cabinets we've sold. You might hear a forklift in the background. We try to stop business, but you can't stop us at Aero Sewing. Business keeps going. The forklift is shipping product out of here for Sewing Machines Plus, no doubt, based on yesterday's sales. So it's important to know we've sold over 2 million of these cabinets in what we call a ready-to-assemble format, which means they come in a flat pack box. You'll get 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes and great assembly instructions that Miss Sarah wrote. You'll see her on the show tomorrow. We'll actually talk to the lady that helped rewrite the manuals, and she's made every cabinet we have. Actually, our customer service team has made every cabinet we have. They've assembled everything. So if you have any questions during assembly, call our 1-800 number. They will walk you through the assembly process. They are very good at it. And Jerry and I keep talking because since we hired Miss Sarah, we don't get as many phone calls. She's made a big difference in making it easier to assemble cabinets.
Now, in just a little while, Blaine's going to come in and is going to talk about the price for the Crista and the Quilt blocks and the Sinatra. So the Sinatra is the best-selling sewing cabinet Aero has ever had. Of those 2 million cabinets, Sinatra has been around since 1995. It is true tested. There are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of this cabinet. And what we have right now, you heard this week in the news how Target is overstocked on a few items. Well, COVID was interesting for us as well, because as you guys all know, everybody started sewing during it. Well, as Blaine will talk about, Dave, our warehouse manager, is a little overstocked on the Sinatra. So this is one of the specials during Hoop Fest where you're never going to find a price as good as you can on this best-selling sewing cabinet that we've ever had, with a hydraulic lift, with plenty of space, but closes up nice and compact for your bedroom or for your family room. So we'll be excited to have Blaine talk about that in just a little while.
The other important thing. Oh, I'm going to sit at it, Jerry.
One of the questions that came up here is questions on colors. Ethan, do you have the colors that you can show for the Crista? Crista, the first one that we showed, was in white only. The Sinatra comes in oak and teak. Oak and white and black. So, do we have a picture? Or so here is black. We've got white people.
White is like this.
And
oak. Ethan will find an oak.
Okay, we good? No oak. Okay. Well, you know what? For the Saturday,
it's on the SewingMachinesPlus.com website. They have everything.
Exactly.
They are up to date. The next item for our bidders. Your room would not be complete without a dedicated sewing chair. Now, we've showed the Sew Wow chair, which, by the way, you watchers on SMPLive.tv love that chair. You guys bought a bunch of them yesterday, along with a bunch of the other colors also. So I was looking at sales numbers this morning and going, wow. And yes, this chair is cute. So this chair is called Princess Hazel. So Princess Hazel it's hazel in color. It's not exactly brown. It's got a little flecks of red, and I'll do a quick close-up of it. And it's got storage underneath, inside. So with your storage inside, you can keep chocolate in case you're feeling unhappy about something you did, or you're feeling happy and want to give yourself a little extra. You did a great job. Put a seam ripper in there. That way every time you need your seam ripper, there's chocolate also.
So the Aero sewing chair is the best-selling chair in America.
It is.
There are thousands and thousands of these out. They're very, very easy to assemble. They come, as you can see, they come with a swivel. They're adjustable in height, so they go from 18 to 22 inches high. So I find I'm about 6 foot tall, and I'm able to use it without any problem. It's a 300-pound capacity on it. So it's got a lot of features. It's got a 5-star base, so it's very, very stable. And you know what's great about the chairs, what we find as we're going to shows, it's the cute is what really gets people to pay attention to the chair, but it's the comfort that makes people want to buy the chair. The lumbar support on these chairs is just fantastic. And if we got any of the viewers that are out there that have one of the chairs to verify, because I can say it all day long how comfortable they are and how they help so you can sew longer. Nothing says better than the customers that are out there that already have it. The colors come in 10 different the chairs come in 10 different fabric finishes. So
here, I want to show the fabric.
Oh, gotcha.
So okay, this is the hazel, and I gave you guys a close-up. So it's got a little hints of red and blue in there. And this is the Sew Wow chair. #1 selling chair. This is our #1 selling chair right here. So people love the fabric and the lumbar support. And Jerry, I was actually going to have you try to lean over and tip over in it.
Okay, you can back up and try to. Okay, so first we talked about the adjustable height. So it goes down from 18 inches all the way up to 22. And it's incredibly stable as far as, if you're working from this side to that side, going from your pressing pad over to your serger, over to your machine, it's very, very stable on what you're going to do.
It has really nice casters on it. So it works on lower pile carpet, hardwood floors for sure, even some higher pile carpets, but no chair rolls great on shag like I have in my basement. So
all of them come with a black base. The fabric, all 10 fabrics are you can go out to Sewing Machines Plus and see all the fabrics that exist out there. These have been, we always keep the chairs to the end of it because they're the first thing people always want to see when we see this. Whenever we have a show like this with Blaine, the chairs are always one of the most popular things that we have. So we have the Crista, we have the Quilt blocks, we have the Sinatra, and we have the sewing chairs featuring hazel on this particular one. Weight limit on the chairs is 300 pounds.
That's right.
10 colors that are out there. Go and look.
1-year warranty on the chairs. #1 selling chair in America for sewing. So don't sit on an office chair. This is a sewing thing. Come on. And pick a cute fabric. There are 10 available fabrics. You can find them all online at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Blaine, I think we have to leave you a few minutes to talk about the great deals. And I've got
You
my
do,
quilt
guys,
box.
because we got 4 awesome products to talk about.
Yes,
And
we do.
again, guys, what a great show. And we're going to have y'all back this afternoon again and talk about some more Aero products. But right now, hey, we're going to tell you all about that Crista cabinet. And again, guys, this Crista cabinet, man, what a great cabinet. All these Aero cabinets, I just love them. But this thing, hey, normal price on it is $1,299. And guys, we have a quilt, a Hoop Fest special on this. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 for anything you're seeing on air today. If you want to make an order or ask questions, you can also go to smplive.tv, and every product you see on the show will be on there. You can click on it and go right to the product page and read about it. And we have live chat agents standing by that can help answer your questions as well. But again, I'm going to ask y'all to get your pencil and paper out because I want you to make some drawings out right now. So again, if you draw a rectangle, this is going to show you 2 rectangles side by side. This is going to give you your dimensions so you can kind of go to your sewing room and see if this will fit. But this Crista cabinet, when it's all closed up, guys, it's 56 1/2 inches wide. Okay, it's 56 1/2 inches wide. It is 22 inches and 5/8 or 22 5/8 inches deep. 22 5/8 inches deep, and then it's going to be 29 3/8 inches high. So that's going to be your rectangle size that you know where it's going to fit. So now you're going to be able to put this up in your sewing room, up against the wall in the corner, and when you want to use it, you can just roll it right out into the middle of your sewing room floor. When you open this thing up, it's going to open up to 71 5/8 inches wide, 40 inches deep, and it's still going to be that 29 3/8 inches high. So again, 71 5/8 inches wide, 40 inches deep. Guys, that is a nice size cabinet. And again, $1,299 is a bargain on that. We are going to beat that price today with the Hoop Fest special. And we've got free shipping right to your doorstep. And we're going to have some financing available to help you out to get some real low monthly payments. And again, guys, this one comes in white only. The only color you can get the Crista sewing cabinet in is white. And so great way to, showcase your sewing machine, be able to store it. And the next up is those Crista blocks. Now, the Crista blocks, you can get those. They come in a 2-pack. They're $99 with free shipping. And again, guys, what a great addition. You see them right there. These will work on all the Aero cabinets, and they're going to work on even the other things that works on, tables. So again, I think you're going to have about an inch lip space there for them to slide on. Normal price on this is $99. We also have a show special on that as well. Give us a call if you want something to give you like a fencing or a border so your quilt won't slide off of your table. This is what you want to get. This was designed and invented by a quilter. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 or go smplive.tv and you can see this product. All right, so next up was that Sinatra cabinet. Again, guys, this one comes in multiple colors. Now, the colors on this is going to be black, white, and the oak. The normal price on this is $499. And again, guys, if you're thinking about space savings, think about this. Now, again, this is, make you a little drawing on your piece of paper there, a little square. Again, this thing, when it is all closed up, it's 23 inches wide. It's going to be 19 5/8 inches deep, and it's 30 1/2 inches tall. So this is an extremely small footprint that you're going to be able to keep in your sewing room. It's going to store your sewing machine. It's going to have that leaf that you can open up to have some sewing space. And it's also going to have those storage bins on the inside of the door that will hold your thread and accessories. It comes with a caster, so it's very mobile. You can move it around. Now, when this thing is all opened up, it's 68 7/16 inches wide. It's still going to be the 19 inches, 5/8 inches deep and a 30 1/2 inches, high. So again, think about, you're going from 23 inches wide all the way to 68 inches wide. So it really opens up and makes a really nice size cabinet. So again, guys, a great addition. This Sinatra compact sewing cabinet, normal price $499. We got a great special on it today. Give us a call. And we also have some great financing, free shipping nationwide right to your door. And last but not least was that sewing chair. Guy, these are the hydraulic chairs. There's 10 colors to choose from. The normal price on these are $299. We are selling these chairs as fast as we can get the orders out. These are huge, guys. This is our #1 selling chair on Sewing Machines Plus. We sell a ton of these chairs, and I tell you, these are awesome. I've personally used this myself, and I'm 6'3", 240, and it holds me up very well. It fits. I don't even have to. I actually have to lower it from the very highest height to make my legs, feel comfortable on the floor. But it'll go down. If you're 5 foot tall, you're going to be able to lower it all the way down. You want those, your upper thighs to be at 90 degrees with the floor, a 90-degree angle. So you want to be if you want good posture, you want to be able to have that really nice adjustment. These do that. The other great thing I love about these chairs is, two great factors. You have that storage under the seat that you can store things in. I know Harley and them's got me a candy bar stored in the one up there in Wisconsin, and I'm going to come and get it one of these days. And they also, what I love about it is that 5-star base. That gives you so much support. So if you're rolling around from station to station in your sewing room, or you drop something on the floor and you want to bend over and get it, you don't have to worry about falling out of the chair because the chair falls over. It really supports you. It supports me very well, and I really love these chairs. They're so comfortable. That lumbar position hits you perfectly in the back. And again, guys, that seat of the chair is 18 inches wide. It's 16 inches deep. And then at the backrest is 10.5 inches high. It's 4.5 inches, I think, deep. And then it's 17.5 inches wide. So you got a really nice size backrest. And then again, the weight capacity on this is 300 pounds. And that storage compartment underneath the seat is a 15.5 inches by 13.5 inches. And it gives you a 2-inch height. So you have 2 inches of clearance in there to store things. And again, 10 colors to choose from, guys. We're going to ship this absolutely free right to your doorstep. So if you're interested in getting one of these, call us at 800-401-8151. Or just type in SMPlive.tv, and it's going to show you all the products on today's show on that page. And you can click on the product that you see. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it, and you can order right from there. And if you need some help for the pricing and know what kind of pricing to get, you're going to have a live chat agent right there, so you can order right online, or you can just call us and talk to the call center. But guys, if the phones are busy and you can't get through, again, if you go to smplive.tv, at the very top of the page, you can request for us to call you. There's a form that you fill out and hit submit, and it's real time. So it updates their screens in the call center, and they're going to see that. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you a call. So that's how it works. So guys, 4 great products to start the day off with Arrow. You don't want to delay on these. Get on it and get one today. I know Dave texted me yesterday, and some of these, he's got too many of them. He's saying, hey, man, you need to move these for me. So we got really aggressive pricing on some of these products. So you want to make sure you get that great deal. And again, thanks to Arrow Cabinets for being one of our sponsors, and to Harley and Jerry for being on this morning. They're going to be back this afternoon. We're going to have some more great products. So guys, let's continue to move on. Let's bring Jane back in the house. So Jane, great products from Arrow. And I know coming up next, you got a great product from Brother coming up.
I got another great product on the way from our friends at Brothers. So let's not delay. Let's get right into it. I'm excited to welcome our next guest. She has published her own line of quilt patterns. She was featured in quilting magazines, collaborated with die cutting company to create one-of-a-kind quilt dies. She is a Brother sewing educator, and with the wide variety of Brother sewing machines and products at her fingertips, there are no limits on what she can create. I love learning from her. I love having her on the show. Please welcome Heather Banks. Hey, Heather.
Hi, Jane. How are you today?
I am fantastic. It is so great to see you. How are things going?
They're going good. It's hot, but things are going good.
It's a scorcher in Chicago today, 100 degrees here in the Midwest. So I know that's crazy. Are you still keeping up with the bees and chickens?
Oh my gosh, yes. We have so much honey, Jane. It's so exciting. I know, we're downstairs bottling it when I'm not up here embroidering.
Oh my gosh, that is fantastic. I need to get my hands on some honey. I may come visit you.
Absolutely. We'll be happy to share.
Yeah, you just when you have so much of it, I love it. Well, Heather, let's move on. We know all of the products from Brother are fantastic, and it just lets your creativity unleash. And it's endless what you can do.
Absolutely. I'm so fortunate to work with Brother and get to talk about these products. And I'm very excited because I get to talk about the Scan and Cut today, and it is one of my favorites.
That's right. We love the Brother Scan and Cut. So much you can do with that. So I'm going to let you go. You're going to tell us exactly what the Scan and Cut can do.
Let's do that. We're going to get busy and we're going to be cutting, everyone. So happy to see you here today. Thank you for being here. We're talking Scan and Cut DX today. So that's a wide variety of models that you can use to do what we're going to do. Now, a Scan and Cut does, if you're new to a Scan and Cut, it does what it says. It can scan, it can cut, it can draw, it can do actually quite a few things. It will come with more than 1,000 designs built into the machine. So you don't have to download those. You don't have to plug it into a computer. You just take it out of the box, plug it into the wall, and you're good to go. You can start creating right then. And that's one of my favorite features, is that you have so many designs at your fingertips. It is also wireless, so you can do wireless transfer with it. Now we're talking Hoop Fest, and we're talking about embroidery. And guess what? The Scan and Cut is the perfect companion for your embroidery machine. And I'm going to talk about that not just once this week, but 4 different times. We're going to kind of talk about that. It will read your embroidery files, and it also reads SVG files. So if you're someone who enjoys SVG, you have that as well. Now, I'm just going to go over to the Scan and Cut, and we're going to start doing stuff. And if you have questions, please pop up with them. I'm just going to change my camera view really quick, and we are going to head on over. Now, this is the Scan and Cut I'm using today, and it is the 230D. But let me just say, you can use any of the DX machines, and you will find there'll be a DX on your machine, and you'll know that's what we're talking about. And if you've bought a Scan and Cut in the past 2 years, more than likely you have a DX. So when you pull open your Scan and Cut, you will see that it has a couple of storage compartments. So you can fit a lot of tools in here. So there is that going for it. Now this is where we're going to be putting our blade. And of course it has the full color screen, which is retractable. And because we are using the USB feature today, that is over here on the side. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. But that just kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like. Here is how we are going to start. Now I have a piece of fabric, and this fabric is nothing on the back, nothing up my sleeve. It's just a plain piece of fabric. However, I have put starch on it. So I do recommend starch for the procedure we're about to do. All the starch does is it stabilizes the cotton, and it helps to keep it from fraying when I lift it off the mat. So here we go. We're going to start there. And now I am going to go directly over to pull up my mat. Now, I'm sorry for the loud noise here. I'm going to rip off my cover. Oops, let me move it over here. On there. Really good. Maybe next time I'll just leave it off. All right, so what we have here is the fabric mat. Now, what the fabric mat goes really well with is the fabric blade. Notice they match colors. So when you're using the fabric mat, I highly recommend using the fabric blade. This blade has been designed to work with thin fabrics like cotton and flannel. So you wouldn't want to use it for denim or really thick fabrics like felt or fleece. All right, I'm going to take my fabric and I'm just going to place it anywhere on the mat. So because we have a scanner, that means that we can put our fabrics or whatever we're cutting anywhere we want on the mat, and we'll be able to see where to put our design. Now I'm going to line my mat in between the 2 rollers, and then I'm going to press the mat feed button. Okay, and that's all that's going to do is just get us ready to cut. Now I'm going to take my fabric blade and I'm going to place it here into the blade holder, and then I'm going to lower the lever. If you don't lower the lever, then it will not have enough pressure and you'll remove your fabric and wonder why it didn't cut. So that's important. Okay, now that we have it here, let's go ahead and use one of the features that makes the Scan and Cut stand out above all other cutting machines, and that is the scanning ability. So here's a close-up of the screen. And I am going to, now like I said, over 1,000 patterns built in, but I'm going to use the scan button. Now there's multiple things here. What we're going to do today is direct cut. Direct cut will cut whatever I have on my mat. We'll be using the scan and cut machine. Now, your machine, when it comes out of the box, will be in this black and white default mode. But as you saw, I'm using a color fabric. So I'm going to go over to recognition mode, change that to color, and press OK. That's just a little tip for you with your scan and cut, that to get the best results on colors, you want to change that mode. Let's press start, and you'll be able to see, I just need to change my lever. You'll be able to see this come in and out. That was just the scanner on the side of the machine. That's just an easy flip of the button. So, hi, Lucille. You want a scan and cut? I so want you to get one too. So exciting. All right. So it's using our high resolution 600 DPI scanner to take a picture of what is on the mat and put it on the screen. And look, there is our fabric. Now I want to cut out basically the Minnie Mouse head. So I'm going to just sort of zoom in approximately to where that is. You don't have to be picture perfect because we can delete stuff we don't want. But there we go. This is what my goal is to cut out. Now, the scan and cut has outline recognition software. Ta-da! There it is. It found the little red and white heart. It found the mini head, and it actually found the mini signature. I mean, that is super, super advanced software that to be able to find those things. Now, I don't really want to cut the others out. So I'm going to push ignore object size, and you'll be able to see, look at that. Both of those went away because it ignored everything smaller than 1.30 inches. I am always amazed about that. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and press OK, and we're going to cut this out. Now, I have some other options here. I can make this larger so that, watch this, it'll go make it give a border around here. I mean, there's lots of reasons you might want this, but for the sake of our demo, I just want you to see it cut out the mini head. And this would just change the shapes. So instead of the outline recognition, I could make a circle around it. You know, lots of options with the scan and cut. So let's just say, okay, okay again. Now, remember I said it cuts, well, it draws, it embosses, it foils, you name it. It's pretty exciting. Now, I need to turn my half cut off, and that's something I'm going to show you here later, but I'm just going to go ahead and say, okay, because we want this to cut all the way through our fabric. That was a vinyl option. All right, everything's good to go. I'm going to press start and come back here. Now, something you should know about our blades. They are auto blades, which means that it is measuring the depth of the mat and then measuring the depth of the fabric and determining how much pressure to put on the blade to cut the fabric. And that is kind of like magic, is all I can say, that it can do that. So let me pull this out so that you can see what it did and check it out. I mean, look, oops, I'm going to go ahead and just take it off. Now, remember I said I just wanted this to be plain fabric because this mat is so sticky. Well, if I hadn't put a little starch on it, it would probably be more likely to fray as it was coming out. But check that out, you guys. I mean, that is, oops, it just went off the screen. That is such a perfect cut. And I'm impressed every single time I do it, to be honest. But that is fussy cutting with your scan and cut and using your blade and your mat. Oops, I had already unloaded it. Okay, next thing we're going to do, I'm going to take this out, and I'm just unloading the mat, is we are going to try to pull up an embroidery design. I'm going to move this out of the way. Now, this time I will be using the standard mat. Now, these mats, some of them come with the machines. It depends on which machine you're getting, and you just need to double check. Now, if you do any kind of embroidery applique with your embroidery machine, you may use, and I'm going to go ahead and load it just because of where I'm sitting here. I like to put a fusible on the back. So, you know, you may be familiar with fusible. This is Brothers fusible. And when you fuse it, which is what I've done here on this side, so this still needs to be ironed on. When you fuse it and pull it away, then it will leave a, well, I'm not having any luck with that one. It will leave a, pull this one off, which actually I need to do to show you, an adhesive side on the back. So getting a corner is never easy. Normally I remember to pull them off. So what we're doing is this is cotton fabric, and I've put a piece of fusible adhesive on the back. Okay, I got this. So that we can stick it to our embroidery design. And there we go, finally. Sorry, that is down there good. Okay, so as I peel this away, I know you can kind of see this is shiny. This is just a fusible. So now when I place this on my mat, and I am going to place the fusible down. I know that sometimes there may be some questions about whether it'll stick to the mat, but I'm not using the fabric mat. I'm using the standard mat. So I don't have to really worry about that extra. Now, the other thing I'm going to use here is something like a lame. So see how very thin this is. But because I've added the fusible to the back side, it gives it a little bit of extra support, and it'll be really pretty shiny fabric that I can use with my applique. So I have two pieces of fabric. I'm going to place them down with fusible side down onto my mat, and we're ready to go. Let's pull up that embroidery design. All right, we'll go back to the home screen, press OK to cancel. Now this time I am going to retrieve my data, and it's coming from the USB. Now earlier at my Brother machine, I saved my applique. All Brother, when you save to a USB drive, they go to your B pocket. So I'm going to press the B pocket, and here are some other appliques I've saved. We are doing the birthday cake. Here is what the embroidery design looks like. If I press the applique key, then it will show me the two applique pieces I need. So let's do this all at once. No adjustments are necessary. Here's the tray, and I'm going to be using that pretty silver. Now you press add, and we'll press the birthday cake and press OK. No adjustments necessary. And here is my birthday cake. So let's use the other amazing scanning feature, which is the background scan. So I'll press background scan, start. And now you will see the mat go in and out of the machine just like it did earlier. And I am going to pull out the standard blade, because the fabric blade, even though this is fabric, the fabric blade is really for fabric that doesn't have any kind of a backing on it. And you saw that I had used a fusible backing with this. Okay, my fabric's on, and I have that in there. Now I just need to move my designs over my fabric. And again, you know, this is one of those exclusive scan and cut things where you can move your designs directly over your fabric. You can even make them darker to see them even better. It just sort of depends on what works for you. But we are ready to cut. So I'll press OK and cut. And I'm going to go ahead and press start. Let me go back so you can see that. Okay, notice it's measuring the depth of the mat because this is the auto blade at work. So it knows approximately how deep my fabric is and approximately how much it has to go down into the fabric to cut cleanly. Don't worry, if you ever have a time where maybe you have a few pieces hanging on, you can always do a second cut if you don't lift your fabric up. So let's see what kind of cuts we got there. I'm going to come over here with my spatula. And so if I were uncertain if it had cut through, I could lift a corner. And if this hadn't cut, I could press my corner back down and just do another round of cutting. But I think this looks perfect. So there's the first one. And to try to minimize, you know, any pulling on the fibers, I just use the corner of my spatula. But this is that really tricky to work with lame. And look how nice that cut. I mean, that is perfect for applique. Set that aside. Come over to my other one, pull that up. I could just do this all day long because it does the best cuts. And there is our cake. So let me tell you this, it's a little bit of a teaser, I know, but if you come back this afternoon, I'm going to be demoing the NS1750D, and I'm going to show you how to stitch out this applique design and how to use these pieces. It's a little bit of a two-parter today on that set. So here's our applique designs that we brought in directly from a USB. All right, last thing, let's pull ourselves over to this area. Now, what I have here is a placemat. And another thing you can do is you can cut vinyl with your placemats. So here is a placemat, and both of these designs are in the Scan and Cut this summer, and these adorable cherries. Now, I just pre-purchased these, you know, these placemats, so you can definitely you don't have to make everything from scratch. But what I wanted you to see is I had to use my iron to press down my vinyl. And I have an example here of something a little bit different. So here is something that I made that was heat transfer vinyl, and I simply pressed it down, and then I used my iron to cut it. Or sorry, use my iron to press. Well, that's what I've done here. I've already removed the plastic right here. So this is the actual design, but I haven't removed it from here. So we have a couple minutes. Let me go back to the Scan and Cut. I'll show you how the half cut works, and then we will just take this off. So let me go right back to here, and I will show you the design that we have in the Scan and Cut. And I'm just going to go ahead and use the same standard mat. Now, with heat transfer vinyl, you want the adhesive, the vinyl itself, to be face up. The glossy side is the back. So I'm going to place this sort of backwards, and I'll just put that directly down onto the mat. We'll go back to the home screen, and let's see, cancel my design. Now, I didn't get a chance to show you the patterns yet. So if you go into pattern and, oops, wrong one, you go into words, and we head all the way down towards the bottom, and we go, these are alphabetical, so it makes it a little bit easier for me. Here's summer. I set that on the mat, and then I want to do that background scan again, just so that we have enough. I know exactly where to place it. This allows me to save my fabrics. Sorry, I got caught on the corner of the, this allows me to use small scraps, small pieces of fabric. I don't have to use a whole sheet of vinyl in order to make this work. So it's just bringing that in. And then I'm going to do one more thing I want you to see, which is because we had to place our vinyl up on the mat, now I need to reverse what I'm doing. So I'm going to bring this down onto the vinyl, and I'm going to press edit, object edit. Now we are going to mirror image this so that it will be the right side when I flip this over. Press OK. Go back to cut. Now remember when I first started and I mentioned that I turned the half cut off? There is a half cut option. I'll turn that on. Basically, this will prevent me from cutting all the way through that sheet. But let's go ahead and press start, and you can watch it cutting. And I'm going to show you while that's cutting the placemat that we had here. Now, what I'll do is, the reason there's a half cut is because there's this piece of plastic that I did not want to cut through. This allowed me to iron over it. So I just remove that piece of plastic, and voila, we have an adorable, easy placemat for your summer barbecues. So those are the kinds of things that you can do with the Scan and Cut. And I will go back and see if Jane, if you have any questions for me or where we are. And I'll take this out since it's right here and let you see how this works, because it's very fast and easy, actually. Let me use my tool. Okay. So if I put my tool right into here, kind of gives me a starting point. I'll hold this up for you to see. So as I take it off, then you can see that as I'm removing this, it is basically just coming away, and I'm taking away the excess vinyl so that you can see what we will be left with. Of course, I would be doing this on a table, not holding it up. There we go. Just taking off the excess vinyl. Perfect. And now see how Summer is facing the correct way because I had to cut it this way. So basically, that is how that works. And then this was just added directly to the placemat, as you see here, and ironed on. So several just really fun, fast things you can do with the scan and cut. And if you come back later this afternoon, I'll show you how to put that cake together, which is the applique. So I think we've kind of reached the end, and we're almost ready to show you the price that Sewing Machines Plus is giving you today. So I know that they're back there somewhere in the background. James, I know you're here. Hey.
I've been waiting to put me back on. I mean, Heather, you're an amazing teacher. Thank you for that great demo. Everyone is just blown away.
Great. I hope they can see how fun it is.
As a matter of fact, as soon as we started, I pulled out my scan and cut and I was following along with you because I'm always learning as well. And I love working on it. But I just did a bunch of the heat transfer vinyls on my husband. He's doing a golf tournament. So I did a bunch of t-shirts. So cute. So cute.
Perfect.
Questions before we go. When you change a setting, like you went to half cut or you were changing it to color, do the presets go back to the original preset when you go to the home screen?
That's a great question. And no, so they don't go back to the presets automatically. Even when you turn it off, they don't go back. So I usually put a little sticky note on my scan and cut that says something like check half cut setting, just so because you might do that. That could happen.
And then the last question, because I want to get to pricing, because everyone needs to have one. Do you always have to add a backing or starch to your fabric?
No, you don't necessarily. It's one of those things we kind of recommend because it gives it a little bit of stability for when it comes off the mat.
Absolutely. And I've done it both ways. I know what happens with those fibers when you pull them without something on the back. Yeah. All right, Heather, there's a ton of questions and we'll hopefully get some more, but you're going to be here a little bit later on this afternoon.
Correct. Yes, I am. I'm going to be here in a few hours later this afternoon, and I'm going to be talking about the NS1750D. I was just double checking my time. So it's 3:30 Central, and we're going to finish that applique, and we're going to talk about what an amazing embroidery machine it is.
Heather, you're amazing. I'm going to see you later for that class, but I want to give everybody pricing on your scan and cut today, friends. This is a must-have in your craft room, in your sewing room. So let's start here. You can always call 800-401-8151 or go to smplive.tv. Let's talk first about the scan and cut SDX 230D. Now, this is a machine originally $899.99. We've got special Hoop Fest pricing for you, so you'll have to go call 800-401-8151 or go to smplive.tv. But let's talk about your benefits of the SDX 230DX. And you get a touch of Disney. That D means there's Disney in the built-in designs in the scan and cut. You get 152 built-in Disney designs. There's 1,435 built-in designs in total, 140 quilt patterns, 17 lettering fonts. You've got that built-in scanner that you saw Heather demo, so you can turn your images into one-of-a-kind cut designs and patterns. You've got the wireless network capability, so you can transfer your cut data from the machine to the Canvas workspace. You've got that blade sensor technology, so it detects the thickness of the material that you are putting in to the Scan and Cut 230 DX. Plus, you're getting over $1,000 in added value. You've got the 152 built-in Disney designs, the Disney vinyl auto blade, the universal pen holder, the rhinestone trial kit, the roll feeder. There's so many great things that are part of the 230 DX. The auto blade and holder, standard adhesive tack mat. You've got your black color pen. You've got your touch pen stylus that you saw Heather using. You're getting your spatula. Pricing here, usually $899.99. Special Hoop Fest pricing. You can go online to smplive.tv and chat with an agent there, or call 800-401-8151. But that's not it, friends. We've got more. We've got more. And that is the SDX 325 is another Scan and Cut. And we'll flip the main screen there so everybody can see it. Oh, there you go. It's me again. So let's talk about the SDX 325 as well. And you can get special pricing on that if you go to smplive.tv, or of course, call and chat with somebody live. And agents are standing by waiting for your call, 800-401-8151. I promise you, Heather was demoing. I got my Scan and Cut out. I was playing along with her. You got to get that special Hoop Fest pricing when you call. I'll bring Blaine back in so we can talk about the Hoop Fest pricing. There he is. And Blaine, you want to talk about pricing? Because I do have a question from somebody.
Well, you know, Jane, the Scan and Cuts right now, they're kind of hit or miss from Brother. They've been out of stock on a lot of them. We've got a bunch coming in. We have some, the 230Ds coming. We have some, we still have a few of the 230DXs, you know, around. They're very limited. Because Brother's coming out with some new Scan and Cuts, and we also have the new 325. So, you know, I think the best thing to do is just give us a call to find out which the Scan and Cut will fit your needs the best and which ones we have available. And because we have great pricing on every single one of them, we can't discuss it on air because of advertising restrictions by the manufacturer. But we have Hoop Fest pricing on all Scan and Cuts right now.
And Blaine, you know what? I was reading all the comments as Heather was presenting while I was learning as well. And my favorite one was, I still have mine in the box. Well, you know what? Get it out of the box. Yeah. ASAP. That was, I wrote her name down. But Doreen Warren says, how can I learn more about Scan and Cut, Blaine? Tell us about Scan and Cut University.
There we go. I was going to just say, you know, perfect opportunity, guys. We have Scan and Cut University coming up October the 13th through the 15th. Make sure you write those down. It's going to be 3 days. And Jane, I want to blow you away right now. Guess who we have teaching Scan and Cut University?
Could it be Heather Banks?
Heather is actually one of the instructors, along with Julie Balzer and Cindy Hogan. The top
best.
3 Scan and Cut teachers in the world are going to be teaching the university. And it's 3 full days. They're going to do some lecture demo. It's going to be some project-based. And you have to have a Scan and Cut SDX model to be able to participate. And if you don't have one, we have a special where if you buy a Scan and Cut, you get a reduced price on the class if you buy it at the same time. And but you can go sign up. If you already got the Scan and Cut, you can go sign up. I'm telling you right now, it's $299 for a 3-day class. You're going to get all the anything that requires a project. We're going to ship that kit to you to make the projects. So it's going to be an awesome, awesome class. And you know, I know it's all virtual too. So they can take this from their house. Now, when I say seating is limited, the reason seating is limited is because you can't get so many people on the live stream that we can't help. So we're going to have, you know, people on the stream that's going to be able to help you. You're going to be able to hit a button to say raise your hand and ask questions. They're going to be, you know, Q&As throughout the day. So it's going to be a very interactive virtual event. And again, the top 3 educators in the world on Scan and Cut are going to be there. And we're going to teach you everything that you've ever wanted to know about Scan and Cut or figured out how to do it. They're going to show you. It's going to be awesome. And give us the
dates on that again, Blaine. It's October 3rd.
13th through the 15th.
Okay. October 13th, and they could sign up at smplive.tv.
They can't do it live.tv. Just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, the website, and at the very top of the page, it has events. You can just click the event tab, and it takes you to the event page. and you'll see a Scan and Cut University little square to advertise it. Click on that, go to the product page. You can read all about it, sign up there. And again, seating is going to be a little limited. We say that because we just can't have, so many people on the stream, we can help manage and make sure they have a good experience. But, make sure y'all go sign up. It's going to be an unbelievable, it will sell out. We'll sell out of it. It's going to be an awesome event. And again, like I say, if you've ever wanted to learn about Scan and Cut, this is going to be the place to do it, because you're getting the top educators in the world teaching you all the different techniques. And, each one of them brings something special to the table.
You got Cindy, you got Julie, you got Heather. I mean, they're all amazing educators. They are just this knowledge of the Scan and Cut. So super fun. Yeah. And again, like I said, I pulled my Scan and Cut out because you can always continue to learn on these amazing products by Brother.
Oh, and think about it. Julie is like an expert in crafting. And she knows how to use that Scan and Cut to make anything crafting and paper and cards. And it's just amazing. In Heather, it's specialty. She's really good at using it at the fabric side of things to make it, like, to incorporate it into your quilting and things. And then Cindy Hogan is a software expert and an embroidery expert. And she uses it, with software to incorporate things in an embroidery and applique. So we're just bringing a lot of great things to the table. So again, guys, if y'all are interested in that, go sign up right now, because it will sell out. And we hope that they'll get to do that. And the people who have them in their box, this is going to be a great opportunity for you to open that Scan and Cut out and use it.
Like Carolyn Weinhardt, she just said, I could use the class. Carolyn, take it out of the box and start using it, play around with it, and then take the class, everybody. Like, this is going to be so cool.
Yeah, and I can tell you from personal experience, when I go to the Brother conventions, I've actually taken a Scan and Cut class with all three of these ladies, and it is just unbelievable how well they teach you things on it. And there's things that I would have never in a million years thought I would be able to do on a Scan and Cut that they taught me how to do. And so I just highly recommend it. So.
Yeah, I mean, being a Brother ambassador, I just call them and I take a picture of my thing. And I'm like, what do I do with this? And can I really use this? So I sort of like sneak in questions for you guys too, while I'm asking them direct questions.
That's right. All right. Well, Jane, we're going to bring you back just in a little bit.
That's right.
I think you're going to be coming back here in a little bit. But next up, we've got an awesome educator coming up. We have Mike Johns from Baby Lock coming in, and Mike is going to talk all about that One Needle Baby Lock Alliance today, embroidery machine. So Mike, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, how are you?
I am fantastic, man. We're so happy that you're here today, and we're so happy that Baby Lock is one of our platinum sponsors. And again, we talk about, you and I have talked about this machine numerous times, and you've been on our show a lot before. And every time we talk about this machine, we talk about it being probably the most universal machine out there as far as embroidery, because all the things you can do with it. And I mean, it is really something that everybody who has a sewing room needs to have one of these in.
I totally agree. I think this is, I like to say this is our forgotten machine, because a lot of people don't really give this machine what it's due. But this machine is awesome because it's kind of a gateway machine, if that makes any sense. For those of you that have a flatbed machine, a flatbed embroidery machine, and you've always wanted to step up to a multi-needle, but you're a little intimidated by our full 10-needle or 6-needle machines, which you shouldn't be. But if you are and you want something a little bit smaller, a little bit easier to use, this is the machine for you, because this is actually just a single needle. And if you just imagine your machine kind of turned up on its side, that's what this is. It's really simple to use, really user-friendly, just like all Baby Lock products are. And the nice thing about it is it has a small footprint. It's smaller than most of our midline or top-of-the-line machines. And it's actually really, really easy to actually get control of. And you can do things that are going to give you that free arm embroidery ability. So you can do things that are in the round. I could embroider on the sleeve of my shirt. I could do left, right, chest embroidery. I could do those buckets, those bags, those, you name it, right? Anything that I would normally have to take the seam out and do it flat on my machine, I don't have to do that anymore. I can do it right here on this machine. Down where I'm actually from, it was really popular to do the side legs of pants. And the way that most people were doing it was taking out the center seam of the pants leg itself, laying it flat, embroidering on it, and then having to put that seam back together. Well, if you did on the jeans, most of the jeans are made with flat felt seams. And those are not necessarily the most fun seams to put back together. If I've got a free arm machine, I don't have to take it apart. It's actually just going to allow me to slide that over that free arm, and I can just go to town on it like I would any other embroidery design. No special tools needed, no special techniques needed. It's just regular embroidery. So if you're already familiar with embroidery on your flatbed machines, moving up to the Alliance is going to be a breeze. There's no learning curve associated with it. What's also nice about this is if you're interested in doing ball caps, this actually takes the ball cap frame. So this will use our regular ball cap frame or our flat brim cap frame. So you can get in there and do ball caps just like you would on our 6 and 10 needle machine. So this is an ideal machine for someone who's ready to step up, just not quite ready yet to go to the 6 or the 10 needle, or better yet, somebody who's wanting to do things like craft fairs, wanting to do things like the big get-together fairs where they do like the Renaissance fairs, things like that. Anywhere that you want to do quick, easy monogram for profit, but don't misunderstand me and saying that this is only for business. It's not. It's for absolutely everybody. This was my first free arm machine, and I fell in love with it. And to this day, I still use this. Although I'm a big 10 needle fan and 6 needle fan, I still use my Alliance pretty much all the time because it's so easy to use and it's like the perfect size. You'll notice that I've got a hoop on right now. This is actually the 8x8 hoop. This is the largest embroidery field for this. So you get an 8x8 hoop with this. You also get a 4x4 hoop with this, and you get a series of really small hoops. So we've got 4 hoops that you can see here that are nice and small. These are great for monograms, things like that. Now, Patty is going to be coming in on Thursday, I believe it is, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the smaller hoops and what we could use those for. But she's also going to be talking to you guys about the fact that this has an upgrade available to it. So this is the only embroidery-only machine that we have in the Baby Lock lineup that also doubles down as a mid-arm quilting machine. What do I mean by that? It means that with a couple of attachments and a couple of changes, I can actually take this and turn this into a quilting machine where I'm moving the fabric. So I can actually do the equivalent of like long arm quilting projects right here on my Alliance. So it's a very versatile machine. It's very user friendly. And one of the things I love about it, and this is true of all of our free arm machines, is that if you are a flatbed user, one of the things that you may kind of wish didn't have to happen is whenever we run out of bobbin, we have to take the hoop off to be able to change the bobbin. I don't have to do that on this machine. You'll see that I have my hoop on right now. If I want to change the bobbin on this, all I have to do is reach under, grab my bobbin, pull it out, change my bobbin, and then it goes right back in without me ever having to take my hoop off of my machine. So I love that feature because it actually makes it just faster and easier to change those bobbins. Now, when we say free arm machines, normally we're talking about those 6 and 10 needles, but we've already said this is only 1 needle. But you see 4 threads sitting up here, and that's because this actually has it all staged for me. So if I wanted to change my thread, once I get a thread threaded, right now I've got the red thread ready to go. So if I was going to stitch in red, all I'd have to do is go ahead and stitch. But let's say I wanted to change this over to maybe my yellow thread. Well, I'm not going to have to rethread my machine each and every time. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to take my red thread. You'll notice that I have these 2 little white rectangles up here at the top. These are actually thread cutters. So I'm just going to cut my thread, let this hang down. I'm going to come grab my yellow thread. I'm just going to tie an overhand knot. And then I'm going to reach down here at my needle, grab my needle thread. Actually, I just pulled my thread out, but that's okay. I'll do it to here. I'm going to pull that through. And then if I hadn't pulled on my thread and pulled that out, what I would do is just pull it through the automatic needle threader. But I'm going to thread that last one. You'll see it's actually easy to do. So even if you pull it out, all right, so there's my last step in my thread out. Put it back behind. I'm going to have to step in front of the camera. Put it back behind that last guide. And hopefully you won't be doing this in front of a camera. There you go. And then automatic needle threader kicks it out from left to right, cut my thread, and just like that, I've changed my needle. Now, obviously, hopefully you wouldn't pull yours backwards like I did, so it's really a faster change. So changing your thread on this is basically as fast as using a 6 needle or a 10 needle. And you can go ahead and pre-stage. Once you're done with one color, take this one off, put your next color up, and you're good to go. I like to use this for designs that have 4 colors or less, but if I have a design that has 20 colors, it works just as smoothly. There's also one feature on this machine that's not available on the 6 and 10 needle, and that's right over here. This is our bobbin winder. So on our machine, we actually can wind our very own bobbins. If you've got a 6 or a 10 needle machine, you have to have an external bobbin winder. You can use pre-wound on this, not a problem at all. That's usually what I do. I like to use pre-wounds quite a bit. I like to use the Magna Glides. Those work beautifully on this, but any kind of pre-wound that is in the L class bobbin size would work perfectly fine. So, excuse me. This also has pre-built in designs. So over on my screen here, you'll see that in my categories, I've got my exclusives category. I've got some built-in common designs that we say. You can scroll through and see those. I can hit return. I've got my decorative large fonts. So there's 5 decorative large fonts. These don't come in as text. They come in as embroidery designs, and they're meant to be done like one at a time, kind of like monograms. They're very decorative monogram letters. If I go into the next category, you're going to see that I have 14 built-in fonts. Now, when you look at this, you may say, hey, there's only 13 here, but we always have to point out that our exclusive script is a Baby Lock exclusive font. That is one of the fonts as well. So it's the exclusive font plus 13 other built-ins. And then we have our frames. And a lot of people overlook the frames that are built into these machines. The frames are available in a lot of our machines. These actually have a lot of functionality. Not only can you use them as a decorative element, these are actually really easy to convert into appliques just by taking and replicating the steps 3 times with different stitch types. Because if I was to choose one of my shapes, like right now I've got the circle selected, if I choose the heart, you'll see that I get multiple stitch types for that one shape. I can use a running stitch one for my placement, a running stitch for my tack down, and then I actually have in here zigzag or satin stitch. I also have decorative stitches as well that I can use for my finishing stitches. So these are great to create really quick, really easy appliques. You're also going to know that we have internal memory as well as external memory. So we have an internal B pocket. Anytime you're working with a Baby Lock machine and you save to the machine, it's actually being called the B pocket. Likewise, if we ever save out to a USB or an SD card, it will create a B pocket folder, and that's where your design is going to live. I've got one USB port over here on the side, as well as one USB link cable port on the side as well. So you can actually connect this directly to your laptop or your desktop computer using the included USB cable cord that we have inside the actual accessory box. Or this also can be used with just a regular USB. So if you're using software or anything like that, such as Palette, where you're going to actually be creating or editing designs, you can throw that onto a USB, and just by putting it into your USB slot here, you can pull it up from there. You can also save out to that USB port as well. This reads DST files and PES files. PES files are the native file format for Baby Lock, and DST are universal files. So if you're ever going out looking at designs and whoever that designer is didn't offer PES, you can always select DST. The only thing we like to remind people is DST is what we call a universal embroidery file. So it actually doesn't maintain color information. It maintains color stops, and it will just randomly assign colors to each step. So you would have to come back in and change your colors to match whatever it is, or you can do like I do, and just whatever you put up at the top is what's going to sew. If you're a visual person, you can obviously change it here on the screen and make it work for you. You do get all of the utility kit that you need to actually work this. So in your utility box, you're going to have everything from your spool caps, your spool felts. You're going to have the necessary screwdrivers for actually putting in our tables here. We'll talk about that in the next session. You're going to have some extra needles. We even give you bobbins right off the bat. So whenever you're going, if this is something that you're looking at, the only thing you need to pick up, a couple of spools of embroidery thread, some fabric and stabilizer, and you're ready to rock and roll. Now, this does come with what we call embroidery frame holders. This is a little bit different concept than what we see on our flatbed machines. Our flatbed machines, our hoops actually just slide into our embroidery unit arm. On a multi-needle or a free arm machine, you're going to see that if I lift this up and pull forward, this is actually my embroidery frame holder. So this is my embroidery hoop, my embroidery frame holder. on this particular machine, you're going to get 2 different embroidery frame holders. One is going to be called the A-frame, and the A-frame is going to work for your 8x8 and your 4x4. And then you're also going to get what's called the E-frame holder, which is the smaller one here. And this is the one that's going to work for all of those really, really small hoops that Patty's going to kind of walk you through in the next session, which is on Thursday. But that's all included. You don't have to purchase those. Those are not necessary unless you're using those particular frames. The A-arm actually is adjusted based on which frame you're using. So in the 8x8, this is the widest frame that I have. So right up here, I have some thumb screws, and I'm sure Patty's getting you a nice image of that right now. But you'll notice that I have one large thumb screw, a smaller thumb screw, and even though it might be harder to see, there's a secondary smaller thumb screw over on the other side. If I'm going to take and move this down to my 4x4 hoop, what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen the smaller screw over on the left-hand side of my machine. I'm also going to loosen the larger screw on the left-hand side of my machine. And then this arm becomes movable. And I'm going to move it. And the nice thing is it actually clicks to place at different stops. Now, each one of those stops represents a different size hoop. The nice thing is over time, you're going to just automatically become familiar with where those hoop sizes are, but you don't necessarily have to be. So if I grab my 4x4 hoop down here, you're going to see all I have to do is kind of hold up my hoop and then move it into place where it clicks on that hoop. So this would be my 4x4 position. Once I've got it into position, all I have to do is re-tighten these down, and you just thumb tighten them. You don't have to have any kind of major torque on them or anything like that. And then this hoop now will fit perfectly inside my frame holder, and you'll be doing yours from the front, not the side. And there I go. I'm ready to kind of move on with my 4x4. The difference you're going to see when we're talking about free arm machines and my flatbed machines is that on our flatbed means our hoops are one directional hoops, right? We have to put them in one particular way. On our multi-needle or our Alliance here, we can actually put the hoop in either direction. So if I take this out and pull it in, you saw I had it in that direction. If I spin it 180 degrees and slide this back in, it also fits. So if you're hooping and you're doing something like a t-shirt or a baby's onesie or something like that, and you're like, oh no, I hooped it upside down. You really didn't. Just flip the hoop around and you're good to go. So it's almost like a get out of jail free card to some extent. The one thing I will warn you on that is if you're doing appliques, you're going to always want to make sure you put your hoop back on the machine in the same orientation that it was whenever you did your first steps. Otherwise, your appliques would be mismatched and you wouldn't wind up with an actual applique, right? So these actually hoop a little bit different as well. So if you notice, if I hold my hoop up here, I've got an inside hoop and an outside hoop, just like I do on my flatbed machines. But on my flatbed machines, whereas my arms are on the inside hoop of my multi-needle, it's on the outside of my flatbed machines. Why is that important? Well, because that's what's going to make it to where I can hoop things that are in the round. So if I put things between these two layers and put them in place, what you're going to see is all of my excess fabric off those in the round items are going to hang off to the side as opposed to getting caught by the arms of the actual frame itself. So easy to use once you get used to the differences. You'll never even really have to think about them again. But just little tips from me to you as far as things to notice between the difference of a flatbed machine and a free arm machine. One thing I will say is that I had a little sample here and he took a dive, so I'm going to pull him to the back. If you don't know what I mean by in the round items, this is an embroidery buddy, which is, I love these little guys because they're little stuffed animals. And when you give them to somebody, they look at this and they go, how did you get that on there, right? Well, the way these are made is they actually zip on the bottom and their little body pods come out. So now I can take this, hoop this in my 4x4. It would hang off the front of my machine like this, and I can stitch it with ease. If I wanted to do this on a flatbed, could I? Absolutely, I could still do this on a flatbed. It's just gonna be a little bit more work, right? I'm gonna have to do a little bit more smoothing out in my hoop, things like that. Whereas here, I can probably be stitching in about 1.5 minutes on my flatbed. It's probably gonna take me a little bit more time to get it all kind of balanced out. The other thing you're going to find is there are a ton of aftermarket hoops that you can get that work on the free arm machines as well. So even though I'm saying that we have a 4x4, we have an 8x8, we also have a 1.5 by 2 5/8. We have a 5x7. All of those frames are available too. But if you're doing things to where you need unusual sides that we don't make as baby lock, you can go out and find aftermarket hoops that are going to work like a cinch with this. Everything from Designs and Machine Embroidery to Durkee to Hoop Tech to Fast Frames, all of those will work on here. You just to make sure whenever you're purchasing those sets that you're telling your retailer that you're purchasing it for the Alliance, because this actually has a narrower width on the bars than our 6 and our 10 needles do. Because like I said, the largest embroidery field on this is 8x8. So like I said, this is just a really, really fun machine to play around with. It's, I think the moving from a flatbed machine up to a Alliance is a great, easy step. It's a great complement to your embroidery room. You can take designs off of your flatbed machine and put them in here and stitch them out, as long as your embroidery machine reads or writes out in PHC files. This also reads PHC. If you have a machine that uses PHX files, such as this Solaris, then what you're going to need is you're going to have software to be able to convert that PHX over to either PES, DST, or PHC. But even with that, not a lot of work to get from one method to another. So when I first started, one of the things I really like to do, I like to work on my Solaris a lot. I really like to sit there and play. When I bought this, of course, it was the Destiny, same thing. I like to sit there and play on my Destiny. And I love to play in IQ. Now, this doesn't have IQ on it, but my Destiny did. So what I would do is sit there and play in my Destiny's IQ, take my design that I created in IQ, throw it out on a USB stick, bring it over to this machine, start stitching it here. I still can go back and keep playing in IQ Designer on my Destiny or my Solaris, whatever my machine is. So it frees that machine back up for me. Or it could just be that I'm going to be stitching a lot, which I do, and maybe I just need to have more than one machine running. So it's kind of just a workhorse. It is a semi-industrial machine. It's got a big motor in it. It's going to go through things left and right. You're not going to have any problem sewing things like trucker caps. You can go through cork, vinyl. You can even go through really thin balsam wood. That's actually stitchable on this. It uses the same embroidery needles that our flatbed machines do. So you can use the standards, which are 7511, 8012, and 9014. Those are the 3 sizes that my automatic needle threader work with, but you can also still use other size needles as well. So if I wanted to throw 60 weight thread up on my machine and go to a 65 needle, I can definitely do that. You just need to remind yourself that you need to hand thread that needle, because the needle threader only works with those 3 sizes that I just mentioned, 7511, 8012, and 9014. But Blaine, this is a slam dunk machine to me. I think this is one of those that's easy to add to your collection of machines. It's also a great introductory embroidery machine as well. So if you've got someone out there who is interested in embroidery, but they've never kind of touched an embroidery machine, this one's a lot of fun because it has all of that ease of use built into it. It has a lot of options available to it. 8x8 is a great embroidery field size. Almost every one of our digitizers that we are such big fans of that are out there, they almost all make all of the designs in 8x8 or smaller. So you can pretty much do any embroidery design for most digitizers out there. And like I said, it's not something that takes up a huge amount of space in your workshop, in your work area. And we do have this sitting on top of our multi-needle stand. Okay, so this is our upgraded multi-needle stand. We have one that's also a little bit, it's a gray stand that's like this. Both of those stands are height positionable. So if you're somebody who needs to sit down, you can definitely do that. This can be lowered down to sitting level, and you can do all of your embroidery at sitting level. Or if you're like me, I'm 6'4", I would actually raise this up a little bit from where it is right now. But because we teach in this room and all of us are not the same height as myself and Patty, we kind of have to leave it down a little bit so that everybody's not having to stand on their tippy toes. But great to have a nice little stand to have it on. If you don't have a stand, these can be put on tables. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that this machine does weigh, I think this particular one is 80 something pounds, I believe. You want to make sure it's down on a really sturdy surface, because as this stitches, it stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute. So it can kind of hit the gas and keep going, right? So make sure it's on a nice sturdy level area that's going to support the weight of that machine moving around. But great machine. If there's anything that you've got questions on this, make sure you check out the people at SMP. They will be able to answer all your questions on this. Patty Marty, who is one of my, she's actually my boss, but she's also here in the training and education team at Baby Lock. She's going to be coming back in on Thursday talking about some of the other features that are on this machine. So if you're interested in seeing what else it can do, make sure you check that out as well. So Lane, I don't know, I can't see you.
Hey, Mike. Well, great presentation. Again, we talk about this machine, all the things it'll do. Again, the same time Thursday, Patty's going to be on, and she's going to talk about the Alliance and some of the other things it does. Because, again, I've always said this is like the premier hat machine in America, but it does so many other things than just onesies and hats and all the things it does. So again, guys, I'm going to remind you how you can buy this. This is the Baby Lock Alliance. This is the one needle machine. It has 4 thread stand on there, and the threads are extremely easy to change out. You can just tie one color on to the other color you're using and pull it through. You can change colors in this in 30 seconds. It's extremely easy. So again, guys, what a great price we have on this today. The normal price on this is $4,999. We do have a Hoop Fest special on it today. And again, guys, it has the technology features. It has the TrueView LCD color touch screen. It shows 260,000 different color combinations in that display. The display measures 7 inches diagonally, so it's a great screen to look at. It has the adjustable brightness on it. It has the clock and the date on it. Design placement using the drag and drop capabilities. Estimated embroidery time that displays up when you're doing your embroidery, so you can get an estimate of how long it's going to take to stitch out that design. It has the needle advancement, 110, 100, or 500 stitch increments. Measurements are displayed in inches or millimeters. Color separation, thread color indicator. The hoop, it has the on-screen hoop size indicator. So that's really important. And again, guys, there's so many things that this thing, it has the single needle machine. The embroidery speed on this is it goes from 100 or 1,000 stitches per minute. So it's the same speed as most of those you see on the market out there today. It has a built-in memory of 1 megabyte, and it has the front loading bobbin. And again, it has that small free arm where you can get pants legs, shirt sleeves, and things over that if you want to do monogramming. So that's really great. It has the USB drive on it. So many great things about this. And again, it reads multiple formats design files. It reads the PES, the PEC, the DST, and the PHC. So a lot of things. It has a great accessory pack that comes with it as well. And again, we talk about the machine weight. The weight on this is about 68 pounds without the stand. So, you think about if you wanted to have something to take to a trade show or a flea market and have your own little business going, 2 people can carry this extremely easy and then have a stand to set it on. And again, guys, it has a great warranty. It's a 25-year product on the casting, 5 years on the circuit board, 5 years on the electrical, 2 years on parts, and 1 year on labor. So it has a great package. And then it comes with, I think it's 6 hoops. You're going to get the 8x8. You're getting the 4-inch by 4-inch. You're getting the 1 5/8 inch. You're getting the 2 3/4 inch. Then you're getting a 2x2 hoop. You're getting the 1 1/2 inch by 1 3/4. And then you're getting the 1 5/16 by 2 5/16. So you're getting those 6 different hoops that come right with it. And again, it has an optional cap equipment that you can get to do caps on and hats. And then it has the optional stand. But guys, we have a great special for you for Hoop Fest. Right now, you can go to the smplive.tv, and we have the product right on there. You can click on the product that, when you see the Alliance, it'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. Or you can just give us a call at 800-401-8151. Right now, we have people standing by to take your call. If you can't get through on the phones, we know it's busy right now. You can go to the smplive.tv page, and at the very top of the page, it says, do you want us to return your call? Like give you a contact you. You hit that, it'll open up a form that you fill out, tell us your name and phone number and the product you're looking at. And that gets updated real time in the call center. And as soon as they get off the phones and freed up, they'll give you a call back. So that's a way to call back if you can't get through on the phones, because we know it's busy over there today. So again, guys, that's a Baby Lock Alliance. We have great financing available. We're going to ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. So let's bring Jane back in. So
Hey, Blaine.
Jane, you ready to go?
I'm so ready to go. It's time for some education. You hear me now? Anyone who stops learning is old, whether you're 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. So let's get to it. Today, we're going to learn how to prevent puckers in your embroidery. And I'm excited to welcome our educator today. She is a second-generation embroiderer who learned all about embroidery from her father. Why? From her dad, because he was a Western wear tailor who made elaborate costumes for so many country music performers and rodeo stars even. So our guest knows a thing or two about embroidery before embroidery was the embroidery that we know and love today. She's regarded as an expert in machine embroidery, and she's authored the reference book, Machine Embroidery on Difficult Materials. She is very popular on craftsy.com. Joining us to teach us how to prevent puckers in your embroidery is Deborah Jones. Hey, Deborah.
Well, hi, Jane. So nice to be here. Great to see you. And what a great topic.
What a fantastic topic. Now, Deborah, I have to ask you, any standout country music stars that you remember that your dad made a costume for?
Well, sure. You know, of course, some of these are old school Western stars like Lefty Frizzell, Sonny James, Mary of Peter, Paul and Mary. And of course, not a music star, but a Western star, Festus from Gunsmoke, and some others. So we really had a lot of fun growing up around all of that bling. You know, back in the day, Western wear had a lot of bling, you know, and so we did the embroidery. And of course, today, the bling is coming back, Jane.
I love it. A day without bling is a day wasted in my book, Deborah. Embroidery's changed just a little bit since how you learned it from your dad, yeah?
Oh, yes. And, you know, my dad would be so amazed to see the machines of today, you know, because he worked so hard to figure out how to input lettering and do personalizations automatically. And today we just type it in, Jane.
That's right. That's right. That's what I mean. The technology of today lets us do anything and be so creative. So, Deborah, I'm going to let you take it away because I want to learn how to prevent puckers in my embroidery. So I'll let you take the class. Thanks, Deborah.
Thanks, Jane. And, you know, I want to give a shout out to the members of My Embroidery Mentor Facebook group. Welcome everyone that's joining from here. And of course, our Dime Facebook group that we also enjoy communicating with our fellow embroiderers, because, you know, we all learn from each other. And that's really a fun way to learn because, you know, we love to do in-person events and do actual embroidery to learn these techniques. But, you know, for the last couple of years, that hasn't been available. And so right now we are learning virtually. And I thank you to that comment about my top. I love it too. In fact, I scanned it in and I'm going to, I'm in the process actually of digitizing it so that I can do some different color combinations and different treatments to my regular plain t-shirts. I think that would be a lot of fun. And it's my next thing on my to-do list for sure. And I know you all have a great to-do list when it comes to embroidery. And of course, when we start out to do any project, you know how we want it to come out, right? We want it to come out pucker free. We want it to be straight on the garment. So there's a lot of techniques we learn how to get correct placement and of course, how to get our embroidery to come out pucker free. And that's the topic today. And, you know, one thing about those two items I just mentioned, after you apply it, if it's not straight, you can't fix that. And kind of the same thing with puckers. It's very difficult to disguise puckers once they occur. And it's so disheartening because, you know, if you see puckering while it's in the hoop, It's not going to be any better once you release that embroidery from the hoop. In fact, it's probably going to look a little more puckered, isn't it, once you take it out of the hoop. So we want to avoid those where possible. And I'm going to show you today how to do that. So does my director bring my slides up? Okay, there we go. Thank you, director. So I'm going to just walk through this with you. Of course, as Jane mentioned, I wrote a couple of books, and the most important one in my mind was Machine Embroidery on Difficult Materials, which is now out of print, but sometimes you can find it on Amazon at a reseller, you know, and I find it on eBay and places. So kind of a good reference. But, you know, let's look at some of the causes of puckering. The first one, and the one that most of us think of first, is either inadequate or incorrect stabilizer. That is certainly can be a cause, but we don't want to overlook the others. The second one is the incorrect needle point type. Now we're going to talk about each of these in detail, so no worries. But the improper design type for the fabric can also create puckers, and sometimes we have to modify to assist in making that a correct design for the fabric. And lastly, we could be using an improper holding method, as you see. And sometimes we're faced with difficult ones like this bunny ear, but you know, we try to find ways to hoop anything. I mean, hey, if a needle will go through it, I'm going to find a way to hold it. I can tell you that right now. So those are our variables that we can control. So first, let's talk about that inadequate or incorrect stabilizer, which literally does create the foundation for your stitches. So I find that a lot of times this is the culprit, and it's easily solved. So let's look at one of the common mistakes, and a mistake I've made, obviously, by looking at this picture. I wouldn't have this picture to show you if I had not made this mistake. But it's a myth that cutaway always prevents puckering. Clearly, it doesn't, as you can see in this silk charmeuse that's puckered when I used a cutaway stabilizer. And I know you may not want to believe this, but tearaway is almost always the best stabilizer for preventing puckers on woven materials. Woven materials typically don't have stretch, and as you know, we use cutaways mostly on items that stretch. So this is a good example. It's not horrible puckering, but it doesn't lay nice, does it? You see the area between those two floral elements. It isn't laying nice. It doesn't look pretty. Some of the edges of the flower do have slight puckering. And for me, this is not a pleasing embroidery, because I learned doing this first test sample to go back to the textbook and use a tearaway. Another thing to remember is that when you're using tearaway, you can do more with less. It works better with less. So you could use a cutaway, for example, on a woven, but usually you have to use twice as much to get the same result as you would if you used a proper tearaway. And remember, you can use tearaway in single or multiple layers. So that's an important thing to remember, because tearaway comes in different weights, doesn't it? Light, medium, and heavy in the Stay Perfect line from Sewing Machines Plus. So if you're in doubt, you can always put another layer on. It comes right off. Now, here you may have heard this myth: if you wear it, don't tear it. Well, that to me is about like that saying, if it fits, you must acquit. It's just a catchy rhyme. It really means nothing because we do use, and what they're saying is here, don't use tearaway with wearables, right? That's what they're saying. And so what they're getting at, and I get it, they're getting at comfort clothing like t-shirts, sweatshirts, things that have some stretch. And that's absolutely right. We normally would use a cutaway with those. But look at this very stitch intensive, highly detailed, lots of outlining design. This is designed by Susan Schmitz, and I love it. This is an old shirt, you can tell. But look at the front, no puckers. Look at the back, no stabilizer remnants. And that's because it was stitched with tearaway, and that is the correct stabilizer for this lightweight chambray shirt fabric. You can see a little bit of the tearaway there in the handle of the cup. Okay, so absolutely no puckers, and this is a very similar weight fabric to a quilting cotton. So you know, if you're getting puckers on your quilting cotton, I have a tip for you for that too. You can add more body to your quilting cotton, and I will give you that detail a little later. But do you need more proof that you don't need a cutaway? Look at this big 8-inch tall design that is perfectly hitting on the outlines. It's laying flat. This has been washed many times. This was digitized by my good friend D.G. Hitzfelder from San Antonio. And the key here is the density of those fill stitches are correct for this in this design, for this fabric. So remember that the design has something to do with it as well. But I just want you to see several examples to understand that tearaway is suitable for woven fabrics. Oops, I don't know how to go back. Okay, so there are two main types of tearaway. Oh, hang on. Let me just make sure. Okay, I did miss one. And this is an old tea towel of mine. And you know, kitchen towels a lot of times do pucker terribly, but we've got some fill stitches here, lots of satin stitches. This is a very old towel and it's well used and it's wrinkled, but it's not puckered. So just want you to know that these examples are real life examples. Look at this nylon cinch bag. You know, those little lightweight cinch bags that the younger crowd likes to carry. This one was stuck down to, as you can see, it's not in the hoop. It was attached to a piece of peel and stick, a self-adhesive stabilizer, very good stabilizer, but not enough to support this very stitch intensive design. But look at how beautifully that's stitched. That's because I floated a piece of heavy firm tearaway underneath that hoop. So you don't see it because it's still in the hoop, but that really held the edges of all that embroidery beautifully. Okay, so let's talk about tearaway and puckers just a little bit more. There are two main types of tearaway, firm and soft. And Stay Perfect stabilizer products from Sewing Machines Plus has both types. They're both great for different reasons. A firm tearaway tears very cleanly along the edges. You can see how that tears just like paper. Whereas soft tearaway has much more polyester fibers in it, and it tears ragged because it is going to hold up to more stitches, and that's why I like to use it many times for knits where I'm trying to maybe cheat a little bit and not use a cutaway. So I love soft tearaways for those reasons. And I'll show you another example of the difference here in a moment. But remember, firm or crisp tearaway, you're going to see it on the package just called tearaway. That's all. They don't call it firm tearaway. They don't call it crisp tearaway. It's just going to say tearaway. And it comes in 3 weights: light, medium, and heavy. Well, how do you select between light, medium, or heavy? Well, think about the weight of your fabric, because you don't want a stabilizer typically that's a lot heavier than your fabric. And think about your design. Does it need that extra support? Just like my cinch bag with that cheerleader on it, that needed a heavy tearaway. So remember, it's going to all be gone. It's just going to be under the embroidery when you complete it. So here is the soft tearaway detail. It is always labeled that way. So unlike tearaway, it's always going to say soft tearaway, whether it says medium soft tearaway or heavy soft tearaway. In the Stay Perfect line from Sewing Machines Plus, it is going to be labeled as soft. And it does, as I mentioned, have more polyester, and it's more like a cutaway. So what do I mean by that? Well, here is a picture that shows you the same design stitched, one with firm, one with soft. So the cool thing about firm is that it does come away cleanly, okay? Whereas soft hangs on to the edges, which can be good when you have a outline to apply, when you have a very detailed design. But again, I like to reserve it for specific uses, usually for some knits that have some body or other unstables that have some body. Now, so which one is better for preventing puckers? Now here, this is a great example. I used soft tearaway on this nylon garment. And you see how it's got this little wispy here and here, and at the edge of the butterfly tail, there's a little piece of it left. And of course, none of it came out of the middle, where a lot of times in the middle of that light fill design, the tearaway pops out. So it's just a difference in the usage, okay? Now, what happens if you're embroidering and you see puckers? Let's say you're embroidering a sheet set, like bed sheets, and you can see that that pillowcase is puckering right while it's in the hoop. Well, you know it's not going to get any better when you remove it, as we said. So I like to slide a piece of light tearaway right under the hoop. You can do this on single needle machines, multi-needle machines, doesn't matter. Just slide it next to the machine table if needed. Repeat with another layer until the puckering stops. Usually 1 or 2 layers will do the trick, and you can remove it later. So firm tearaway is about 1.8 ounces, and you can see it leaves a nice clean edge even on these lightweight stitch count designs. So when we work with knits, that's a whole different animal to prevent puckers on. And they're usually very thin, stretchy knits today. And these are sometimes called moisture wicking knits, like Dry Fit is one brand name. And when you're putting a highly detailed or high stitch count design, you need a lot of help with that. And I'm going to show you what I recommend and what I use. I love the Stretchy Knit Stabilizer. I see my image covered up part of my lettering there, but this is called Stretchy Knit Stabilizer, made for the purpose of holding those stretchy knits. And it's a woven. That's the cool thing about it. So imagine that you're embroidering the stabilizer and that knit's just getting in the way. That is how much stability that this Stretchy Knit Stabilizer has. Love it. The other one that's available in the Stay Perfect line is called PolyPro Performance. And it's made of polypropylene. It looks kind of like no-show mesh if you use that, but it's firmer. And it's another good option for these stretchy knit shirts. A lot of professional embroiderers use this for that reason. Now let's talk about that incorrect needle point, which that needle penetration is the footprint of your stitches. So a lot of people believe that they can use a 7511 light ballpoint for all fabrics. Yeah, you can, but that large footprint can cause puckers in certain wovens, especially high thread count wovens like nylons, polyesters, and even some of those bed sheets and linens I was talking about. You see the difference between that point of a light ballpoint and the smaller footprint of the sharp? That makes sense, doesn't it, that it could help avoid those puckers. And look at these two nylon wind jackets. This puckered one used the same stabilizer as this nice flat smooth one, but and same design, because it's my design. The only difference is that a ballpoint needle was used here, a sharp point needle was used here. I think that's enough said, don't you? Here's another example of something I did with my initials in 10-inch letters, and it's absolutely beautiful with just a tearaway stabilizer, okay? And beautiful Kingstar metallic thread. Love that. So another thing that can happen is you can be using an improper design. So I've just got one example to show you here. On this sheer fabric that has this paisley design, that paisley design was actually edited from this original down to this one for sheer fabric, so that a lot of detail was eliminated, eliminating stitches and stress on the fabric. It did not need all this inner fill, didn't need these details, and it came out for the better and without puckers. Also, you might want to avoid wide satin stitches on lightweight fabric so that it doesn't bunch at the end of those stitches. But now let's talk about a holding method. And we should remember we need to hold all layers. So I just want to mention that a lot of people do onesies on sticky stabilizer. I only use it when it's absolutely necessary for knits. And if I do need to use it, I add a supplemental stabilizer beneath, just like I showed you a few minutes ago with the cinch bag. So here is how we want to, I believe that onesies are best done hooped in a traditional 2-ring hoop. So what I do is I slide my hoop up inside with a cutaway stabilizer, which is correct. And in this case, I'm using no-show. And then I line it all up and I trap the top edge of my shirt and stabilizer with the top edge of the hoop, and then pull lightly downward and then insert the bottom edge of the hoop. And lastly, recess that hoop to give it a nice taut hooping. And then always check the back to make sure that stabilizer is all the way in the hoop, because nothing creates puckers like only partially hooping. And then I run my finger lightly across the surface and make sure that the fabric's not bunching up ahead of my finger, which I call snow plowing. In that case, that means that fabric is not all the way, that fabric doesn't have enough tension. So then we just load it in the machine and go. Lastly, I just want to talk a moment about how I handle shears. And you see this beautiful sheer fabric, a handkerchief, very lightweight, even show through. A lot of people have difficulty with this, but one tip is to use Sullivan's Fabric Stabilizer and Stay Perfect Sew and Heat. So just hoop 2 layers, spray it first with the Sullivan's, make it nice and firm, then hoop it with 2 layers of Stay Perfect Sew and Heat, and it does not show through that sheer hanky. So after you hoop it, remove and stitch it, remove those 2 layers, and you'll get a beautiful pucker-free result. And then you can just iron that remaining bits away. Isn't that a beautiful project? And no puckers. Lastly, I just want to remind you that on that handkerchief, I'm using a 60 weight thread because that's putting less stress on that lightweight fabric. So Director, I think we're finished with the slideshow, and I can come back and join you. Hi, everyone. So I hope that's a good tip for you. Also, I told you I'd give you one tip about those quilting cottons. And, you know, sometimes if you're really struggling with it, there's nothing wrong with bonding some 101 from Pellon to the back, or maybe some Fuse So Soft or something like that. Also, if you get puckers and on a knit and you're already done with the project, here's one final tip for you how to remove those puckers. If they're slight and it's on a knit, you can put that on an ironing board, lightly pull out those puckers, and iron a piece of Stay Perfect Fuse So Soft on the back. And that will keep those puckers held out for the life of that garment, because that Fuse So Soft has a very fairly permanent bond to that knit fabric, and it won't let those puckers come back as long as they're slight and it's a knit. So that's how I prevent puckers and how I correct them sometimes when needed, Jane.
Deborah, that was an amazing demonstration tutorial. I mean, everyone's raving about it. In fact, everyone wants to know, where can I rewatch this? I'm taking pictures of the screen. I'm trying to screen record. You can watch all the videos again on the Sewing Machines Plus Facebook page or Sewing Machines Plus YouTube page. So don't worry, you can rewatch it because we're all going to go back, Deborah. It was fantastic. Here's a question for you. A couple of them, I was taking notes as you were going. Is more stabilizer better than less?
No, in fact, I believe that we shouldn't overwhelm the fabric using heavier stabilizer than the fabric. So it's more a choice of choosing the correct stabilizer for that fabric. So I dislike seeing multiple layers of cutaway because most often it's unnecessary.
And if it puckers, do you need to redo the previous stitching?
Well, I'm not sure how she means to redo it, but if it puckers, I would take some corrective action and yes, restitch, because, you know, it's not going to change unless you do something differently, Jane.
Very good. And what about letters for quilt labels? What should
oh, yes. And that gets to that one of those last slides I had, and that is use that 60 weight thread, use a sharp point needle. I can't stress enough how important that sharp point needle is. And most of us use a 7511 light ballpoint. That's what we use, and nothing wrong with that. But on those quilt labels, a smaller blade, smaller point size, and smaller thread type is going to give you a beautiful result.
And is there a certain size then? If it's not 7511, that was one of the questions.
You know, Jane, we say 65.9, but I'll tell you a secret. I use a 70-10 because I am have a little difficulty threading that 65.9. You're going to get just as pretty a result with a 70. Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, does the tearaway stabilizer always have to be hooped, or can it be floated underneath the hoop and fabric?
Great question. And it can be either. You know, hooping a firm tearaway is kind of like hooping paper, but I generally hoop one layer, and if more are needed, I will float them under the hoop. You bet.
Amazing, amazing presentation. Deborah Jones, thank you so much for joining us on Hoop Fest. I know everybody is like, I'm going to go check out my stabilizer drawer right now and see what I have.
Well, that Stay Perfect from Sewing Machines Plus is great. And I just want to remind everybody, you can also see me at my Embroidery Mentor Facebook page or the Dime Facebook, the Designs and Machine Embroidery Facebook page.
Fantastic, Deborah. Thank you so much for all of your great information. Okay. Wow, that was great. Okay. Whew, this is a great day, day 2 of Hoop Fest. I'm going to bring Blaine back in because we are going to keep things moving along with more presentations and more education. Blaine, wow, come on.
Man, I tell you, Deborah is such, wealth of knowledge. It's crazy how much knowledge she has. But hey, coming up next, hey, Jane, we have got a treat for you. We have Amber Bingham, Bingham Bliss coming in, and she's going to demonstrate the SWF 12 needle. And guys, the reason I'm bringing Amber in, a lot of y'all probably don't know who she is. She is she designs and makes all her own baby clothes handmade and sells them on Etsy and on her own website. And she was one of our customers. She ended up, first of all, she bought a 10 needle FOF machine from us. Then she bought an SWF, and then she got a second SWF 12 needle. And so I thought, who better than just a regular customer like you are out there to come on and talk about why she bought a 12 needle and let us know a little bit about the 12 needle. So welcome to the show, Amber.
Hi guys, I'm back again.
How are you this morning?
I'm good. I'm ready to teach you guys the other stuff about the machine that I didn't get to yesterday because it went by so fast.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be here all week. You're going to be here every day at the same time slot talking about the 12 needle. So I'm ready to and excited to hear about what you're going to do today. So take it away.
Perfect. Thank you. So welcome back, everybody. If you don't know who I am, my name is Amber Bingham. And like Blaine said, I do have my own Etsy shop and my own website, Bingham Bliss, at Etsy or SewingMachinesPlus.com. I do have 2 multi-needles. It's the SWF 12 needle. And I do have a FOF that he said 10 needle. But today we're going to be talking about the 12 needle, the SWF. And yesterday I kind of just did a brief overview of the interface of it. And I got cut off because time went by so fast. So today I'm going to try to just go over the few icons that I didn't get to go over yesterday as fast as I can. And then we're also I'm going to show you all the hoops. I'm going to show you the hat hoop. And if I have time, I'm going to try to thread some for you. So I have a lot of questions about threading, and I consistently get asked about the threading. So I was just going to go over maybe one needle and show you guys how I actually thread it. And it's the same way throughout the whole machine. And then I was going to go over some questions that I had seen yesterday that I didn't get to. And hopefully I can make it in the time that I have. So I'm going to switch cameras now so that you guys can see the screen. Give me 1 second. I'm doing this by myself. So let's see if this works. Oh, wrong camera. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see that. Okay. So yesterday my machine was kind of giving me a hard time. I don't know what it was doing and I couldn't figure it out, but today I'm going to show you. I wanted to show you when I first set it up for a design. Say you have something that you want to do, a shirt or a blanket or anything like that. I was going to show you how I just pull it up and run it just from the get-go. So as you can see, this is how you turn the machine on and it starts. Down here, you can see these icons down here. I will be going over this. This icon right here is called the, what is this one called? It's the smart embroidery feature on this machine where you can hand draw on it and it will automatically stitch it out for you or turn it into an embroidery status. So let's back up a second. I'm going to show you how I'm going to load this design. I usually load it on a USB drive. And you will see as soon as I put this in the machine, the icon for the USB down here will turn yellow. So hopefully you guys can see that. I'm not going to use that because I've already loaded it. But if you were going to use it, you can just click on your USB and whatever folder you saved it as, and then you can choose your design. But for this instance, I'm just going to go into my designs I already have on my computer system. And I'm going to highlight it and you'll see it turn blue when you click on it. And all you're going to do is click this check mark button down here. So this is what I do every day when I have an order, pull up my design, click the check mark button. And on here, you'll see these save icons down here. I always just load it because I'm not going to save it on my machine unless it doesn't have a name like this one. So this one is saved on my machine because I do this one over and over again, but a lot of times I do personalization like names and numbers, so I won't save it. But if you want to save it, you would click this save button down here with the disk and the load button. But I'm just going to hit the load because it's already saved. So it'll recalibrate for me, and this is what it's supposed to look like. That's what I was going to show you yesterday. So it's acting good today. Okay, so now as you can see, I've loaded my design, and I already went through all these icons yesterday. I don't have time to do that today, but the good thing about this is you can go back and rewatch. So the next thing I wanted to show you on here is that you can see your position on your frame, and this is where you would go to trace it out and start your design. So again, I'm not going to be able to go over all those things with you. I did want to let you guys know I had a question on this feature right here. It's the O. I'm not exactly what the O means, but I do know that it's for applique. If you want to pull your frame out, you can use either the arrows on the machine or the arrows on the side. Either one work the same. Again, you can adjust your speed just by pushing either button. It goes from high, medium, and low. And then make sure if you use that function that you, if you use the arrow buttons, you have to press the O. Otherwise, your applique will be off center and it will be all messed up. So you have to start over. So if you use that button, make sure you press it again before you restart your design. So that was another button that I wanted to go over with you guys. You're ready to go. So you just hit the start button. So that's how I load my designs every day. I go through these icons down here. I set my colors, my needle numbers, all that good stuff. But I went over that yesterday. So the other button I wanted to show you guys is this icon down here. This is the Smart Embroidery feature. And I know Blaine went over it very briefly with you guys yesterday, and I just wanted to quickly show you like how it works. So if you click on that button, you'll see this screen. This is where you can hand draw, you can write something like hand lettering, you can pull up pictures, which is this down here. If you save it on your USB, make sure you do transparent background. I believe you do like a PNG on here. I haven't actually personally use this feature. This is something that I want to go more in depth with my business. I just haven't gotten there yet. But I just wanted to show you my knowledge on what I know about it. So I've messed with it a little bit, and I know that this one, the ratio makes it larger. And again, if you have bad eyes like I do, that's a very nice feature because you can kind of blow it up a little bit. Same thing right here. These are just magnifying glasses. If you want it even larger or less large, you can do that. So those are just like little features right here. If you want to draw something on the screen, all you're going to do is click this paintbrush. Now, I do have to let you know that as soon as you pick up your finger or your stylus, whatever you're using to draw on the machine, it counts that as basically a step. So I will show you an example. If I do a heart, you have to choose your color. And I believe you can change the colors in here. Again, I'm not too sure about that yet, but let me just show you an example. So usually a heart you draw with one step and then another, but see how it like took away the colors? It's thinking that that's my design. So you can either click on it and delete it, or you can just make it as like one big heart. You can draw it in as like a fill stitch. Whatever you want to do with it, I mean, it's endless. You can do whatever you want on it. Draw your picture. So delete that. I'm going to show you another one that you can do. So you always have to click the paintbrush and choose. It'll stay on the color that you first chose. But say I want to do a smiley face. So I'm going to do one. I have to click my paintbrush, do another, click my paintbrush, and do another. So this smiley face looks very simple, but it's actually 3 different steps. So this is where you can go, say this is the design I want to use. You're going to click the arrow button over here, and that's just where it's placed on there. Don't worry about that. You can move it. You're going to see an X button that doesn't mean anything bad. You're just going to click it. That means it's loading it. And if you saw up on the top, it said convert to stitch. I moved too fast on that. But up in the top where it says design, in the previous screen, it said convert to stitches. And that means it's automatically converting that smiley face into a stitch. So if you click on that, you can load it just the way that I did with my rainbow. So there you go. And you can see it converted it to stitches. Again, I'm completely open book, honest with you guys. I haven't really messed with this feature yet. So I'm pretty sure there has to be a way to like move it around and do whatever you want to do with it. I haven't learned that yet. So as soon as I learn that, I will show you guys. Absolutely. But you can go into your hoop and position. You can change your hoop size in it, basically just like any design that you would normally make for a t-shirt or anything else that you're wanting to do for a project. Okay, so hopefully that explains a little bit about that. And I'm going to go back to this one and load it back up again. So this is what I wanted to show you guys on that the screen yesterday that wasn't working for me. My design's up here, you can see it. So now it's going to show you on this screen. It wasn't popping up yesterday, but you'll be able to tell, again, you can't edit in this screen, but you'll be able to see how many stitches are for this actual design. You'll be able to see how big the design is right here, your X and Y scales, and they're at 100% from what I saved it on my computer. So you can edit that in this interface on a different icon. And then you can see that it has 6 color changes. And I'm not exactly sure what this one means. Again, I'm self-taught, so I'm just showing you guys my knowledge that I have on the machine. I had another question. I'm probably talking so fast and I apologize. I just don't have much time on here. But I did want to announce that this does have a laser. Somebody asked if it had a laser, and it does. So I have 2 of these machines, as you guys all know, and one of the lasers is perfectly on point. The other laser, I've been having to adjust it a little bit, but a way around that, I wanted to give you guys a quick tip on that. If you're having some issues or lining up with your laser light, I'm going to pull up actually my other design that I had because it's easier to show you guys on that. So I'm going to load this one really quick on here and give you guys a quick example on the laser. So if you go to your frame and you go to position, and you see it's completely even around all edges. If it was off like this, and you know you only have a little bit, and your laser is like way off on here, and you know you're going to hit your hoop, and you come into this position icon, you know your design is off center, so it will hit. But what I've learned is that this is the C button where it's going to center it again. You just press C. Hit it okay, it's going to recalibrate. Now it's perfectly center again. So if my laser light say it was perfect on the bottom row, perfect on the side row, but I didn't really see it on the top row, my laser light might be just unaligned a little bit and you have to fix it. But if you go into here and you know that it's exactly perfect on here, you're going to be fine. So don't be scared about if your laser is off. Just make sure you come in here and know that it's okay. So that was one of the questions I had. Another question I had was, does it pick up where it left off? So I believe that question was going off of, let me see here. If you press the O when you're doing applique. And yes, the answer is yes to that. As long as you press the O button before you start your application again, you have to press that O button and it'll start exactly where it left off. So say I'm in the middle, let's go to, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, hold on one second. Let's go to float. So I'm actually not doing this design, so this is the only way I can show you. But say we're 10,000 stitches in, right? But and pretend this is an applique. I can basically pull my hoop out a little bit. Say I pulled it out to cut my applique out, right? Now you're putting your hoop back in and you need to start it back from where your hoop was or your frame was before you took it out. All you do is hit this button right here and it just says, do you want to start in the origin of where you took or where you slid your hoop back out. You're going to hit OK. It's going back to your origin spot. So that's the example. You have to hit that O button and press the start button, and it'll go right back to where you took it out from. So hopefully that answers that question. And I am going to actually move on over to the hoops, because I think I went over all the questions that you guys had, and a lot of people wanted to see hoops. So I'm actually going to switch cameras really quick and go on over there so I can show you guys those. And hopefully that light isn't so bright that you can't see me. Give me 1 second. Okay, hi guys, hopefully you can see me because I can't see my camera. So I wanted to go over all these. These are all the hoops that the machine comes with, which is incredible. Know that every hoop, you get 2 of them. So every size comes with 2 hoops. So you get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of just regular hoops. You get 2 rectangle, basically. It's a 14 by 9. This is the biggest one it comes with. I believe the embroidery filled on the machine is a 13 by 8. But these are the big hoops. You get 2 of them. I have them labeled so that you guys can know the exact size. You get 2 of these, and I don't have both of them out just because of room, but this is a 9.4 by 9.4. So these hoops are really good for, say you don't have any other hoops, you just use the ones that your machine comes with. These can do like any children's shirts, anything that I do for my business, I can use this hoop for. This is a very good standard size. And then moving on to the round hoops, the biggest one that comes with it is a 7-inch round hoop, which is a pretty good size. The next one down is a 5.9. So you can do like left chest logos with this. You can do, if people want it on the back of their shirt, little one, it's a 4.inch one, which you can also do onesies with, or like the back of hats with this one. You can, I mean, you just have to use your imagination, but come on, 10 hoops, that's crazy. Moving on to the hat hoop. So when you pick this thing up, and by the way, you also get 2 of these as well. You get 1 frame, and then have an additional hat hoop while you're waiting, which is outstanding. I'm in the process of adding hats to my shop for children because I thought it would be really cute for them to add to their birthday ensemble. So I am trying to perfect my hat skills. But make sure when you hold this, it does roll. So be very careful. I either pick it up by this right here. I put my hand through the hole. Most of the time, I pick it up from the back underneath here because, again, you will pinch your fingers. So be careful. It rolls. So you get one of these. The really, really nice thing about this specific hat frame is that it's just a click. You don't have to take anything off your machine. You can literally just load and go. So I'm actually going to show you guys how I load it on the machine. That feature on it, the labels on here this way into. It's the wrong way for you guys, so I'll show you the way that it goes for every time. I'm putting it in the right way. And you just snap it in and it goes straight into the machine. You'll see a little hole right here. And underneath our machine, there's a little like beam that you stick through that little hole. And that's how you know you've lined it up correctly. So it's super easy. You just put the arm of the machine, the embroidery arm right through here, and it snaps right in. And again, you get one of these that you can put on your table. I don't use hats every day, so I don't keep it on my table. But this is just simple. You just use this and snap it on just like any other hat hoop, hat frame, the cap driver. They all basically come with the same pieces. But the one thing I love about this one is that you can literally just snap it in and go. So I am actually going to go back over to my other camera so I can show you guys how to load it into the machine. So give me 1 second while I go do that. I know a lot of you guys have asked how to do that. So today is kind of a show and tell kind of day. So let me get that situated really fast. Move this back around so you guys can see. Switch cameras here. Okay, hopefully you guys can see that. Let me move it around a tiny bit. And then I'm actually going to show you guys how to thread needle number 12 on this machine after I get done with this, if we have enough time. Okay, so I'm going to make sure you guys can see this. Okay, so here's the cap frame. And as you can see, I have my arrows. So I need to turn it around. Again, be very careful because it does roll and you can pinch your fingers. So I just hold it in between here when I go to put it in, and I stick this, I call it like the bullet. You stick it through the hole right there, and as long as you know that that is lined up, then you're good to go. It's easier if you roll it into the middle so that you can line it up correctly. Just make sure you have the top of your frame up under your clips right here. And then I just go underneath and make sure it's lined up with that. And watch, guys. It just snaps right in place. So that is like super, super awesome on this machine, because a lot of other machines, I know with my FAF, I have to unscrew the frame and actually attach the cap frame to it if I want to make hats. And this one just snaps in. So a lot of people like that feature if you do have like a hat business. So that is a top quality on this machine. I'm going to move the camera a little bit so that you guys can see kind of what I'm talking about when I'm framing or when I'm threading. So let's see, how do I do this so you can see? Not sure if that's a good angle. Sorry guys, I'm doing this by myself, so I'm trying to get the best angle for you. Okay, so what I'm actually gonna do is I am going to unthread my black. I'm gonna cut it off right here. And don't ever pull up because you don't want the fibers of your thread to be stuck in there. So I'm just gonna pull it out of here so I can show you guys how to rethread. Normally, if you would change a color, you would tie it off in the very back of your thread. So I'm going to keep this black on here, so I'm not going to undo this. But one tip that I would give you guys, I'm just going to check that angle so you guys can see. Okay. If you don't have something like this, let me show you. It's just a tiny like wire. And if you fold the end like this will help you so much if you have a multi-needle with these like, what do they call these? These tubes. So if you take the tube off like this, you can just stick this through the tube and grab the thread and pull it through. So if you don't have something like that, you can make one. Just get a wire and make it. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. You're going to take your thread and put it through the back of this right here. Oh, my hand is shaking. There we go. Attach your tube back on here. It just kind of like rolls on there. So just roll it on there. It's really hard with a camera in my face. Okay, so this little guy right here, if you lift it up, you can see there's a slit right here. So this machine has a slit on the left side. My other machine has a slit on the right side. It doesn't matter, you thread them the same way. So you're gonna make sure you hear a click so that you can hear that click, pull it through. And then I go down the right side of this wheel right here, and my golden ticket that I've noticed is wrapping it around twice on this white one. If I have it done wrapped around once, it doesn't do as well. So I always have every single one of these is wrapped around 2 times. And a lot of times if I do have a difficult project and I notice that it's not catching or something, I always check this. Sometimes it has loosened and it's only wrapped around once. So as soon as I make it twice, it's perfect again. And then you go back down, everything's on the right side. So you wrap it around again. This one I do 1.5 times. So I'm doing 1, go up halfway, and then come down this little wire right here. So you'll see right here, you can pull it. It's just not too tight. You click it under this little clip right here. You'll have 2 of those, and you just follow it down. It's the same on every single needle number, whether it's in front or like on the side. It just, they had to make room because there's so many needles. Okay, let me see if I can get more in front here so you can see this. Okay, so now that we've done the top part right here, all you're gonna do, I know this machine looks crazy to thread, but it's actually super, super easy. You're gonna put it down this first hole, and you're just gonna go straight down. And there's 3 holes right here. Hopefully you guys, let me see if you can see that. Right here, there's 3 holes. Each number has 3 of them. So you're gonna go down 1, around the back of this silver bar, and then you're gonna go up. And then you're just gonna pull it straight up and wrap it through the lever like you would any other machine. I'm sorry. I messed up, guys, because this was in the way. What did I do? It got caught right here. Give me 1 sec, sorry. Okay, back up. Go down this one. Why does it keep getting caught over there? Oh, I pulled it out. See, you guys? Things happen. So, you go down here, up, so down, up, through the hole. My hands are probably all in the way. I'm so sorry. This is really hard in front of a camera. Back down the back one. So again, everything starts on the right side. So you're going to start with the back right hole, coming up through the front hole, up through this lever, and then back down the back hole. Bring it all the way down to where your needle hole is. And that's all you do to, and then you have to obviously click it behind the little hook by the needle, and then you just thread it. And that's all you do for threading. It's a lot more simple than it just was. I promise you. It's just doing it in front of a camera is kind of hard. But I think I'm out of time. Do you guys have any questions, like besides what I answered today?
Well, hey, Amber, what we'll do, since you're going to be on here every day this week, if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask them, and then we'll try to make sure we incorporate them into the demonstration for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you'll be on
That's
the
what I
same
try
time
to
tomorrow.
do today.
And great job again on that. I love the fact that you're one of our customers, that you've used this for your own business, and it just proves that this is a great machine. And I'm going to tell everybody now how they can get this. And thank you so much, Amber. And we'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Okay.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
All right, guys. So right now we are talking about the SWF MAS 12 needle embroidery machine. And guys, this is such a great machine. And again, if I just told you the regular price on it, you're going to be blown away at $9,999. It is a bargain at that price for all the things that you're getting with this. But not only is that a great price, but we're going to beat that price. We actually have a Hoop Fest special on it this week. And again, guys, if you've been in the market for a multi-needle machine, don't delay. This is the one to get. I'll tell you, this thing is such a good buy with all you're getting. Again, some of the specification on it is a 12 needle. the maximum embroidery field on it is a 13x8 embroidery field. It has that huge touch screen, LCD screen, and that's one of the things Amber says. It's like watching TV. It's a 10.4-inch TV. It has a USB port on it, so you can import designs in it. It has the ability to do what they call a LAN port for networking. So that means you could take a Cat5 cable, you can connect up to, I think, 200 machines with this thing. And so you could, if you wanted to have a small business and have 4 or 5 machines, you could connect them all together. Extremely easy. SWF, if you don't know about SWF, they are an industrial commercial company. They basically make the big multi-head machines that you see on the market at some of these big embroidery shops. That's what they specialize in. But what they've done now is come out with a consumer pro model, as they call it, for the home user. So if you wanted an embroidery machine, if you want to start a home-based business, this is a great, great machine to have. It uses the needle type as a DBX K5 needles. Its embroidery is up to 1,000 stitches per minute, has a great LED lighting package on it. And again, guys, one of my favorite features of this, it will actually digitize on the screen in the embroidery machine. So basically, if you wanted to draw your own drawing, it'll digitize that on the screen, and then you can stitch it out. If you have a grandchild and you wanted to trace their hand on the screen, you could trace their hand, it'll digitize that drawing and stitch it out. So there's so many possibilities that you can do with that function alone. If you had a photo of somebody, it has the photo stitch capability in it that'll digitize that photo, and then you can actually embroidery the photo out. So the picture, I tell you, I've seen the pictures of it, and it actually looks like a photograph from the distance. It does such a good job with it. The stitch quality on this is unmatched. It does 40 million stitch memory, 400 design slots. So again, you know, I think yesterday we were talking about that, and I mean, that's impressive, you know, with itself. And I think, you know, we were talking about the 15 needle yesterday, and Dylan from SWF said he said if somebody could fill that out, he would just be impressed by that. So that it has a tremendous amount of, you know, capability of memory. The dimensions of this, guys, it comes in an extremely small footprint. It is 32.29 inches, so just a little over 32 inches wide. It's going to be 34.25 inches deep. So guys, I mean, we're talking about basically a 3 foot by 3 foot area is all this is going to take up. And then it's about 30 inches tall all the way up to the thread mask up there. So great. Has a unmatched warranty on this, guys. It has a 7-year manufacturer's warranty, 7 years on all the pulleys, shaft, drive cables, all that, 2 years on electrical components, and then it has a 1-year warranty on the cap frame. Now, speaking of the cap driver and the cap frames, the driver comes with this. We're going to throw in the cap driver and 2 frames absolutely free, along with the stand to sit it on. So you're going to get the stand and the cap driver absolutely free with this. Now, the most impressive thing you're going to hear about this now is actually the hoops on this. Now, the hoops on this, we are going to give you a ton of hoops. You're basically going to walk away with this. You're going to get the round hoops. You're going to get a 4.7-inch round hoop. You're going to get a 5.9-inch round hoop, a 7-inch round hoop. Then we're going to go to a 9.4 by 9.4-inch square hoop. And then you're going to get a 14-inch by 9-inch rectangle hoop. So you're getting those 5 hoop sizes right there. And then guess what we're going to do? We're going to give you 2 of each. So that's going to give you a total of 10 hoops right there. Plus, we're going to give you 2 hat frames, cap frames, for a total of 12 frames altogether, along with that cap driver and the stand. And guys, we're going to ship it absolutely free to you, nationwide, right to your doorstep. And we offer some Synchrony financing all the way up to 60 months at 0% interest. So guys, I'm telling you what, if you've been in the market for an embroidery machine, I mean, for a 12 needle at the price that we're giving it to you on Hoop Fest, this is going to be the machine that you want to get. It is an incredible machine, and the quality is unmatched on this. I'm telling you, the quality of the embroidery, I'm so impressed with it, and I need to bring a jacket in. I've got a jacket that we did the whole back of on it, and I need to bring it in and let y'all see it. It is absolutely gorgeous how well the quality is on this. And maybe I'll do that tomorrow, and I'll bring the jacket in and show you on the air. But guys, again, this is the SWF MAS 12 needle embroidery machine. And, you know, again, I can't say enough about it. It is such a good machine. And, but anyway, if you need to give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 to place your order. If you want to go and look at it on the website, you can actually just go to smplive.tv, and it'll take you right to the live broadcast page. You can see the products that are on the show, today's show. Find the SWF 12 needle. Just all you have to do is click on the picture. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. We also have live chat agents that will be on the website that actually answer your questions and take your orders well and give you the pricing. But again, guys, a great price on this today, and they are going fast. I tell you that. So anyway, guys, let's move on. We're going to keep going on now. We've got, great presenter coming up next. We have Luann Hester and, or Hartley, Luann Hartley from Juki. She is the national educator for Juki, and we love Luann. She's based out of North Carolina over there. And today, man, we have got a treat for you as well. We are going to talk about that Juki Ricoh printer. It's the direct-to-garment printer. And guys, this is another one of those products. If you don't have it in your sewing room, you are missing out. This thing is incredible, all the things you can do with it. Not only can you incorporate it in with your embroidery designs, you can do it with your quilt designs. There's so many things you can do. So welcome to the show, Luann.
Luann was here just a minute ago, but she is not here now. So
okay, so Luann, she probably got disconnected. She's probably going to be connecting back. Let's bring, I guess Jane's not on either, is she?
No, it doesn't.
All right, so we'll just talk a little bit about the Ricoh printer. So I know
there's Luann.
Luann's back.
She's back.
Okay, so
Bring
we got
her on.
Luann back. So Luann, welcome to the show.
Hi, my computer battery died right when I got ready to come on. So you gotta love live.
I was getting ready to start trying to tell jokes, Luann, so you saved me.
Hey, at least it can't. Sometimes it waits 5 minutes. But anyway, glad to be back today. Let me get my computer so it's
We're glad
not doing all of its automated things.
We're super excited about this.
It turned off again.
Oh, she turned off again.
Yep.
We're super excited for Luann to show us about that Ricoh printer. And again, guys, we had Luann on the show, our regular Thursday show that we do a few weeks ago, and she showed how you can incorporate that with embroidery, use the same designs, and it was just absolutely great what she did. She actually printed some things out with the Ricoh printer and then came back and highlighted it with embroidery. So you can do these very unique designs with it, and that's what's so awesome about this. And guys, again, that Ricoh printer, let me tell you, Kyle, we can go ahead and put the overlay up, and we'll do some overlay stuff while she's working on that.
She just came back. You can.
Without touching anything else. Let me start my presentation. I won't touch anything else, okay?
Luann, do not touch your computer. All right,
or anything else, because my boards are fine.
So get started.
Okay, so hello. So today we're going to talk about the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. And it's exactly what it says it is. You can print your garments, your fabrics. If you want to print your quilting fabrics, you can do all of that with this printer. We've printed many different fabrics. We've done cotton, we've done poly cotton, we've printed satin, we've even printed lycra. So if you wanted to enhance a bathing suit or enhance a child's bathing suit, this printer is going to print on a lot of different types of fabrics. And if you look at it, you'll see it's a compact. This is your printer, and this is your finisher. This is the heat set finisher that's going to finish those inks. So this is going to be completely machine washable and wearable. It's easy to set up. You take your finisher out of the box, you take your printer out of the box, and you set it on top of the finisher. There's no screws, there's nothing. And you're ready to get started with your printing. And this printer uses, the inks that it uses are the water-based textile inks. And what that means is, if you look at this kind of looks like your printer that you use every day for documents, for printing your Word documents. They're just a lot larger. So you're going to get a lot of prints out of this. And one of the things people ask is, well, how many prints am I going to get? That's going to depend on what you print. If you print big things and you have a lot of colors and use a lot of ink, you're going to get less prints. If you just print simple things, you're going to get a lot more. I'm going to tell you, I have used the same print cartridges ever since I've gotten my printer, which is over a year ago. I am still not gone through my print cartridges, and I print a lot of stuff because I'm doing samples, I'm doing a lot of education things, and I'm doing a lot of test things. So I'm still using those. So we say you get between 800 and 1,000 prints out of a print cartridge. So, you know, that's going to vary. The other thing with these being water-based is the ink is actually going to print into the fibers of the fabric. So you're going to get a very soft feel. With the other printers that use the white ink, what it does is it prints the white ink first, and then it prints the colored ink on top of the white ink. And that's why you see the real heavy type feel on the shirts and things that you buy. But this is directly into the fabric. It's very soft. So if you're going to do this for children or babies, it's going to be very nice for them to wear. And it is completely machine washable and wearable. So it comes with software, and I'm going to show you a little bit about the software. That's where you're going to design what you're going to print, and the software has a lot of designs and fonts built into it. But how do we transfer our fabric into the printer? So this is called a platen. And I'm going to bring this up a little bit. This is actually where we are going to load our fabric in just a minute. But if you look on here, there are registration marks. Mine's pretty well used, so it's hard to see. There's an R here and an R here. And that's going to show you where to put the neck of your t-shirt if you're going to print landscape or portrait. And I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that in just a minute. Put this board back up here. So we also have an optional platen, and the optional one is a smaller one. So if you want to do onesies or socks or anything small or mask, you know, some people are still wearing their mask. This is an optional platen that you can get, so you can do the smaller things on here. So let me open the software and show you how to go about getting your design over to the printer. So I'm going to go into Advanced Designer, and I can go in here and tell it what kind of fabric I'm working on. Am I working on a heavy fabric, a sweatshirt, a t-shirt? And that's going to determine how much ink it actually puts into the garment. I can do it thin or normal, portrait or landscape. So if I want to do a landscape, it'll change the orientation of the way I'm going to put it in. But today I'm going to actually do a portrait and touch OK. And there's my design screen. Now, the beauty of this is you can pull an image anywhere you want. When I go up here to import image, I can go into my computer and pull my pictures. I can use a USB stick. I can even just plug my phone into the computer and pull a photo straight from my phone and have it to stitch out. And I've done a couple of those on some samples today. So it's very easy to pick where you're going to pull your design from. Well, now we're going to go select our design. And I actually have mine on a USB stick, so I'm going to select that and open it. And it's going to pull my design in. And so there's my design. But you know what? I think I'm going to print this landscape because I want this to show up really big. This is an 8.5 by 11 inch area that I have to work in. So all I have to do is go back up to my garment type and select landscape. And now I've changed it. I can resize this. So all I have to do is pull these handles and resize it. I can change the contrast, the brightness. I can also go in and add fonts or lettering. If I go to text, over here I have built-in fonts. So I can actually select these, change the color of the fonts. I can do all of that and bring it into the screen. But today we're not going to use text. We're just going to, we're ready to send this over and print it. The other nice thing about this is you can actually go into your paint program, your Word, your paint program, and you can pull in all of those fonts. and design from that program and then send that over here and print it as well. So it's really a versatile machine and software, and you can use a lot of different things to get just the exact look you want. So we're ready to print, and I'm just going to hit print, and I've already got it ready in the here. So let's load our fabric. So I'm going to print on a t-shirt, and I'm going to go, I went ahead and did my crosshair markings on my shirt to know where I want to place this on my platen. And remember, I do have my marks, my crosshairs here that I can line this up with. And I've actually used a 2X sweatshirt to put in here. So I'm going to lift this up. My registration mark is over here because I selected landscape. So I'm just going to lay my t-shirt right here, line up those lines. And it's easy to line these up because those lines run all the way across, and I can just lift this shirt up, set that where I want it. Make sure all of that is on there straight, and it is. So I'm just going to flatten this down, and I'm going to tuck all of this inside here. And this is where I said I actually did a 2X sweatshirt. So I've got all that tucked in here. And then I'm just going to pull this down and let me get my finisher back to heating up again. Make sure there's nothing sticking out of the side. And I actually have this now, it's ready. So we're going to set it in here. And we're going to press start. And it's going to put it into the printer and start its printing. Now, it also senses thicknesses of your fabrics and all, so sometimes it'll tell you to put that tray down some. So it does everything for you to make your printing successful. So this is printing, and what it is, I'll show you a few things, and then we're going to set it into the finisher down here and heat set it. It doesn't take very long to print at all. So if you're wanting to, again, like supplement your income or start a business, man, you can knock these things out really quick. And if you want, you can get an optional platen so that you have one printing and one ready to go. You know, a lot of people do memory quilts, and that's what this is up here. The boat in the center is a photo, and I actually did the fabric. I actually used a background print, a graphic, I'll show it right here, and printed it. It was just a graphic that I got on the internet, and I printed my own custom fabric for this. I don't mind going to a quilt store, but I don't really need any more fabric, and I actually needed just a little piece to match this. So it was nice that I could just print on a piece of cotton fabric, and I have my quilting fabric. And the other thing that I like is I can also enhance my fabric. So I had a fabric here that I liked, but it was kind of plain. So I wanted to add something to it. So I actually took the fabric and put it in the printer and added all of this wording to it. So you can kind of see these are all the built-in fonts, and you can enlarge and reduce these any size you want. You saw how I enlarged the design we're printing. You can do the same with your fonts. And now I have fabric that I used in my placemats. So it's right here. It was a nice transition. I put it here too. So I love being able to customize my own quilting fabrics. That's one of the things I really like about the printer. So this is printed. There it is. We're going to take it out and we're going to put it in the finisher. All we have to do is open this. I'm trying to do it beside the camera. Place this in here. Pull the lever over. It's going to take 3 minutes, and then we're going to do another 30 seconds to actually press it and to press it into the fibers. So the other thing you can do, you know, I was looking on the Etsy shops, and a lot of people are doing the flags over here that you can see and putting them and selling them in their Etsy shop. So I did the same thing. That material is a polyester, very silky material. It's not a cotton or a canvas. It's very, very silky. But if you can see how nicely that printed on there as well. Some other things that I've done, just a little onesie that has love on it. And children's clothes, if you want to enhance this, you can. You know, we can print a t-shirt or we can print a piece of fabric. And this is done on a t-shirt, but look at the little children, the little shorts. I actually added something on the shorts as well. So you can really customize. You could have come in here and put anything, any type of design on here you wanted to do. You know, the other thing is lettering, and I have some of those I'll show you later in the week. You know, a lot of times when you do embroidery and you do lettering, those letters don't come out very nice. As they get smaller, sometimes you get puckers and all of that. So lettering on the printer works really great. And later on in the week, I'm going to show you a lot of that type of stuff that you can do with the printer. So this is just about ready to go to the 30 seconds. Let me show you some other things. You know, a lot of people are still doing masks, especially if it's a business. And this is a mask for a company that I know. And I can create, a lot of them will do masks because they go in people's houses and stuff. And you don't always have to print on white fabric. You see, I printed on other colors here. Here's a pink shirt. And here is the shirt to go with the mask for the construction company. So you could go to your local businesses around and print shirts like this for them, a lot of them, and have a nice way you can supplement your income, get them done really, really fast. And the little onesies are fun to do. You know, we like to do things for children. So here's a little onesie. And here's a cute little shirt. And most of these graphics that I'm showing are graphics that I've actually gotten on the internet for free. And here's one I customized for a bag. Samantha Grace was born January the 16th of last year. So I could customize that. This was made for a really nice shower gift, or, you know, it could be for anything, and you can customize. And look at that beautiful lettering that is printed on here. All right, we got 30 more seconds over here, and it'll be ready to pull out. And who doesn't like animals? Here's my buddy. He's my sewing buddy. This is Montana, and I actually pulled this from my phone and did this straight on the t-shirt. Very easy to do. Just pull it in and hit print. Maybe you have a reunion coming up, or you have a reunion that's already passed and you want to actually make something for everybody. This was our reunion we had in 2021, so it's a nice way. You know, a lot of people take vacations and they want to make matching shirts to go to the vacations, especially if you're going to Disney. This would be a great way to do that and save you some money because you can do it yourself at home. All right, this is finished. So we're just going to pull this out. And here is my t-shirt all ready to put on and wear. And there's how easy it was to print this t-shirt. So I'm now ready for those barbecues that are coming up. Everything like that, and very soft. Again, I can't stress enough how soft this is. And we were talking a little bit about sweatshirts. Here's a couple of those that I did. So here's one. We took the photo from some of our marketing materials, and then the lettering is built into this software. And it's about time for Christmas in July. Can't believe it's already almost July. So again, this is a graphic that I got free from the internet. There's the Grinch. So you could actually put this on multiple things. There was no copyright or anything. You could use this for anything. And then the Merry Christmas, again, is the font that we have the option for. So that's a bit later on in the week. I have a lot more samples that I'm going to show you. But that's a little bit about the printer and the heat set finisher and the software that comes with it and the button that you get that comes with it. And you're all ready to start your own business or just do things for fun. So do we have questions on this?
Well, hey, Lou Ann, great job again on that. And yeah, there's a ton of questions always, and we'll probably, some of them I'll be able to answer with just the pricing and things. But I know you're going to be on here again with the Ricoh printer on Thursday the same time, and we can dive into a little bit more things on that and show some more samples. So we sure do appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I have more samples for you.
Sure do appreciate Juki being one of our sponsors. And again, we'll see you, I guess you're going to be back, is it tomorrow or Thursday?
I'm going to be back tomorrow. Well? I'm going to show you the Sai embroidery system and the Ricoh and how you can combine those two. Perfect. And do lettering and printing.
Okay, that's awesome, because that's what, I want everybody to see, because that's such a great thing, being able to use it, the embroidery in combination with that printer. So let me show you real quick how to get this, guys. And thanks so much, Lou Ann. Again, guys, this is the Juki, the Ricoh printer and a direct-to-garment printer. They call it the R100. And again, this thing, guys, is incredible. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the weight on it. The printer itself weighs about 50 pounds, and that finisher, which is the dryer down under it, is about 40 pounds. So you're not, and that's why they make it separate. So it's easily that one person can carry and handle it, but you're going to use it as a stacked configuration there. You don't have to, but it just makes it a lot more convenient, and it takes up a lot less room. Again, let me tell you a little bit about the dimensions. You can do 11.5 by 8 as what you can do as far as your printing. So if you can imagine a sheet of paper, again, that's what you're going to be able to do. Like a regular printer, you're going to be able to print 11 by 8 size on your garment. And again, the ink for this, everybody always asks, how long is the ink going to last? Well, again, that's one of those things where it's kind of like, your regular printer that you print at home with, your computer. The more things you print, the faster the ink goes out. So it's just kind of one of those things, and the more colors are involved. But the replacement cartridges are about $60. We do sell the replacement cartridges. They're just not on our website. And again, it's for restriction reasons. But if you need to get replacement, you can just give us a call and we can take your order that way. But you have to order them by phone from us to get the replacement cartridges. But I talked to one of the Ricoh reps a while back, and they were talking about high use on these. People are getting 200 or 300 t-shirts out before they're having to run out of ink. So that you're going to get a ton of printing out of this. And, it's just, it'll probably, if you're not using it a lot, it's going to last you over a year before you have to print anything, change the cartridges. We've been playing with this in-house a lot lately, and man, there's so many things you can do with that. So we're super excited. But guys, the regular price on this is $39.50. We're going to ship it free nationwide right for your doorstep. And we offer 3 different packages. You're going to get the Home Crafter Bundle, which is going to include the printer. You're going to get one of the platens that are included. Then the platen is what you actually wrap your shirt on. You're going to get all the ink cartridges. You're going to get 4 ink cartridges with the color. And then you're getting that, the AB USB. You're also, we have a package called the Business Startup Bundle. You're going to get again, you're getting that platen that comes with the printer. That's what you're going to wrap around it. You're also going to get included in the business startup, the dryer, which is, the dryer that's underneath that you're going to put on. And then all the ink cartridges. And then the professional bundle, you're basically going to get the R100, the platen that comes with it, the dryer that sits under it. And then you're going to get an extra platen so you can be loading up a shirt or something to print while one is actually printing. And then you can put that one in the dryer and put the other one up and be printing. So it's actually will help you in production if you want the professional. And then you're going to get an extra set of ink cartridges to go with it as well. So that's the professional bundle. 3 different bundles to choose from. Starting at price is $39.50. We have a Hoop Fest special on all 3 bundles. And again, guys, free shipping. We have 0% interest financing available. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can go right now to smplive.tv and you can find the product on the Ricoh printer on that page. All you have to do is click on that and it'll take you to the product page where you can read all the specifications about it and see all about it. And we have live chat agents that also can take your order that are standing by as well. Again, on that same page, smplive.tv, if you can't get through on the telephones, at the very top of the page, if you want to call back, there's a button you can hit to call back. You put your information in, give us your phone number, the product you're talking about, and again, we'll be able to call you back soon because it gets updated real time in the call center, and they'll be able to call you right back as soon as they get the information from you. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue the show. We hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. We have some tremendous educators that have been on, and some great products, some great product specials. But let's bring Jane Klaus back in. And
Hi, Wayne.
Jane,
How
are
you doing?
you?
I'm doing great.
Hey, it is, man, we're halfway through Hoop Fest, and it is going by fast, isn't it?
I can't believe it is halftime already. It's such a fun day. Such great products and ideas and people. And I love SMP Nation. They're so fun to chat with. And yes, Jane is wearing a zipper shirt because I am using zippers for fashion over function.
Well, you know, it's everybody loves your change of the outfits. We love your stuff. And you know, one thing I've always noticed about you, you always repurpose so many things and make so many cool clothes out of it. And you know, somebody was asking this morning on the chat if you actually end up showing what you were sewing on yesterday, and you actually did at the end of the day. So they could go back to yesterday's show and see what you made during the show and see what you ended up with your Buffalo Bills.
Yeah,
stuff.
so I made an apron yesterday out of just some printed fabric that I did, and I made a cool apron, and I was embroidering on a chef's hat. But this shirt used to be a practice football jersey. So I did this for a project that I did for Brother. So it's, I believe it's at stitchingsocial.com, but it was a Brother project, but I added sleeves, I cut up the shirt, I added some zippers and a little bit of backing, but I love the idea of this like gritty football jersey. And then I turned it into the prettiest blouse ever.
Well, great. So I know you've got an exciting guest coming up next.
I do,
We're going
yes.
to let you take it away, and then I'll see y'all back in about 30 minutes.
All right, that's perfect. Yeah, I could talk about upcycling and repurposing clothes and everything I have all day, but we got to get to the exciting part. So my next guest, she is from Anita Good Design. It is a Lauren Rapsick, and she is an Anita Good Design educator. Now, Lauren's mission is to make sure that you come up with a product that is stitches above the rest. So I love getting the latest designs from Anita Good Design, and I'm excited to welcome to the show Lauren Rapsick. Hey, Lauren.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I'm so excited to be here with you all today.
I'm so excited to hear about the new releases and the all access that you have for us today.
Yes.
But I want to ask you first things first. What do you love most about being an educator at Anita Good Design?
I mean, for anybody that has ever come to one of our events or tuned in live with us, we have the best time. We just love your passion, our customers' passion for embroidery and quilting, and it's something that we share with them. So what better thing to spend our day talking about and sharing tips and tricks and just teaching all about something that we all have in common and love so much.
And you guys are always coming out with new designs. It's just so hard to keep up. But we have ways to get all the new releases and ways to have all access.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm so excited because I'm going to tell you all about it today.
Well, let's get to it, Lauren. Tell us about how we can get these new releases and become part of this all access membership.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jane. All right, everybody. Well, I hope you are in for some fun today because I have the pleasure of sharing with you a little bit about Anita Good Design, our company here. And as Jane mentioned, I'm going to talk to you about something called All Access. And that is our membership. It is a way for you to not only get the latest and greatest designs each and every month for 12 months, but we also discount that membership at 80% off. So it is basically our number one product here at Anita Good Design. But I know we have some new people with us. Maybe you've never heard of Anita Good Design before. So I'm going to start at the very, very beginning, and then we will get into All Access and some designs and projects and what you can find at our company. But first of all, I am Lauren. If you missed that part, even though I'm down here, but I'm Lauren. I've been working with Anita Good Design now for over 6 years. I've had many, many different roles underneath this roof, but my favorite part, as Jane mentioned, is I am an educator. So I travel around the country. I teach our 2-day classes all about embroidery, all about quilting in the hoop. You all get to make amazing projects. And then if you are unable to come out to our 2-day events in person, then you may have tuned into our Facebook page or our YouTube page, and you probably have seen me before doing exactly what I'm doing right now, talking to you through the screen, coming into the comfort of your own home, and still teaching, still educating, still stitching with you. Now, let's talk a little bit about Anita Good Design. We have been in business now. We are in our 18th year of business. We are located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and believe it or not, we are actually a small business. So we have just right around 50 employees that work here, and we make one-of-a-kind embroidery and quilting designs. And everything that we do is done almost 90% of our process right under our roof here at Anita Good Design. We have a set of artists that draw all of our embroidery designs by hand. They work for us, they draw for us, they are a super talented bunch. And what we do is we take that artwork and then we push that over to our next department, which is our digitizers. And we have a team of digitizers who sit with their computers and literally hand digitize every single stitch that the software will make once you put it into your embroidery machine. And that's how our designs look so amazing and look so realistic and have so much detail. From there, we have our creative team. They are picking colors, they're picking fabrics and threads, and they're stitching everything out for quality control. We pass that on to our tutorial writers who are then taking pictures, step-by-step pictures of everything you need to do to complete those projects, and then also writing a set of tutorial directions as well. So with us, anything that you purchase from us is typically going to have directions 2 ways because we're creative minds, right? So we need a set of directions that is visual for us to follow, and then we need those organizational step-by-step directions too. And really, when I talk to our customers, our directions are usually one of the number one things that they love about us, besides the quality of the designs. Now, from there, after we write all of our tutorials, we have a graphics team that puts our beautiful books together. This is what an all access will look like. It is in color, it's printed, it has beautiful photography. You can see all the designs that come in here as well. They put all of our books together. And then lastly, one of our most important teams is our customer experience team. And what they do is they service you, our customers. You have questions, you have problems, you're not sure about something, you are having a hiccup in your stitch out and you need a little help, you call our customer experience team and they are right there by your side. So that's a little bit about our process, how we make our designs. All right. Now, what's special about our designs, besides that entire process you heard about, is we are a company that comes out with new designs, hundreds of new designs every single month. And we release them out to you every single month. So it's really incredible. We have something for everybody. We have something for children. We have inspirational sayings. We have quilting. We have projects. We have Bible bookmarks. We have, let me think, eyeglass cases. I mean, you name it, we create it here at Anita Good Design. So no matter what your aesthetic is, or maybe who you're trying to gift somebody for, you know, something for a gift, we have it here. Now, let's talk about some of these designs. Now, I know, you know, you're going to hear from us all week, and what we're doing, we want you to tune in all week with us at Anita Good Design. And what we're doing is each session is going to be a little bit different of what we show you, but I want to show you some of the projects that we make here, or projects that you can take our designs and create at home, because that is just incredible. Yes, we make embroidery designs. Yes, we make quilting designs, but a lot of people don't know that you take those designs and we show you how to turn them into projects. So I'm going to show you just a couple of my favorite projects. Again, we have thousands upon thousands of designs and collections on AnitaGoodDesign.com. Okay, now when you look here, now I'm going to try and get everything in. So here is a pillow that we made using some of our beautiful embroidery that says love. You can see, I'm going to get real close. You can see how gorgeous that detail is. It's a beautiful little lumbar pillow. So this, again, gives you such a great idea of how you can take our designs and turn them into projects. These are some of our newer designs. Look at these. They're little plant cozies. So you can put plants in them. You can put office supplies in them. Look at this cute little kitty face. So he's having a really good day today, right? Boop, look at this one. Oh no, he's all caught up in his yarn. You can put your embroidery notions in here too. So it's kind of a double-sided little face. We have his friend here, Mr. Panda, Chris Perry. I know, we do love these, right? Our little panda, he is exhausted. He is catching some Z's. He is so tired, but guess what? You know why he's so tired? Because he ate all his greens that day. So again, you know, we call this a little plant cozy, but really you can put anything in these. We show you how to make them, show you how to put them together. How cute. Okay, let's look at our pot holders. Again, these are just a few of these ideas of what you can do with some of our designs. So this is what we call our holiday peeking pot holder. Okay, why is he peeking? Well, his little mouse paws are on the front with all of our beautiful ornaments, and then he's kind of peeking out of the pocket. Now, we used Insulbright for this, so it is a fully functional pot holder. It is heat resistant, but of course, it is also beautiful, so you don't even have to use it. But how great for home decor or a little hostess gift when you're going to a holiday party. Here's another peeking pot holder. This one's our seasonal. So this is just our little lucky ladybug, and she's kind of peeking over too. She wants to see what's for dinner as well. So again, just all these different projects. Is sometimes I know we kind of have like an artistic block of what to do and how to use our designs, and that's what our projects are great for. We show you how to make these projects. Now, this is using our quilting technique. This is a growth chart. Now, it's taller than me right now because I'm sitting down, but this is a barn-themed, farm animal-themed growth chart. This plate up here is empty. You could put a baby's name. You could put their birth date on there. We have on this side, okay, the functional ruler, so you can actually mark their height. I'm just going to show you some of these animals on here. Now, how great is this? We have a few different growth charts. And again, this is all using our quilting in the hoop technique to make this project. We show you how to make each block. We show you how to back and bind so that you have a finished project as well. We are non-traditional quilting. We do all of our blocks in the hoop, and then we back and bind and stitch in the ditch. So it's a little bit easier for somebody who's maybe newer to quilting and have always wanted to. Now, this is another one of our fan favorites, embroidered cards. So we took paper here. We have these great designs. These are Mother's Day cards, but happy Mother's Day using all three-dimensional elements here. So you can see my little petals. I mean, how fun is this? We use some sparkle fabric. So we love embroidered cards. We love being able to gift. Okay, so again, some great ideas for you all and what you can do with your embroidery machines. How cute. Yes. For the queen bee on Mother's Day. I would just, you know what, because I'm not a mom, I'm just the queen bee. So how cute are these? But you can have a lot of fun with your embroidery machine and the things that you can make. Now, this is, I mentioned earlier, Bible bookmarks. These are Bible bookmarks here. Great for gifting. Again, if you have a book club that you belong to, okay, your church group, these are always great to gift. Okay. Miss Paula, I agree. Who would not love to get those homemade cards, right? Look how pretty. And we just combined lots of different fabrics here. We choose fabrics to kind of give you a different idea. We always tell you and show you what we're using, but then you can make them your own. So just giving you some ideas. And then this is one of our designs that I absolutely love. It is a counting chart. Okay, so it's for somebody that's learning to count to 10, again, because of just camera space. So here's 1, 2, 3. You have your animals and your numbers. How great would this be to hang in a toddler room? If you have a teacher in your life, how great to have this hanging in your teacher's room as well. And again, we used really bright, fun fabrics here, but it's a way for you to take our designs, use your embroidery machines, and make amazing projects. And again, I know sometimes we struggle with thinking like, ooh, I love this design, but how am I going to use it? We take all that thought process out for you. We give you project ideas. We show you how to make them beginning to end. And there's so much that you can do. So much that you all can do. All right, so let's talk quickly about All Access, because I promised you that I would get into that. Now, All Access is our membership. That is a 12-month membership, and you can sign up and receive all of our newest, latest, and greatest designs. So I showed you, let me show you June. Okay, if you're an All Access member, there's one club, and every member gets the same designs each month. Okay, but we have a couple different ways that you can sign up. So I'm going to first tell you what you get in your membership. So this is our All Access magazine. And when you flip to the back, what you're going to see is all of the different collections here that are come out in each month. So this is our June 2022 All Access. And as I showed you before, you get tons and tons of designs each month. We digitize for every machine brand, so it does not matter what machine you have, okay? And then we have different projects. We sprinkle in quilting projects, embroidery projects, and then just other kind of projects as well. And that's how we categorize. So you can see this is in color. It is printed. It is gorgeous, and we give you all the information you need. Now, every single month, our All Access members receive a magazine and the version of this with all of the designs that are released for that month. And they're all brand new designs. So if you can imagine how hard we're working here and how fast we're working here, it's crazy because we're constantly working on newest, latest, and greatest. We try to follow trends of what's really popular. We also love to throw it back and do heirloom collections as well. So things that are timeless. Okay. Now, when you receive your All Access, or when you sign up for your All Access, every single month you receive your magazine and your brand new designs. Now, we have a couple different versions. This is what we call our physical version, meaning you're going to receive this magazine in your hands, and then you receive your designs as a digital download. So you would go to your customer account with Anita Good Design, and you will download your designs and put them in your machine as you always do. Now, for our #1 membership option, okay, for 12 months, and if you are currently an All Access member, I will tell you this, if you're currently an All Access member and you want to sign up, but your membership doesn't end in a month or two, you can still sign up, and we will just make sure that new membership starts when yours ends. If you are brand new to us and you've never signed up for All Access and you want to, while we're here at Hoop Fest, what you can do is your very first issue will start for July of 2022. Now, our most popular membership, it's 12 months. You will receive our physical copy of the magazine. If this is great for everybody who likes to hold their books still and flip through them and have them in your hands, okay? You receive our physical book. You will also receive our digital version of this book, which is exactly the same. It's in color, it's interactive, which means there are live links that will take you to, and we might be showing you how to make a project like this train track right here. And you click on the link and it takes you to our YouTube page, and you'll have an educator telling you about that project or even how to make that project. So that's why we call it live links in there. On our digital version of the magazine too, it may say to you, turn to page 56 for this collection. You click on that little number 56 and it takes you right to that page. You don't have to flip through every single one. So again, you receive the physical book and the digital version of it, our PDF, all of the new designs in all the different formats, okay? That is a yearly cost to you of $1,400, okay? The very, very best part about that is we also then gift you back a gift card for $1,400, okay? So yes, your 12-month membership costs you $1,400 for 12 months of new designs, but then we gift you back a $1,400 gift card to Anita Good Design. And that gift card allows you to pick up all of those collections that have already been released that aren't coming out new because they're already out. You can pick and choose them using that gift card. It is a fantastic deal. It is the reason why that option is the number one option to choose with our customers. The gift card does not expire either. So if you are a practical shopper and you're going to just pick and choose the designs and the collections you want over time, you have all the time in the world. If you're like me and you like to go on shopping sprees in your jammies with a glass of wine sometimes, then you can spend it all at once. It's up to you, okay? It just stays with your account at Anita Good Design. Now, I will tell you, on average, again, looking at the back of this book, if you were to pick up all of these design collections for 1 month, you would be paying on average $400 to $450. Okay, again, if you picked up all of these collections that came out in 1 month of All Access, around $400, $450. We have discounted these memberships down 80%. So when you break down 1 month of All Access, what you pay for it, when you take that $1,400 and the gift card and you do all your division, you're paying roughly $116 a month. Now, something else I have not told you is we like to surprise our All Access members and reward them. Sometimes we even put bonus designs in your account. We don't tell you about it. We don't warn you about it. You'll just wake up one day, go into your account and say, oh my goodness, I have brand new designs. And they are just for you. So it's really, really incredible. Now let's talk about our other options. So option one, you get your physical book, your digital version of the book, all those new designs, $1,400 at cost. And then we also include a free $1,400 gift card to Anita Good Design. Our second option, we have customers that have been with us for so long and have been part of our club for so long. They say to us, we don't even want the free gifts. We don't even want them anymore. We have so much. I just want my brand new All Access every month. I can't live without it. So for those of you, if that is you, hello and thank you if that's you for sticking with us, okay? But if that is you, we have a $9.99 membership. So the year is $9.99, 12 months of your newest All Access. You get your physical book, okay, and the digital version of the book. And that breaks down to about $83 a month. Again, 1 month's All Access, if you bought all of these, would cost you around $400 to $450 on average. That is always us at Anita Good Design. That's always our goal, is to give you between $400 and $450 worth of designs. If you pick the $9.99 option, it breaks down to be roughly $83 a month. It's crazy. Okay. Now, our last option for those of you who say, you know what? I don't want the physical books. I don't have storage space anymore. I live in 2 different homes, so I don't want to have to lug my magazine. I only want the digital version. Okay, that version that lives up in the cloud, the one we're not really sure where it is, but it hovers above us. Okay, we have a digital only version, and this price point is going to blow your mind. That for 12 months, the digital version of this, you don't get the physical book, just the digital version with all of the designs for 12 months is $499. How insane is that? Okay, so what does that mean for you? That means it breaks down to be about $42 a month for new designs that cost anybody else around $400 a month. And you too get all the newest, latest, and greatest designs. You also get those bonus designs when we drop those in every once in a while. I mean, it's incredible. It really, really is incredible. Now, we have all sorts of education at Need a Good Design. I know I'm just about wrapping up and almost out of time, but I do want to tell you about our education. If you are new to Anita Good Design, if you are new to machine embroidery or in the hoop quilting, I do not want you to fear that process. Anita Good Design, we are known for our education. We have educators like myself who teach free classes on virtually where you can join us on our Facebook or on our YouTube page. And as I mentioned before, we have all different types of educational products as well. Something like our fundamentals book. This is something that you can find on our website, teaches you and walks you through all 27 of our techniques that we use here at Anita Good Design. So we have designs and education for the beginner. I do not want you to think that you have to have been doing this for 20 years to understand how to make a project. We focus our education on people who have sitting down at their embroidery machine for the very first time. And we are there holding your hand. Okay, sometimes virtually, sometimes through the screen, but we're holding your hand through it. Okay, now, how do you find some of these collections? How do you find our YouTube station? If you Google YouTube, Anita Good Design, our station will pop up for you. We have hundreds upon hundreds of videos that we are constantly making. We have live stitch outs where we stitch with you, different collections that we have, lots of education. So you go to AnitaGoodDesign.com, go to YouTube and then Anita Good Design, and you click that little bell. And what it does is it will alert you every single time that we're posting something new. So you're in the know. And then, of course, the other option is to go to AnitaGoodDesign.com. That is our webpage where you can peruse and look at all of our collections and have so much fun. All right. Now, I'm seeing a lot of wonderful comments here. I will take any questions. Okay. Is a 5x7 hoop big enough? Okay. Yes. So that's a wonderful question. We design our designs for all sorts of hoop sizes. Okay. And when you go on our website and you're looking at a specific collection, it will tell you your minimum hoop size on there. Okay. So I will tell you, a lot of our designs, a lot of our collections will fit a 5x7 hooping. There are some collections that you will need a bigger hooping for. So not every collection will fit for a 5x7, but majority of them will. Oh my gosh, I love it. What about a 4x4 hoop? We have an entire set of designs that work in a 4x4 hoop. When you go to our website, AnitaGoodDesign.com, and you go to our shopping area, you can filter all the designs and collections that will fit in your specific hoop size. So we will have a little menu that pulls down, and you can click on 4x4, you can click on 5x7, and all of those designs will pull up for you. Okay, so lots of different options. Don't fear that if you have a smaller hoop that it will not work for you. Okay, I think we are just about wrapping up, but let me see here. Okay, I don't want to go over into the next person's time. Oh, you love my spunk. Oh boy. Yes.
I love your spunk too, Lauren. That was a great presentation. I'm in. I am sold. I love the designs. And when you break it down, the dollars and cents of it, it just makes sense to become a member, whatever level you think you want to do.
Absolutely.
Because you're going to be getting those designs anyway, right?
Well, that's the whole thing. If you're gonna buy 1 or 2 collections, I mean, that's the price of the 12 months of one of those options, whether it be the full digital or the entire shebang for the $1,400. If you're going to spend it, you might as well get it all.
And I love the idea. I love to hold the actual book in hand.
I'm the same way.
But at the same time, hey, if you don't have space and you're downsizing and you're like, I don't want a lot more books. We all have these books. It's a great idea just to be able to get the digital version only. So that's really fantastic.
Yes, it really, really is.
Well, and Lauren, this is great. So I want to tell everybody, I'll recap all the ways they can get all access. Thank you so much for joining us from Anita Good Design. That was Lauren Ravsick. So everybody, here's how you'd become a member and get all access with Anita Good Design. The first way is that you can get the magazine holding on to that actual book. You'll get the digital version of the book. You'll get a 12-month membership, and that's all for $1,400. And then you also get a gift card for $1,400 to Anita Good Design. So that means that you can go get all the other designs that you want to get. I'm not sure if we have an overlay on this for everybody, but let's throw that up there if we can, guys. The second way is you're going to get your 12-month membership. You're going to get the magazine hard copy and the digital version of the book, which breaks out to $83 a month. That's $999. And then the last way that we talked about, if you just want the digital version only, a 12-month membership, that's $499. That's way 3. Here's what you can do if you want more info. Go to smplive.tv, talk with or chat with an agent. They're waiting there for you, or you can call 800. Oh, I lost the number right here. It's on your screen. 800-401-8151. And you can chat with somebody there as well if you want more details on how you can become a member at Anita Good Design and get all access. I mean, you guys saw the designs, right? I'm like, when am I going to have all this time to do this? I'm doing it right now while we're watching the shows. I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we can keep the show on the go. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Hey, great presentation from Anita Good Design. And those are so many good designs in there. And what a great deal. $1,400 in all, you're getting all access, you're getting the workbook, you're getting all those designs, plus you're getting a $1,400 gift card to go buy a ton more things. So it's what a great deal today. And that's a no-brainer to me, just to buy the $1,400 all access. And then all you have to do next year is just renew it. And man, you get all those designs you get to do. So if you like embroidery, man, that's the way to go, isn't it?
Blaine, what I love about it is that they're giving you choices. We all want choices. We want to be in charge of what we want to be in charge of. And so you've given me 3 choices. I can pick the one I like best.
Well, you said it best. If anybody wants any information, if you're a little confused about the digital download versus the all access and all those different things, just give us a call. We know the programs extremely well. We can explain it to you. 800-401-8151. And again, you can go to smplive.tv, and at the top you can request for somebody to call you back if you can't get through on the phones. And then again, you can go down to Anita Good Design Products, click on that, take it to the product page, and we'll have live chat agents. It'll be on there that can explain it to you as well. A great presentation from Anita Good Design. And I know that we're going to have them back on the show again. Yep. But Jane, we're going to keep moving on. We have Barb Lewis coming up. She is an educator from Baby Lock, national educator. She's been with Baby Lock for over 10 years. And guys, we're going to talk about one of my favorite embroidery machines today. It is the Pathfinder from Baby Lock, and what a great machine. So Barb, welcome to our show.
Hey, thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Actually, I want to go back to Anita Good. I want all those designs.
I'm telling you, it is.
She sold me.
Oh my gosh. Hey, and the thing about it, you could take the Anita Good Design with this Pathfinder.
You could.
Because of that great, huge, this thing has an 8x12 hoop on it. You could do anything you want to do in Anita Good Design. So I know you're going to tell us all about these great features this machine has because it's packed full. So I don't want to spend any more of your time. So get going on this thing.
All right. I am so excited about the Pathfinder. I love this machine, and I want to tell you all the things I love about it, but we can't squeeze everything into this time. But I want to show you some of the things I really, really love. First of all, look at this. Look at this machine. As big as it is, look at that. Look at that throat space you have to work with. So that makes it so this very large hoop fits really nicely in that machine. 8 by 12 inches. This is huge. Think what you could embroider with 8 by 12. It also comes with the 5 by 7, which is really wonderful. You're going to use both of those hoops a lot. Let me take you right over here to the screen. Right there, we have a 7-inch touch screen in color. Do you want to know what sold me on this machine in the very, very first place? Was the needle threader. And I don't know if you can see that really well, but I've just got my thread down here because when you embroider, you're going to be changing the thread a lot. I've got it up there by my needle. All I have to do is touch one button. Do you see that? I can't even see to thread that needle, but that's called the never miss needle threader. And that's what sold me on the machine in the first place. That was the whole reason I bought the machine, was because of the needle threader. I knew I wouldn't be able to thread all those needles. I just love it. All right, right over here on the screen, we have so much information. It's color. I can go to it. I can see exactly what I'm doing. Let me show you a few things that I just love about it. There are 263 different designs that are built into this machine, and you can see how many there are. I can go through, I can scroll, I can scroll, I can scroll, and I'll just keep scrolling because there are so many. Some of my very favorite ones are found right here in the novelty. And do you see right there? It lets me see what I'm going to choose. I can choose that one right there. And look at their little bird cages. Aren't they cute? You'll be so surprised at the cute things that you'll find built into the machine. Let me go to another one. It always gives me a question if I want to really delete that one. It never lets me make a mistake. In fact, you really can't make a mistake on this. I'm going to show you one of my favorites. It comes with this wonderful little stylus if I don't want to have my finger in the way. But look at that cute bus. Now I look at that bus and there are so many things I can do with that bus, because when you buy a baby lock machine, you are never left in the cold. You will have so much help, so much education that goes along with it. I'm going to set that. Let me show you what I can do with that. I can increase the size of that. I can decrease the size of it. Look at how you can even see it on the screen because it's doing it for me. I can squish that thing down to be a mini bus like that, or I can squish it together like this and make a really short bus. Look at the things that I can do. Not only can I change the proportions of a built-in machine or built-in design like this, I can also change the proportions on a design I bring in on a USB drive. So the possibilities are completely endless. Not only can I change the size, I can rotate it. Maybe it doesn't fit on my project the way I want, and I want it to go that way. I can do it right there on my screen. Not only that, I can move it around just with a touch, or I can use these arrows over here. Do you see all the different ways you can alter a pattern? I love it. Now I can go on there. If I want 2 buses, I can have 2 buses, and there I have it. And I can move one independently of another. I can make another one. And it actually sets it right on top of the other, but I can move it just like that. But let me show you what else it can do. I can delete one bus at a time. And there I go. And there goes another one. If I wanted to, I could make wonderful. I can copy and paste. I can put it down below. And there's another bus. And there is another bus. Isn't that fun? And if I wanted to, I could duplicate that and duplicate that until I had buses coming out my ears. But who wants more buses, right? Now notice over here, I have all the color changes. It shows me right on the screen what I need to know. But right there, there's the color changes. If I wanted to, I could make that all one color, or I could change the color of the buses. Right here, I can change it. If I wanted to make it a green bus, I've got the parts that show up right in that window are going to be green. That is how easy that is to do. Or if I wanted a mirror image, it takes a minute, but there I go. I've got a mirror image. All the information that I have right there in front of me. Right here, it's telling me what size hoop I will need to print this out. And all those different choices of hoops, if I wanted to have less, I could have less. I could just make less buses. And right here, it's telling me the size of my design. I love being able to know what the size of my design is. Let's go back. Let's find something else. I want to show you something else this amazing machine does. I'm going to pick up this wheat, this little wheat thing right here. I'm going to move that around. Come on, girl. There I go. I can move. I love being able to touch that screen and do what I want with it. If I need to make maybe a little finer movement, I can use the arrows and it will just take it one little hair. All right, but let me show you what I can do with that because I think this is fun. I'm going to make a duplication, and as on top of it, I'm going to move that duplicate down. And then I'm going to take the duplicate and I'm going to rotate that around. And then I can put it right up there with that. I have now created a brand new design, something that nobody else is going to have, nobody else in the world. Now, if I want, I can delete that second one. And it's going to ask me if I want to delete it because it wants to make sure that I'm doing exactly what I want. And I'm going to say, okay. Now, right there, you can see all those color changes. What if I don't want all of those color changes? I can go right here and I can hit that button and it makes it all one color. That means that I don't have to change that thread over and over. It's going to just stitch it out. And let me tell you the wonderful thing about Baby Lock. I love Baby Lock for this reason. They never leave you high and dry. You're going to get this machine and right out of the box, you can stitch with it. You can know what to do because all of these buttons are so easy to understand. But not only that, Baby Lock has an education program that is amazing. They will teach you everything you want to know. There is an optional program that you can purchase that you can have 4 years of education with Baby Lock, and they will teach you everything possible to do with this machine. You will never be left in the dark, and you can watch it at midnight in your jammies. If you ever have a question, it's there for you all the time. All right, let's go to another part that I love right here. Oh, there are so many things I can do. Oh, so many things. I'm going to go out of that, and I can add words to it right here. There I go. I can write. And right there, I can add these words to it. And it is set and ready to go. I can array those words. So I can make it in a little circle. Or I can make it even more. And I may want to go up like this. All the different options that you have on this machine. And the nice thing about this machine is it's embroidery only. But it is such a nice, affordable machine, and you can pack it around. It's not that heavy. Not only can you take it with you, but if you're at home, maybe you need a second machine to stitch out more embroidery designs. Maybe you already have one of the big top of the lines and you just need another one. What a great way to do it because you can have 2 programs running at the same time. Or what if you already have a sewing machine and you just need an embroidery machine? What a great choice. With an 8x12 hoop, you can stitch out almost anything. I can't even imagine what you won't be able to do with it. I can also, I'm going back to this array. This is so fun to play with because I can just do whatever I want with it. I love it. Also in there, I can rotate those words. I can space them out more. There are so many choices. And you see how quickly I'm just moving through all the buttons? You can never hurt this machine by touching buttons. You might change your design a bit and you have to go back to where you were, but you can never, ever hurt it. It's really fun and easy to do. And once again, it's telling me the size of my design so I don't have to question what I'm doing. It even tells me how long each thread will stitch out. So that first part is going to take 6 minutes. The next one takes 2. Isn't that nice? Because then you're going to know. All right, I want to take you back to one of my very favorite things. Let me go here. I have a napkin over here that I purchased, and I want to put our name on it right here. I just want to put an initial on it. Really easy to do. So I'm going to go with this alphabet, and I'm going to choose this. Now right there, I can make it large, medium, or small. That small is pretty tiny, but believe it or not, you can really read it well. It's not that tiny. I'm going to leave it at large, and I want to set it. And it takes just a second. I want to embroider it. Okay, I'm ready to embroider that right here on this napkin. But now I don't know quite where to place it. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to get my 5x7 hoop out. By the way, it comes with a 5x7 hoop. And I'm just going to slap this napkin on here. I have some sticky back stabilizer on here that's a wash away. Let me see if I can fit it under here. And I've marked on my napkin where I would like that to stitch. And I just marked that with a water-soluble pen. I'm just going to put that on there, however it fits on. And I'm going to press it really good. Now I'm ready to stitch this out. I'm going to put my hoop in my machine. But as you can see, if I started stitching right now, it's not going to stitch in the right place. And I'm thinking, oh, how am I going to do that? Because I want it right there. I don't want it anywhere else. I want it right there. And I want it angled right. And I can see that my angle is maybe not the right angle of my hoop. What am I going to do? Well, Pathfinder and Baby Lock thought of everything. I have a stylus right here that gives me perfect placement. I'm going to touch this little picture that looks like my stylus, and it asks me if I want to revert it. Yes, I do. And my carriage is going to move. And now it's going to say, select the center. Okay, it's selected. And now it's going to ask me to touch the very crosshairs where I want it to stitch. I'm going to touch it. And now it's going to ask me to touch the angle I want it to be at. I will touch that. And there I go. It is ready to go. It's going to think. Now it's going to move again. Do you see how easy this is to do? And now I can even put a drop down dot, and it is really in the perfect place. And now I'm going to stitch it out. Are you ready for this? All I have to do is put my foot down. I've already got my thread loaded and it's in my needle. And there I go. It is going to perfectly center that L right where I want it to be. I love watching it stitch. And this only takes 1 minute. And then you get to hear it sing when it's finished. Right there on its screen, it's telling me it's finished sewing. It's got a little smiley face and it sings to me. And there I go. And look at that. It is placed perfectly on my crosshairs. No mistakes. That's perfect placement. I just love it. But let me show you what else I can do on my machine. Right here, I have a large monogram. You see how big this is? Now you can compare. This is my lettering. Right, it's a little small thing, but sometimes I want small. But look how big I can get. Is that great? Now this is just ready to put a border on, and I've got a pillow with my name on it. I think that's pretty cool. Let me show you something else that we'll do. Look at this right here. This is one of the special designs that it has in the machine. This is called Bobbin Works. And if you look at this side, It's really pretty. That's what it would stitch out like. But this is the back side of my fabric. And it's called Bobbin Works because all the business is going on in the bobbin. I'm going to flip this over. So what I'm going to do is put 12 weight thread in my bobbin. 12 weight thread. Now you don't embroider with 12 weight thread, but look on the back of that. Isn't that gorgeous? And there are certain designs in the machine set up just for bobbin works. And with a heavier thread, you can do so much. I just love it. I can see I'm going to have me a pillow before you know it, and I'm going to have me a whole bunch of dinner napkins that are ready to go. So right out of the box, you are ready to go with this machine. And with the education that Baby Lock provides for you, you will not make a mistake. You can't make a mistake because you're going to learn so much. If you'd like to look at this machine one more time, look at that. That big throat space will allow you to do so much. Baby Lock really is the best. Beautiful stitching. And if you want to look at that up close, let me bring my L back up, that big one. There's a whole alphabet of monograms. I love it. Let me show you one more thing that I failed to mention. I'm going to go back to my lettering. There is all your lettering, all the different kinds. There's 19 different fonts that you can see on that screen. And I'm going to go to, let me go to the exclusive script because this is a beautiful cursive script. Right there, you can see every single letter. You do not have to scroll through looking for now, which letter have I got? How am I going to get this? You can see every one right there. And then also, okay, I don't have a frame in. It is going to be large, medium, and small. I can move them independently. I can change the color independently. I can change the size independently. So I'm not limited to what I can do with that. I'm going to delete that one. And right here, you have your lowercase letters. Right there, you can see every one of them on the screen. You don't have to wonder what letter or scroll through looking for them. And then you've got all of your numbers and your punctuation. Isn't that great? I think it is amazing. I can go large, medium, or small. And I really like that large one. I also am able to, let me go to a small one or medium right there. I can do a second line. Look at that. I have the option of going for a second line. I love that part of it. I love being able to have choices. Love it, love it, love it. All right, there I go. I can go down to the next line. I can just keep going on and on and on as long as my hoop will allow it. And then I'll just hit set and I'm ready to go. I can go back if I want to add more things to it. I can add over and over and over. As long as that fits in my hoop, which it's not going to at this point because I've got a huge design there. It's not going to fit in there. But you know what? It's going to tell me. So that's okay. I don't mind that a bit. Okay. I'm going to close that out. And right here, you have a choice of either saving to your machine or saving to a USB drive. You can even hook up your computer and pull designs straight from your computer or save them to your computer. There's also frame designs. So I need to get rid of all that stuff. If you wanted to create a quilt label for your quilt, right here you have choices. You can make a quilt label with a frame around it, and it's already done for you. I just think that is so cool. Yep, we're going to close out of there. All right, are there any questions that I can answer for you on this wonderful machine? I tell you, I love it. I love having it in my house. What is the throat size? It's about 11.5 right there. It's big. It's huge. Actually, it's huge. I love it.
Barbara, that is a great machine, I tell you. And you know, everybody loves the size of the hoop. I mean, that's the 8x12. You can do a lot of things with the 8x12, and you know, to be in the machine overall is not that big of a machine either.
It is not
that kind of hoop.
But this is huge. Most designs you'll find fit in a 6x10, but they're giving you even more choices in an 8x12. I love that. I think that's
Well, Barb,
amazing.
great presentation. And I tell you, you can tell that you love the baby lock because it came through on your presentation. And we sure do appreciate you being on the show. But now I got to tell everybody exactly how they can get this machine because,
Okay,
again,
please do.
guys, this is a great machine coming from Baby Lock, and we're so proud to be able to present it on the show. But this is the Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery only. Now, again, think about this, guys. Most of you have already got a really nice sewing machine you probably own and love. Well, now if you want to add embroidery, you can just step up and add embroidery. The regular price on this is $4,299. We do have a call-in special on this today. We are going to beat that price, and we're going to ship it nationwide, free to your right to your doorstep. And we also have financing available at 0% interest. But again, guys, hey, just to give you a few little things about this. Again, we already said it's an 8x12 hoop size on this, which is absolutely huge. You're going to get some of the accessories that come with it. You're getting that embroidery foot with the LED pointer. You're getting the sensor pin and holder. And again, guys, that sensor pin for the placement is awesome to be able to use. You're getting the touch pin stylus, a USB cable, soft cover for the machine, the spool cap assortment, the center pin for the pre-wound L-class bobbins. So you're getting so many things, and I think you're getting an extra 10 bobbins in there. And then, you can combine embroidery designs right on the screen. And that's the great thing about this. You got that large screen that you can come on the LCD screen and do editing and embroidery right on there. Multi-line text function, character spacing. And I mean, there's just so many things again on this machine. And I tell you, I absolutely love this thing. And again, you got that never miss automatic needle threader. You have the needle beam is what they call it. And that's basically the needle beam is know exactly where your needle is going to drop. It's going to put that laser beam right there and you're going to be able to get that. It's got 263 built-in stitches or in embroidery designs in it. So it's 263 built-in embroidery designs. You got what they call that enhanced stadium lighting. That's a high-powered color rendering LED illumination to light up your work surface. And again, guys, this is such a great machine provided from Baby Lock. And that Pathfinder, if you've been looking in the market for an embroidery machine, look no farther. It's 140 frame combinations, has 19 font styles included. It's exclusive script alphabet characters, large floral vine alphabet, and then you're going to get 166 Baby Lock exclusive designs, 12 floral vine alphabet accents and frame patterns, 13 bobbin work designs. So this thing is loaded up with stuff. So, we talk a lot sometimes about the top of the line machines and different things, but what you're getting, the technology you're getting that's included in this machine for the price is unmatched. I mean, at $42.99 is the regular price. We are going to beat that price. We've got a great Hoop Fest special on it. You want to give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you just want to go check out the machine, you can go to SMPLive.tv today. That machine is on there. You can click on the machine. It'll take you to the SewingMachinesPlus Plus product page of that machine. You can actually talk to a live chat agent. We have chat agents on the website that can answer questions and help you order, or just give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through on the phone lines, you can't get somebody on chat because we're so busy, again, SMPLive.tv at the very top of the page, you can say, ask for a callback. You can click on that. It opens up a page. You put your name, phone number, and the machine you're interested in, and it gets updated real time in our call center. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to see that on their screen. They're going to call you right back. So that way you won't miss out on this. And guys, I just got told we have 4 of these left right now. They are flying off the shelf. Is that right, Kyle? 4. I thought he just said 4. So 4 machines left right now. They are flying out of here. So guys, again, if you want to get one of these last 4 left, get on the phones right now and give us a call. All right. So guys, we are going to move it on. Let's bring Jane Klaus back in.
Hello.
Hey, Jane.
Hi, Blaine. Happy Flag Day.
It is Flag Day, and happy Flag Day to you. And hey, again, guys, I got to remind everybody, Jane, before we get to, next up is our educational session. And we have the world famous Joanne Banco here is going to do the education. And I'm so excited to have her on. But before you bring her on, we got to remind everybody the contest or the prizes that we're giving away. If they want to win something today off the show, or that grand prize, which is about $28,000 worth, it's the embroidery studio. If they want to win that, how they can win it is by participating in the show. And unless, again, if you can act like everything you do is a raffle ticket, that's kind of how you have to act. So if you go and ask, make comments today, if you ask questions in the live chat, if they go to our YouTube page and subscribe, hit the bell notification, the thumbs up. If they go to a Facebook page and like our Facebook page, share the video and do all those things, those are basically, a chance, a ticket to throw in for the drawing.
It's just that easy. You just type it in, you write it in, you share it, you're in the drawing.
It is. It's so easy. And guess what? You do that all week. It's going to increase your chances. And then on Friday, we're going to announce the winner of that Dream Studio giveaway. It's worth $28,000. And each day we're giving stuff away daily. So we gave, I think, 5 or 6 sewing machines away yesterday. We're going to give a lot of stuff away today. So every day we do that.
That's right.
Total prize packages we're giving away, Jane, for this week, $66,000 worth of stuff.
What? $66,000 worth of giveaways?
It is. It's insane.
You are so kind. You're just thinking of others all the time, you.
So it's a great thing. But anyway, I'm going to let you get going. I know you've got Joanne coming in, and we can't wait to see her educational session.
That's right. Time for some education, everybody. Okay. Like Blaine said, our next guest is Joanne Banco, and she is going to talk about getting the perfect placement for your embroidery. She is a fellow brother ambassador. She's an author. She's a teacher and really a true expert on all things sewing and embroidery. And best of all, this is my favorite part. She is a self-proclaimed sewing cheerleader. Please welcome to the show, Joanne Banco. Hi, Joanne.
Rah, 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 rah. Hey, Jane.
That's right. Your enthusiasm is contagious, and we love it, Joanne.
It's so good to see you today. It's so good to be here. I'm so excited to share some really, really great things. And I think we could fine-tune the title and maybe call it Pretty Perfect Placement, because I'm going to cover a topic that I don't see very often. And that is, how to place your design so that they really look perfect on you.
Oh.
And I'm going to be back on Thursday. So on Thursday, we're talking embroidery on ready-made garments. And I'm going to be a little bit more specific on Thursday as far as, the nitty-gritty and the technical aspects. But today is going to be kind of a little bit of a show and tell, and then some tips for you as well.
And it's like fashion too, like fashion tips and tricks, because like people say, oh, this color looks good with my skin or my hair. But now you're talking about placement that looks good on your body with your being or whoever you're making it for even.
Exactly. I got it.
I love it, Joanne. All right. Well, I could ask you questions all day long, but we want to learn. So I'm going to let you take it away.
All right. Very good. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you. I've got clothes spread out all over around me. And those of you that know me, hi, I'm glad to have you here. Those of you that are new to me and my Let's Go Sew website and YouTube channel and all that, welcome. Glad to have you all here as well. I hope you'll follow up by watching me and joining my list and keeping track of everything I do. But again, most people that know me know that one of my favorite things to do is to embellish garments. And most of the time, those are garments that I'm going to be wearing myself. And again, on Thursday, we're going to talk a little bit more generics. So if you're doing embroidery for others, maybe doing t-shirts or logos and things like that, we'll get into a little bit more on that on Thursday. But today, I want to inspire you with some ideas and, like I said, some tips and tricks for getting pretty placement on those things that you may be likely embroidering for yourself or for others. So I'm going to start out by showing you one of my best tips, and that is I recommend that you create for yourself, get it into focus there, an inspiration board. So I've got on here a pattern that I'm going to be using to embroider a shirt. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that, but you can see that I just pasted in pictures. I'm known in my house to, I have a rule, don't throw away the junk mail, because it might be a catalog that I might never order from, or there may be some other pictures in that pile of junk mail that I want to sort through, and I want to go and pick out things that I think I might want to stitch at some point in time. So ready to wear is a great form of inspiration. Just look at that beautiful neckline design around that top. And, you know, who would think to do a lace design on a back yoke? And then we see the placement for the embroidery on the jeans. And we see some on these beautiful tunic blouses. You know, there's one there that has embroidery dotted on the sleeves, and then another area, of course, at the slit for the neckline, but more designs around the armhole. So again, who would think of these things that you would be embroidering in some of those areas unless you saw something and got inspired by it? So that's my number one tip. Now, I made this up on a poster board for you today so that I could show it, but generally I have this next to my sewing area, or I have a big area on where my computer desk is that's all cork board, and I just stick those pictures on there, cut them out. Sometimes I'll write notes on here. I got a note on here, idea for cut work design. So again, just take a look at what you've got and get some ideas from that. Of course, if you're snoop shopping and you see some ideas, try to snap a picture, you know, very, very discreetly so that you aren't found out. But I've been known to do that as well. So let me show you a few samples and again, give you some ideas of different places that you can put your embroidery. So this is one of my all-time favorite blouses, and it is a purchased ready-made. And again, like I said, on Thursday, we'll be doing a little bit more placement on ready-made. But it's hard to break left in these cameras. And then I also have collars on pockets. So now design kind of together so that a lot of but as well, it can just together. Have to have much. So that comes out really well. But
I know we're having some audio issues there, Joanne. Everyone, Joanne, can you hear me? Oh, okay, we're going to let Joanne go ahead and fix some of those audio issues and get a better connection. I mean, it's a live show, and this is what happens when we do live shows. We get sometimes we get a little bit of a tired internet. So here comes Blaine, and I know Joanne will fix that. We'll get her back because I was like right in the middle of that demo. I was like, what
I know. It just we lost her audio. It was breaking out. But hey, let's give something away real quick. Jane, what do you think?
Midday giveaway. Let's do it.
Midday giveaway. So what we'll do, I tell you what, everybody, let's give a sewing machine away, Kyle.
Yeah, let's give a sewing machine away.
Everybody,
it's not our fault that the internet broke.
What we're going to do, Kyle, what machine we going to give away?
We will give away a Necky 132A.
So y'all heard that. Kyle saying we're going to give away a Necky 132A sewing machine. Great sewing machine. So everybody get ready. Kyle, spin that wheel.
That's it right there.
There it is.
And we're spinning.
All right, everybody keep your fingers crossed. We're going to get us a winner here.
What a surprise. Middle of the day.
Joanne's back and her video's good now. Patty Deskins.
Congratulations to our winner watching on YouTube, Patty Deskins. Congratulations, Patty. You just won that sewing machine.
So Patty, how Patty needs to claim her prize. Patty, just go to smplive.tv. At the very bottom of the page, it'll say claim your prize if you're a winner. Just put your information in and hit submit, and we'll get it, and we'll get it filled for you, get it shipped out to you. So, hey, there we go. We got a midday giveaway. So we're going to let you go right back to Joanne.
That's right.
Jane.
Very good. And well, let's bring her back in, Joanne. I think that we got your audio fixed. Everybody was like, she's breaking up.
Test. Check.
You sound good to me, everybody. Thumbs up.
I hope I stay live. Everything looks good on my end, but they are doing some road work out there, so hopefully they're not messing with the lines at all. Okay, next up is this dress, and you can see what I did here is I tied in the Paisley Designs on the actual fabric with paisley embroidery. And I chose to do it as a, kind of a subtle overlay so that I'd have a little bit of contrast there for my paisley designs to stand up on. And then it's a maxi dress, just a really, really pretty print. And this again was something that I actually made from scratch. So we're going to talk in just a few minutes about, putting those designs where you want them to go and keeping them from where you don't want them to go, because that is just as important. And then if you can see the dress here, this has a design around the neckline, and this is always a flattering effect. When you think about it, when you're interacting with somebody, they're looking at your face, and having that embroidery close to your face is always a flattering position. It's something that we can do very, very easily. And again, we'll get more tricks on that on Thursday. And then I've got another one here that you can see where I have embroidered on a yoke area. And then I continued that embroidery all the way down the front on a center band. So a center band is another area that I love to add embroidery, especially if I'm constructing something from scratch, because in that case, I can cut out a larger piece than my pattern area, stabilize that area, do all of my embroidery perfectly, and then lay my pattern on top and cut it out. So that's another one of my, really go-to tips that I use for that. Okay, let's look at something that is very popular and something that I love to stitch on, and that is a jean jacket. So jean jackets are just loaded with potential. Of course, the front yokes to me are begging for embroidery. The back yoke is begging for embroidery. The center back says, me too, I want to be included in this. And then why not add something coordinating on the cuffs? So again, Thursday, I'll be showing you some tricks for actually hooping these tricky kind of garments. Another one of my favorite placement tricks is to embroider something up near the shoulder, like I have on this blouse here, and then down towards the hip. And this just happens to be a pretty large design where I've got, very tall flowers there. And then just a piece and a part of that design that coordinates up on the shoulder area. So again, this is very flattering, because if you've got something, especially if you're wearing, tops that are untucked, which many of us like because they're very flattering and comfortable. When you're looking at someone, you see that design toward the hip area. But if you have a design opposite that up on your shoulder area, it draws the eye up toward the face. And not only is that flattering, it's very slimming. So that's another great way to get your placement really, really perfect. All right, well, how do we get that perfect placement from design to fabric? Well, we certainly could measure and mark. I'm going to go ahead and switch my camera over to the table so that you can see me there. Let's get that camera switched over there so I can show you a few things and give you a few tips on how I actually do that when I'm planning on stitching. So there we go. We should be over there. All right. So let's talk first about using a garment pattern. And what I like to do is I like to start by doing a test. So I will always, this is my favorite t-shirt pattern, but before I would, do embroidery on this, I would do a test garment to make sure that the fit is correct, see if there's any changes I need to make. And then once I'm good with that, I like to repeat my patterns over and over again. I'm a big fan of buying classic looking styles and just, revamping them. And with embroidery, you can definitely make them look a million different ways from just doing a few little changes. So once I've done this, and what you can actually see is that here I have added to the neckline. So that's a perfect example of making a test garment. When I made the very first one, I felt that on me, the scoop was a little too large. So I just added a little insert of tissue paper and enlarged that area. Made it, now I know I'm good to go with this pattern. So what I do is I take pattern transfer cloth. It's very inexpensive. You could also use tissue paper, but again, if I'm going to make something that I'm going to do over and over again, I want something sturdy. So this doesn't tear. You can also sew this together if you want so that you can try it on. Once I've done that, I have just laid my pattern over the top, and I literally just trace around the entire pattern and cut it out. But what I've done, let me take the pattern off and show you, is I have done that not on just a single layer. I have done that on a folded piece of fabric, so that when I open this up, I've got a full pattern piece. Scoot that out of the way for a minute. I've got a full pattern piece to use. And that just makes it a whole lot easier for me to do a couple things. First of all, especially if you're working with knits, having a full pattern piece rather than a half is going to give you more accuracy when you're cutting. There's a lot of times when that fabric is folded under and it starts to wrinkle a little bit, and you may get a different size on one side of your garment than you do on the other. So with knits in particular, I like to open out my fabric and cut it flat. Now then the next thing I do is, of course, mark whatever points I need, my notches for reference, the pattern, usually the name and the number I'm going to write on. If you need any other information, go ahead and add that. But the really important part here is I have marked my bust line. And I've done that by, again, just putting the pattern up on my body, my personal body. If you're making this for somebody else, it's great if you can do that right on their body. And now I know if I'm going to be doing embroidery, whatever it is, I can see, first of all, is that even gonna fit in that area? But if I wanted to do something, large, and I wanted to do multiple patterns, I'm going to be able to avoid this area where I don't want somebody's eye to settle on. So by making a piece like this, you're going to be able to do a trial layout and play around with your design before you actually stitch it. Now you see that I've got here a template. And in fact, I have a template with the snowman marker in it, which I printed from my brother PE Design software. You can also just, use a regular, measure and mark technique, but it's so much better to have a template. So that's really my favorite way. Now, I know there's still some people out there that are a little bit shy of software. And if you're a little shy of software, I'm going to encourage you to jump into something, because even if you learn just to use that software to change colors on a design and print a template, you're going to be so far ahead of the game when it comes time to actually do your embroidery. But what if you don't have software today and you wanted to do something like this? Well, believe it or not, you can download directly from the internet graph paper, either in 1/4-inch graph, or you can actually find it in millimeters. I think this is my millimeter page here. Even though they look bigger, I think that makes the centimeter there. But when you look at your embroidery designs, whether they're on your machine or they're on your computer, you're going to see the measurements. And every design, whether it's symmetrical or not, has a true center point for the height and the width. So you want to make sure that you're finding that center point. And printing a template actually gives you that, because you've got crosshair lines. Now take a look at this other one here that I have, and you can see very well defined those crosshair lines. Well, if you don't have a template with a life-size printed picture of your design and you just use the measurements, you would just want the full measurement for the width and the full measurement for the height, whether you're doing it in inches or millimeters. Millimeters are actually more accurate, but it's hard to wrap our head around millimeters sometimes. Now, you're going to find a hard time getting that exact precise amount unless you are doing it in millimeters with inches. So just round it up a little bit or round it down. If I had this template, let's pretend it matches that. It's almost exactly the same size. That's certainly going to at least tell me if I've got enough room for that design in a particular area. But you can see how much more a template does for you by giving you that that ideal size and the true look of what it's going to look like when you stitch it. Okay, so but that is certainly an option for you to do it that way. Let's talk a little bit about printing templates and what you print them on. You certainly can do them just on plain ordinary paper. And if I'm going to use something just maybe once, you know, I don't really care about it that much, I'm going to go ahead and print it on regular paper. If your printer allows, you may want to also consider changing the printer settings to black and white, because we, you know, that ink in that printer, you know, the color seems to go out so fast. But you know, I did it for sample today in pure color so that you could really see it really well. Now, certainly when it's time to use that template, you could trim around it, and that certainly works really well. If I'm going to do it on a, I'm going to bring a top over here and show you on a real thing what that would be like. Okay, I've got that with poster tape on the back. I like to use just double-sided poster tape, and I can stick that on. And then once I've got that positioned, I'm going to mark the outside edge of the horizontal, which is the width, and the vertical. And I'm just going to mark dots there and dots there, join them together. And I'm going to use that as a reference for hooping that with my grid. Again, we're going to cover this on Thursday when we get a little bit more into precision there. But you can see how beautiful that is and how much I can see if that, in fact, is going to be what I want and give me the look of, you know, of what I'm trying to achieve with that. Okay, so let's talk again about other options, though, for those templates. I am a big fan of reusable templates for, you know, things I'm going to use over and over again. And in that case, I like to use something from my friends at Designs and Machine Embroidery. I know you're getting some good information from them this week, but this is called Target paper, and it's actually sticky. Now I'm trying to peel it. I might have to tear it a little bit so that I can get that sticky exposed. But it prints through your printer just like regular paper. Let's see if I could score that a little bit to get that separated, and goes through just like a regular sheet of paper, but it's tacky on the back side. So it can be reused on your fabric over and over and over again. Just remember to keep the paper and store the template right back on there so that you can reuse it again and again. Now, I want to show you another little trick that I use for my templates, and that is when I'm using them to, you know, line up in an area that's a little bit more square, where I'm going to do this on maybe a jacket back or something, you know, maybe even a quilt or different things like that, where I want to have that, you know, really, really straight and even. I want to leave as much of a square area around there because that'll help me with my measuring. So I like to take my rotary cutter and my ruler, and I will lay my ruler right on that center line. I try to keep that arrow at the top because that indicates the top of the design. I'm going to make sure that's perfectly parallel with that. And then I keep a rotary cutter that I use only for paper, and I just slice it just like that. So I can do the same thing on the other end. I want to get really close to that design right there. And then I do the same thing for the other edges. So I'm just going to line that up, make sure I'm on a straight line there, and cut that so I've got a perfectly squared off template. You will be amazed at how much help that gives you when you go to put that on your garment, because not all garments are created equal. They're not all straight. Let me bring a jacket up here and show you. If I wanted to do that on this jacket back, okay, having that squared off is, I've marked the center, so that's going to be helpful. But sometimes you've got a little bit of crooked seams, and by using the edges to measure from edge to edge, you're actually going to take yourself possibly off center. But when you stitch that design and wear it, where is the eye going to go? It's going to go to the sides of the design, and it's going to go to the sides of those seams. So you're better off matching up that way than just in the center if you do have a little bit of something uneven. So that's another great way to use templates. And there are other options for templates. I happen to have this wonderful set for perfect placement kit for monograms. This was specifically made for monograms, again, from my friends at Dime. And they're giving you all kinds of templates for using, in all different kind of areas, specifically for monograms. But again, we focus mostly on fashion today. So let me come back to the screen here and see if you have any questions for me. All right, let's see if we've got any questions here. I hope that gave you some good ideas and inspired you to start thinking maybe a little bit more expanded where you're going to put your designs and how you're going to get that perfect.
Joanne, you are such a fashionista. I love it. And I love the very beginning. You're like, I like to save the coupon books, the throwaways, for some inspiration. 2 questions for you. I want to keep the ball rolling. The best pattern design for the yoke of a denim jacket. Like, what kind of pattern fits best?
Well, that's a loaded question, because I have a new design collection that has come out from Designs and Machine Embroidery, and the designs were specifically made and designed for yoke areas. But if you're doing something generic, I kind of like for a front yoke on jackets, I like something that's L-shaped. And I'll just pull up my jacket really quick here. If you look at this, that's basically like an L shape.
It's right in here. Yeah.
And it's because you're going to have a narrow area here where the, where the jacket closure is, but you're going to have a more, it's always so hard to know which side you're on here. You're going to have a broader expanse of blank fabric here. And by having that, have like an L shape, you're going to be able to fill in where the empty space is and still have a little bit extend into there.
And it kind of follows the line of the collar anyway and balances it out on both sides. I love it. And what a great idea to upcycle clothing. And you could go get these clothes, add these really cool embellishments and embroidery to it, and then you go back and sell it for twice as what you bought it for.
Absolutely. When you're doing something like, and you saw me putting that template on that white shirt, you're taking something blank and you're making it beautiful. So, it's a good way too to upcycle garments that you maybe have in the closet that, they're kind of meh, and you want to turn them into something more spectacular.
I give new life to something that's humdrum, just upcycle it, give it something new to do, and then it's going to be new to you. So I love all of that, Joanne. Excellent. I can't wait. I have a shirt that I've embroidered on the back, and I'm going to be wearing that soon. So we'll talk about it. Joanne, I think I'm good. Somebody asked, where did you get the pattern transfer cloth?
Just a big box fabric store. Yep, it's very commonly available.
Very good, Joanne. Always good to see you.
You too. It looks like you're having a great day here, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the show. We'll see you again on Thursday.
That's right. Just a blast happening here, Joanne. We always love seeing. We will see you on Thursday, and so let's not delay. Let's keep the show plugging along, and we're going to bring Blaine back in. Blaine, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, and you know what? We've got our second win for the second part of the day. And I'm super excited about all the specials we have, Jane. And again, Joanne is just a freaking legend. I mean, she is so awesome. and
Legend.
is so knowledgeable, and we love having her on the show.
Legend.
But you know what? We've got such a great lineup this afternoon, and I'm super excited, especially our next guest. Hey, we have Mitzi Reed. She's a national educator for Janome, and we are going to talk all about the MB7 today, the multi-needle MB7 from Janome. And Mitzi, welcome to our show.
Hey, Blaine, good to see you. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. Good to see you. And hey, we're so happy that you're here today and share your experience and your education on that MB7, because, you know, that machine is one of our most popular machines we sell. And for Janome especially, it is our #1 Janome machine that we sell. And we love this machine. And I tell you, we got plenty in stock right now, ready to ship. So we're anxious for you to share all your wealth of knowledge on it.
Oh, that is fabulous. And Blaine, I completely believe you on that, because let me tell you, when mine arrived here at the house, it was as simple as taking it out of the box, putting the thread stand on, and I was up and doing embroidery in just no time at all. The ease of this machine, I can absolutely see why it is a top seller for you. And I was looking on the website earlier, and you got some pretty good packages to talk about here at the end. So let's get started and looking at the Janome MB7. So it is a great machine for anybody who wants to go ahead and have a multi-needle available in their own house and studio. It doesn't matter whether you're just getting started with the multi-needles, or maybe you have your own business going, or you can even use it for finishing quilting. So it really opens it up, the availability of this machine, to the whole spectrum of us that are crafters, whether, like I said, maybe you're a bag maker, you do garments, the quilters, you want your own business. This machine can do it all for you. And it is such a favorite of so many. So I'm going to take you here into the machine, and let's take a look at how easy it is to use and everything that's available to you and what you're getting with it, because the line of hoops and all that's available is just absolutely fantastic. So let's come in and take a look at the machine. I'm going to come over on this side real quick. So the first thing you're going to see is all your thread stand up here on the top. And of course, with this one, you actually see 8. So you see the 3 across the front, the 4 in the middle, and the 1 in the back. What's fabulous about this is this one here in the back is actually your bobbin thread. So you have access to a bobbin winder that is built in on the machine on the side over there. So you can always have bobbins ready to go. But the nice part is these bobbins, and I'll show you in a little bit, are very huge. They're jumbo bobbins. So you've got a lot of thread that goes onto that bobbin as you get started. So as I mentioned, this is a 7 needle. So you've got all these threads coming in. Now, these are just the threads I threw on it when I got it unpacked. So I've got a few different colors on here. But let me tell you, if I need to change any of these colors, it is so easy to do. It's just following the thread path right on the way through, opening up and closing your tensions, and just follow the directions. I mean, it takes you through so nice and easy all the way down to our needle. And then you can tie off and hold up your threads right here in this little tension area. Little spring will hold them and keep them out of the way, like right after you thread it. But one of the things I want you to notice and take a good peek at is all the lighting down here. There is over 6 LED lights that are just coming through here. You've got lighting on the side. So you can see, even without the extra lights that I have in my room going on, you've got lots of light area that's going to reflect on your project. Down here, of course, you open it up, you've got access to your bobbin. And like I mentioned, it is a really good size bobbin. I'm going to pop it out here real quick, the bobbin case. Now, I've been going along quite a bit, but you can see how much space I still have. I've maybe got half that bobbin used, and I have been stitching so much with it, because when you're using your embroidery bobbin thread, and it's that easy just to put it back in and close it up, you've got a lot of access you're able to get and a lot of designs that are going to be coming out for you. Let's take a look at the screen here. I want to show you how nice and clean and bright it is. Now, this screen itself, you can actually adjust it and move it. It's got an arm here. So you can position it to exactly how you need it, what's the most visible way for you. So I've got it tilted up here so it's easy for me to see. And then when you're looking through on the different designs, I pulled up one of the designs that's built into the machine. And there's actually 50 designs that are already built in the machine, not including all the monogramming that's available to you. But it's nice because once I get ready to sew, I've got not only my visual as far as what my design looks like, it's going to tell me how big a size that's going to stitch out, how long it's going to take to stitch it, what color we're going to be on. This one's only 2 colors, and what's the total stitch count on it. And then coming down here at the bottom, of course, you're going to see what colors the machine has already picked for you. But it is so easy to come in and change those colors or change those positionings on it. So let me show you that real fast, because if I just go down here on this arrow, and I'm going to arrow in this page, and I'm still on the ready to sew screen, but I can click on that button and see it highlights this first one that says it's blonde. Well, you know what? I don't have blonde down there right now, so I want to change that. So maybe I'll just go over to thread number, let's do number 2. That's actually black on my spool, but that's okay. I don't have to change the color there, but you can go in another setting and change it if you wanted to. And then I can just arrow down to my next thread, and where that's supposed to be a sunflower, maybe on that one, I want to do, oh, I don't know, let's do my red to make it, so I'm telling it what needle position I need it to go to for doing the design. And then there it goes. It just puts it into the needle position. So that when the first one starts, which is my black thread, I'm right over, and that's going to be in the center point there. But navigating through the screen is really nice. You've got availability to go into your menu, pick the buttons I want. So if I want to add more designs, the lettering, obviously my grid. So like, for example, I'm bringing that design up. If I want to rotate it, I can easily rotate it. And then I can even change, you know, as far as the orientation, which way it's going, keep that rotation going. We'll bring it back to upright in that one. What about if I want to change size? You know, as with most of our Janome machines, you can actually upgrade to up to 20%, either way, 20% larger, or I could even take it down to where it's 20% smaller, depending on what direction I want to go with. I'm just going to take it back to that 100% size because I've got a cute design I want to do out later with it. But see, I can do it individually, or I can hold it down to change on the sizing. That's the rotation. Of course, you know, if I don't like the design, I can delete that, save the design if I made those changes. But here's the nice thing. Look at this right here. These are all the different style of hoops that are available. Now, the M1 hoop that's shown is from the largest hoop that comes available with the machine, but that's going to take up a lot of space and a lot of stabilizer. So I can always change over to M2, keep it on M1. If it's grayed out, that means it's not going to fit inside that particular hoop. That M3 is a very small hoop, so it's not going to fit there. But let me also show you some of the other ones that come up. If I go into the T, so some of the T hoops that are available with it and the different screens. I'm going to go back here. Let's take it to S. Now, these are grayed out right now, but I'm going to show you something special in a little while with that H1 hoop, because that is the hat hoop. Everybody wants to see where the hat hoop goes. But also, I'm going to show you these J hoops. Now, again, like I mentioned, they're grayed out because it's not going to fit in that particular size, but like the 7 and 8, which are the larger ones I'll show you shortly, it would fit in there. But you're able to make those adjustments into your hoops as well, so you can make sure that you're not overusing your fabric or your stabilizer, depending upon what your project is. And that's always important because we don't want to waste anything, especially when it comes to stabilizer. So you've got a lot of adjustments that you can actually make with this. Now, remember I said about color changes. If I want to actually change that color so it shows up there, well, I can come in here where it was blonde and I can say, nope, let's go black with it. Then I can go to my next thread. Oops, there we go. Next one. And remember, I said I'm going to change it to red. I'm just going to hit that. Now, you've got your availability to scroll here as far as if you want to actually change in that red spectrum. But I'm good with that option. So I'm going to OK it. And looky there. It's going to change it there on my screen. We're still in the grid. But if I get ready to stitch out, there you go. And you can see a much better display on there as far as how the stitches and all are going to lay out. And now it's actually matching my colors all the way up there. So you see, it was really easy for you to make those changes and adjustment. Some of the other things down here that are really nice to have, of course, we've got a start stop button. You actually have 2 locations, one on the machine and one on the screen. Scissors in both locations, so machine and the screen. This is going to trace out my area. I can move my hoop or take it back center and move the hoop different directions. But that right there, yep, that's our bobbin. So when I get ready to set up, I can actually hit the button from here or on the side of the machine to go ahead and get the bobbin ready to wind. Now, if we come over here on this other side of the machine, I want to show you here, there is a plug-in right back here, and that is for your USB. So if you don't want to bring or use the designs or the monogramming already in the machine, you can actually bring in any of your designs on a USB right there, ready to go. So it really makes it easy as far as how we use the machine to be able to gain the access to it. Now I'm going to slip by real quick because what I want to show you too is on the hooping system. You know, this is the nice thing about when you have a multi-needle machine, the hoop system actually changes. So what that does for you is all those hard to hoop items are not so hard anymore. Now I'm just hooping right here, just a regular fabric and stabilizer, but I'm going to show you some other items too that a lot of times you may not think about is like, can I hoop that or not? And the answer is definitely yes, you can. So, you know, when it comes to the hoop system, now this is the biggest hoop here. This is the M1 hoop, and size on that one is 240 by 200 millimeters. And it's really simple. So when I come onto it, I want to come right up here, and I'm going to move my fabric out of the way of my needles. And I just come right underneath this little hook or this little lever, and I am clicked in all the way. Now my hoop is secure. So when I get ready to stitch out, all I've got to do from here is my start stop button, and I'm ready to go. So literally in just a minute or two, you see me able to get the design pulled up, gain access to change those colors. We've been able to change the thread position. And, you know, even like in this situation, like these are just the quick colors I chose to hoop up with because I knew that's the colors I wanted to show some of my samples to you in. But if I need to change it to any other color, it's very easy to do. So I've got, you know, a large collection of embroidery threads, whether they are this size or smaller, it's not a problem because the thread stands adjust for whichever one you need. They've got the cone holders, or you can use the smaller. We've got spool caps included with the machine. So really, when you get your machine in, the only thing you have to have ready to go is fabric and stabilizer and some threads. It's that easy to get going straight out of the box. So when mine arrived, I was busy finishing a quilt. So I actually told my husband, who doesn't put these together, I said, hey, throw this together for me real quick so I can start working on it. And I mean, it was super quick to get it all put together. Everything you need is in the box. Now, something else talking about what's in the box and that makes this machine super special compared to most of your multi-needles is the footprint of the machine. As you can see, I've got it sitting just on a regular cabinet. Now, Sewing Machines Plus does have a fantastic cabinet for this machine, and mine may be on order already because I plan on keeping this thing in my house. I've had so much fun with it the past few days. But when you look at the footprint of the machine, it's just right here. It's not very wide. And as far as going back, it's not that far back either, if you want to show it from the side, because it doesn't take up a whole lot of space. So for you who may not have a whole lot of space in your studio or your space to work with, it's really compact. Even I can tell you, because I saw the shipping label coming to me, the box and all, the machine, the box and all is only 50 pounds, which is really nice to not have to lug around a bigger machine. So what does that mean for you? Those of you who want to have a business going on where you take your machines to shows, whether it be craft shows, quilting shows, anything like that, or you want to set up to do embroidery, maybe at a flea market, it's very portable, which is a wonderful thing to have because the majority of multi-needles are not. And that still gives you 7 needles to be able to work with. So like I said, when you're taking it, maybe you're taking it to a craft show and you're doing personalized embroidery there, you can take your main colors that you offer your services in and have it all ready to go in a lightweight, compact machine for a multi-needle embroidery, and you're ready to get to work. And trust me, what you're going to make on those kind of events will pay for this machine over and over. You really get a lot out of this machine. One of the also nice things about it, it's great. It sounds great. It's very sturdy, very stable. I love the fact that the feet on the bottom kind of suction on to my tabletop. So until I get my actual cabinet for it, putting out this on a standard, you know, cabinet system here, it's been great. I mean, I'm not getting a lot of vibration. I don't have any anti-vibration mats because the machine itself is really sturdy and it holds on. So those who might be worried about it moving too much, don't worry about that. We made sure we got it right on this one so that you have the stability with it that you've looked for in a multi-needle for sure. Now, let's talk about hoops because everybody wants to see what all we got in hoops. I'm going to show y'all some samples because I have been having so much fun this week. And I look forward to when I come back on Thursday to show you again because I'm going to have so many more because I'm going to go pick up my order of all my blanks and get supplies to play with today. But just to give you some ideas on things to do. Now, this design I actually did download, but look at this cute bag. And it's just a simple, plain bag with a flap, kind of that whole Mel style with it. But I was able to just come in. It took 27 minutes to actually stitch this whole thing out. Now, yeah, I use a single color with it, but that's okay because, again, I've just been switching in between the colors as I've been going. I'll show you some more with some multi-colors on there as well. But look at this. I mean, it's a cute scissor design and all. So how great would that be to send over to your buddies, your little sewing quilting buddies? It's a good sized little bag. So even though this one has a flap to it, even if it's a standard bag or maybe you have a zipper opening, because of the way these hoops are designed, you're able to go ahead and hoop that because it doesn't have to be hooped in there. Just use a sticky back stabilizer and it'll have really good support in holding it on. So just to show you a couple things, couple of ideas, let's come over and look over here. Now, what about the fact that we're coming up on the season for all of our weddings and our events are coming up? Well, guess what? How about towels? Everybody wants to do cute towels. Even though it's my husband videoing behind me, congratulations, it's part of your Father's Day gift. It's a cute little BLT towel for when you're out there grilling. This one for the holidays, pecan pie recipes. I love that. Let's see here. This design, this beautiful design is actually already in the machine. I went ahead and stitched it out in those red, black, and white Janome colors. And it is absolutely beautiful. And like I said, the machine has got over 50 designs in there for you to pick and choose from. So it is great for that. Now, I mentioned before, let's talk about my quilters, all right? And you're probably thinking, what can I do on quilting wise with a multi-needle? This is a built-in design in this machine, okay? Look at those feathers, how nice and beautiful those feathers are. So I just sandwiched, or I should say hooped, my quilt sandwich. And it's just a fat quarter to test it out. I want to see how the quality looked on it. And it is stunning. So especially those of you who love to do like the quilt as you go projects, this is perfect for you because you can get those blocks already in there very easy into it and just take off. So you're going to love having that one available. Speaking of quilt and the hoop, also fun little projects just to redecorate. Now, my design came a little bigger than the hoop I had, so we'll just forgive me for that one, for the hanging hoop. But again, another one of the quilt designs. Now, this is a purchase design that I had in my stock, but coming in, use that pink thread that's up there on that gray, and it just turned out a little fuzzy, just as cute as can be. And then I just put it into, you know, a regular embroidery hoop that I can hang up on the wall, little wooden hoop, and it just can add a quick little touch of decoration with it as well. So that was a fun one to do. And I mentioned bags, right? Well, this one too, I did. So look at those beautiful stitches that came through on that one. This design is actually built in the machine too. And what's wonderful about it is it's 2 colors on this design. Again, same way I showed you when I set up the prior one. It's easy to set up, easy to change, and it just does the work for me. So that way it can be doing all the work while I'm off doing something else, which happened to be cleaning my studio space this week. But I've got plenty of space on that. Now, I also mentioned the monogramming. So the machine has beautiful monogramming. I'm going to show you even more of that when we come back on Thursday. But with it itself, total, it's got 10 different fonts for monogramming available to you. Plus, you've got the little side, little bars to really make it pretty monogramming. Take a look on that. That is actually on a faux leather. Beautiful in there. Those, of course, are my initials. So you can actually do 2 and 3 letter monogramming. If you want to do the monogramming, this I've got plans to actually make a nice, put it on there, make a nice little coffee mug, little cozy for it to wrap it, because I always need to make sure everybody knows who my coffee. No, nobody's stealing my coffee. And I wanted to see how it did on like a faux leather, cork, those kind of things, because that is really popular right now, of course. So if you're making those designs, you're going to sell during the holidays, you know, you can definitely do it very easy. I literally just used a sticky back on that and it just went through beautifully. So when I came to monogramming, yeah, you got small hoops that can go with this, and I'll show you all the hoops in a moment. But there's actually a whole nother line of accessory hoops to do monogramming with, and I've been having the best time playing through these. So if you're wanting to really personalize your items with your monogramming, maybe your name, or even, don't forget, doing the logos on our shirts, right? Because right now we're moving into the warmer months. It's time to hang up the long sleeve and the 3/4 length sleeves for me while I'm going out on the road with shows. So it's my time. One thing I'll be doing all week is I just got my shirts in. So it's time to start putting the Janome name on these. So, you know, maybe you have a small business and you've got employees that you need to make sure have your logos on their shirts. Well, you can do them really easy, really quick here versus having to send it out and wait on somebody else to complete that for you. So doing the shirts, great idea, super easy on that. But the monogram hoops, just looking at it, just to show you what's out there and available, my goodness, the sizes. I love this one. It'd be great for doing little patches, either one of those, like some of your scalp patches go with. You've got different sizes for doing these larger designs. Like I was using, I think it's this one to do that bigger monogram with. You'll want to have the connector piece. This is the adapter so that it fits these hoops. And let me tell you, it was so easy to change this out versus the one that's on the machine. It has the same setup on the machine. So it's just loosen the screws, you take it off, put this one on, and tighten your screws back down. So no need to bring out screwdrivers or any heavy tools to get that done, because it's simple to put it together. And then these hoops just clamp right in very easily. So these are all additional accessory purchase after the fact, but it is great for that. Now, I promised you looking at hats also, and so I want to show you. Had some fun today. We're baseball parents, so we are constantly at ball games. So fun little baseball pattern I found online, done with the red, white, and blue stitched out on the hat. And then the other hoop that you're going to want to have with this is the actual hat hoop. And how it works is, you can see I kind of put little staples in to hold back the inside of the hat, on your brim, your sweat brow band area. And you just tuck the bill right into the hoop and buddy. You just tighten this down. It's easy to tighten down with your hands. You don't need any special tools. Using a sticky back, check that, it's just a sticky back stabilizer, nice and strong from Janome. And then I'm able to flatten it in there, get it all lined up and centered, and then I can bring that design or any design right in there, and it's going to go ahead and stitch it out beautifully for me. And you can see that one, it was 3 different colors that went through on that, and it did it beautifully. And so we can just set that up, get it lined up in the center, and go. So I know you want to know what you're getting with this machine, and I can promise, like I said, I've been on the website today, and guys at Sewing Machine Plus have got some great deals going on. But also, you saw the M1 hoop. That's one I've got on the machine back here, because that's what I'm going to be stitching out once we get done. And then you've also got the M2, and that's a really great size also. That's a 126 by 110 on the hoop, and you'll see all of them have the little plastic grids to go with it. And then the M3, that's a 50 by 50. So like if you want to do the really small monograms or maybe a little logo, that would be a great one to go with, so you don't have to use as much stabilizer as well. Also in the box, I mentioned the bobbins. These are fantastic, great bobbins, great size to them, all metal bobbin on that. You've got needles, you've got your tools you need. You've got, hopefully we never have to use seam rippers, right? We always try to avoid seam rippers, but seam ripper and needle threader, additional screwdrivers. You actually got 2, so you can put the top on there when you get ready to put your thread on. And brushes, it comes with your oil, you've got instructional DVD, and then all the rest of this accessories are in here. Remember I mentioned even if you want to use smaller thread spools, it's perfectly fine. You've got the thread nets, the spools, the connection cable if you need to connect it up. Everything you need is really right there. Of course, we never want to forget, obviously our instruction book is in here. And in typical Janome fashion, we give you more information than you could ever find the need in this instruction book. I always love it because I say we always give you a full page just teaching you how to plug things in. And I think that's wonderful. So we give you a lot of information and a lot of details to work with. So everything to get you going and running is going to be right here in the box. You can have all the 3 hoops here. These accessories are already in the box for you. Obviously, you've got the machine, the thread stand, the monitor display to get everything done. You've got 50 designs in there, 10 monogramming fonts. I mean, you're ready to roll. The only thing you're going to want is as soon as you get that shipping notice that's heading your way, go get your fabric you want to play with, go get a bunch of different stabilizers, and you're ready to go. It's going to be that easy to go with. So Blaine, you said this is your top machine that we got coming for, and I have a feeling you're going to have a lot more that are going to want to go ahead and take it on and play with it as we go through and they get to see this machine. And I can't wait to show you some more stuff that's going to come through on Thursday. My order didn't get here yet, but I've got some really cool blanks that you're going to see on Thursday to give your viewers some even more ideas on what they can do and play with on the machine.
That's awesome, Mitzi. Hey, Mitzi, again, there's a reason this is our #1 Janome machine, and it's really one of our top machines overall. We sell so many of these, and right now they're already. It's kind of crazy, Mitzi. They're already flying off the shelf, and we haven't even presented it yet. And we were down to 11 already now, so we're down to 11, everybody, of this machine. But Mitzi, I'm going to tell them how to buy this, and I know we're going to see you again later on in the week. So thank you so much. Great presentation, and we'll see. I think it's Thursday, correct?
Thursday, yeah. I'll see you again same time on Thursday, and I've got some more good things to show you. And if you don't have enough machines by Thursday, you're just going to have to order some more in because they're going to be flying off the shelves, like you said.
Actually, we just got on the phone and ordered some more right now because these are going off out
good
so
call.
fast. Crazy.
Awesome.
So
Well,
anyway,
great.
well, thank
Y'all
you
have
so
a
much,
great
Mitzi,
day.
and we'll see you Thursday.
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday. Take care. We'll see you soon.
All righty. So guys, this is the Janome MB7. Like I said, this is one of our most popular machines. These are blowing off the shelf as we speak. Kyle just gave me the update. We got 11 left. Can't believe people are already buying these before we even tell them the show specials and everything coming with it. But again, guys, the normal price on this is $6,599. And again, we have a show special on this. It's the Hoop Fest special. We have special financing available, 60-month, 0% interest to get those payments down low for you. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Or if you just want to go look at it right now, hey, go to SMPLive.tv and you can go and click on the MB7 picture listing. It'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. And we have live chat agents also can help you check out to get that special pricing as well. But guys, I want to tell you just a little bit about this. Now, we've got a special bundle that goes with this as well. You're going to also get that support table. Now, that support table is going to fit right on like where the hoop would fit on and give you a big work surface if you're doing a lot of different type of embroideries to help support it. And we're going to throw in that hat hoop as well. So you're going to get that support table and hat hoop right with this bundle today and with that special pricing. And again, guys, this is going to be the hoop size on this thing. It's about almost an 8 almost an 8x9, but I think it's 9.4 inches by 7.9 inches. So that's a really nice hoop size on this. Again, we said it's 7 needles. This is a professional style embroidery machine. It has a 5.7 inch, computer screen on it that you can do all your displays and everything. Extra large bobbin. It's 40% larger than a regular bobbin, so you don't run out of the bobbin thread. It has 6 white LED lights to cover the whole area. So it really has a great work area lighting system on it. You're going to get 50 built-in designs right in the machine, 10 fonts for monogramming, 2 and 3 letter monogramming, maximum embroidery size. Like I said, it's that 9.4 times 7.9. You're going to be able to transfer designs via USB port. It has a sewing speed up to 800 stitches per minute, and the embroidery format capabilities that it has. It's going to be compatible with the JEF. It's going to be the JEF Plus, the JEF, and the DST. And then you can edit right on the screen. Includes resizing, rotate, flip. You can regroup, edit, zoom, duplicate, monogram, combined designs. And then it has that programmable jump thread trimming. And so there's so many things on there that we just love about this. And then again, you're going to be able to, it's going to have the stitch counter to let you know right where your stitches are. It has the timer to tell you how long it's going to take to complete that design. So there's so many great things come with it. And you saw over all the accessories that come with it that Mitzi was showing you. It comes with a ton of accessories. And again, guys, to give you that footprint, this is a very small, compact 7-needle machine. It is a 17.7 inches wide. It is 25.6 inches deep. And then it's going to be 26.8 inches tall. So guys, this is an extremely small footprint, and it's going to weigh under 65 pounds. So it'll still take 2 people to carry this thing. But again, this is one of those machines, if you're working at a flea market, if you're doing a little trade show, you're doing your side hustle business, you can actually use this because it's very portable. You could take it with you and actually custom embroidery on the spot. That's how portable this thing is. So again, guys, we are big fans of this MB7 and can't say enough about it. And again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or just go to smplive.tv and click on that MB7 picture. It'll take you right to the product page. We have live chat agents can help answer questions and take your order to give you the special pricing. And again, guys, if you can't get through on the phones, you can't get through to chat, on that smplive.tv at the very top of the page, it says, request a callback. You just hit that button. It'll open up a page where you put your information in, your phone number, name, and the machine you're interested in, and it updates real time in the call center, and on their screens, as soon as they get off the call they're on, they're going to call you outbound and call you back. So if you see a number calling from an 800 number, make sure you pick it up because it's probably going to be us calling it. So again, guys, the Janome MB7, we're so happy to present that today. So anyway, don't delay. Get on that phone right now and get your order in. And let's bring Jane Klaus back to the screen. So Jane, how are you?
Hey, Blaine, I'm great. Hey, SMP Nation, how are you guys?
Yeah, I want to know out there right now, how's everybody doing? Give us a 1 if you're enjoying this and having fun. And let us know you're still out there and enjoying what you're seeing. And I know we've got another great product coming up. And we have, Heather Banks coming up too with it. And another brother product, Jane.
That's
and this
right.
one is one of those machines that's a newer product out on the market. And we absolutely love this.
And this is a machine you cannot live without. Let me tell you about it, my friends. It is the Brother NS1750D. You know what? If you have one machine, you might as well have 2, and then you might as well have more, because you know what I say, more is more and less is a bore. And I know your sewing room needs more. So I'm excited to welcome back to the show. She is a Brother sewing educator. She is an expert on all things quilting and scan and cut and embroidery and sewing and pattern making. And by the way, she was here earlier today and we were learning all about the Brother scan and cut. Now she is back to the show to talk about an amazing machine, the Brother NS1750D. Please say hi to Heather Banks.
Hi, Jane. I'm glad to be back.
How was your afternoon, Heather?
Going good, but I miss being here. So I'm glad you guys invited me back.
Well, we need some more wisdom from you. So I absolutely love this machine that you're going to tell us about. So I want you to make sure that everybody loves it as much as you and I do.
Okay, I'm going to give it my best shot.
I know you are.
Do it. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be back, and we are going to finish a little bit of what we did with the scan and cut this morning, because the machine that I'm showing you is both it can sew, it can embroider, and it can quilt. So yes, you can lower the feed dogs and you can do quilting with this machine. It has all of the feet and attachments for sewing, plus you can easily change it over and do embroidery. Now, since this is Hoop Fest, we're going to be talking a lot about embroidery, but I just wanted to make sure you knew it does all the things. So and it's only 15 pounds. So if you're thinking, I might like a machine to travel with, set up in your hotel room, or when you're camping, I know I do that. This could be a perfect machine for that. And if you are new to machine embroidery, this is a wonderful introduction to getting into it. So let me show you some stuff. In typical fashion of what I do, we're going to actually do some stuff. So let's get started. I'm going to show you the machine. So let me change views so you can see exactly what it looks like. Okay, looking for the camera. Hold on, everyone. All right, going back to this.
All right, so it looks like we may have lost Heather temporarily. So guys, hang on. And while Heather is trying to get reconnected, let's bring Jane back in with me as well. So Jane, I think we lost Heather. So you know what we're going to do? Let's just give something away.
I was going to say, can we do a giveaway?
It's always fun to have a giveaway time, right?
And it's kind of like when something bad happens, like, oh, we lost them. Then you're going to like back end it with something good. Like, let's do a giveaway. It's funny. I was watching her look for the thing.
So we can give something away. All right. So we're going to give another sewing machine away, right?
Sounds good.
We're going to give another sewing machine away, Jane. So
let's
Kyle,
do it.
Are you ready? We're going to give away the Brother. It is that is it the
BM
3850, right? Yeah, so the BM 3850, Jane. Oh, there it is. It's on the screen right there.
Nice little machine right there, you guys. A Brother BM 3850.
All right, so Kyle's going to spin that wheel. So Kyle, spin the wheel.
There we go.
Fingers crossed, everybody. I love the midday giveaway. Super fun. Congratulations to Pamela Nestler. She's watching us on Facebook today. Hi, Pamela. How you doing? Pretty good now, huh?
So Pamela just won herself a Brother sewing machine. So Pamela, what you need to do is go to smplive.tv, and at the very bottom of the page, it has an area where you can claim your prize if you win something. Just go fill out that information down there and hit submit, and we'll get that information. As soon as we receive your shipping information, all that, we'll get that shipped right out to you. All right, so Jane, I think we have Heather back, so I'm gonna let you bring her back in.
And then left. She's back now. Okay.
All right, so she's back.
Okay.
All right, well, let's just bring back in Heather Banks. Hey, Heather.
Hey there, Jane. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We just can't see you yet. So that's
I understand, and I'm a little confused because okay. Is it the heat? Did it melt something?
It's all those bees. They're just gnawing on the back of the wires, I think, over there. We'll get you so we can hear all about the amazing NS1750D. And while Heather is working on getting her connection straightened out, Blaine, let's just talk to them about all the cool things they've seen today and yesterday and how they can learn more and get more.
Well, Jane, we could do that, but what I thought we could do is, why don't you go ahead, if you want to, and just tell them all about the 1750D, and so I know everybody's anxious for that. And then if Heather gets back on, she can kind of demonstrate it even more. But I think that would be a good chance for us just to tell them how they can get one and all about it.
I love it. All right, let's put this full screen up there so we can take a look at the beautiful machine, because nobody wants to see my face anymore. So let's get the screen up there so we can look at the NS1750D. Thank you so much right there. We're going to talk about this machine. It is a very small footprint is what Heather was starting with. It's got 181 built-in stitches, including 10 styles of one-step auto-size buttonholes and 4 sewing lettering fonts. Now, there's 125 built-in embroidery design, friends, including 45 designs featuring Disney characters. That's what that D is at the end of the NS1750D. That's for Disney. So you're getting 45 designs that feature Disney characters, 140 frame pattern combinations, and 10 embroidery lettering fonts. Now that is you're looking at that little LCD touchscreen display. That's a little over 3 inches color LCD touchscreen, which is lovely. And you're getting that size, that 4x4 embroidery area. It's a perfect little size to be doing all sorts of gifts and tricks and little embroiders. You've got your automatic thread cutter. It cuts the upper and the lower threads. I love that feature. And you can easily combine designs on screen and then reposition them with the drag and drop feature. We all love that. You can also edit on screen, letter editing. You can do this in enhanced zooming, resizing, all of this stuff Heather's going to tell us about. It's got that USB port so you can import your designs. You've got that beautiful workspace there, and you can see that right there in the photo. And it's sewing speeds up to 850 stitches per minute. Now, this is a fantastic little machine. It's one of the top sellers. I know you're going to want to get this. The hoop size is 4x4. It's a good combo machine. Now, you're seeing it here for $699.99. You see how it's slashed out. Well, guess what? Because you love Blaine and he loves you. He's got special Hoop Fest pricing for you on this one. And you know that's gotta be great. So you gotta call 800-401-8151 or go to smplive.tv to find out what that special Hoop Fest pricing is on this machine. And I know this is a great machine if you are ready to get a smaller size machine that you want to bring with you places, or you're ready for a new combo machine and you want to give this one to your niece, or you want to give this one to a friend because they want to try something new, then this is a great machine for you to add to the cart today. And we know that Brother Products give you the best creativity at your fingertips. And I think we're getting Heather back. I heard myself right there on her camera. So if she's back and ready to go, then we'll jump over to Heather.
Hey, Heather. Can you hear me still? Hello.
We can hear you. Look at that machine. It looks great, Heather.
Thank you. Here it is. It was, you know what? It wanted to be the star of the party and have, arrive late, because then everyone would be looking at it, and I don't blame it because it's gorgeous. So this is it. This is the NS1750D, and the D stands for Disney. Thank you for doing such a great job, because you really did cover so many of the main features, and I want you guys to see what all you can do with this. And just to kind of give you an idea, thank you, Linda. Welcome back. I appreciate it. We're gonna mostly talk about embroidery, but don't forget that, as I mentioned, it also does sewing. And check out this gigantic sewing table that comes with this machine, and it's so easy to put on it. So when you are in sewing mode, you can just slide this right on and you can sew. And you know what? If you have sewn it all before in the past, these tables are not inexpensive, and you usually have to go out, and get a special purchase and find out what the machine is. But this comes with it. It'll be in the box. It's not a special thing that comes later. So I personally, for, quilting, piecing, things like that, this was just a huge draw for me, and I was really excited when I saw that it comes with it. Now, let's very quickly, before we head over to embroidery mode, sort of check out the fact that this has a very nice threading system. And any of you brother users out there, I know you've seen something like it, you may have something similar. But for those of you who may be new, this is very simple to thread this machine. You lower the presser foot. I already have it brought through the threading channels, and then it just goes right behind the needle bar, and it comes over here to the left. Trim it over on the side using the thread cutter, and that's just it. That's all there is to it. And then when I lower this threading guide, it comes over to the side and it pushes the thread to the back. And so if you're like me at all, then threading the needle is just not going to happen. Otherwise I can't see the needle anymore. But this is super fast and easy. I can do it one-handed. It's not loud and clanky, and it's not glitchy. It works consistently every time. So I definitely wanted you to see how that works. So I'm going to go back out. That's in a little bit. Whoops, that would be in. Okay, coming back out here a little bit. Now that we have that on there, I would like to put the embroidery arm on. Just a tip, when you are using a brother machine, you need to turn off the machine before you put the embroidery arm on. And this is actually really important. And ta-da, here is the embroidery arm. It's very simple. Now, why did I bother to go to all this effort, put them on off in front of you here on camera? Well, the reason is I want you to see that it's really fast and easy. So if you are using this as your sole embroidery and sewing machine, you don't have to worry like, oh, I gotta change over to sewing, I gotta change over to embroidery. Really fast, really easy. Boom, done. I'm ready to embroider. Perfect. All right, we are going to talk embroidery applique. Now, if you were here earlier, we cut out some scan and cut applique. What we're going to do here is we're going to find that design and bring that up and start stitching it, because I want you to see the whole process. If you weren't here earlier, no worries. You will catch up very easy. Now, I thought I saw someone in the comments say how many designs for embroidery. There are 45 Disney designs, and this is a 4-inch by 4-inch hoop. Now, that is a large design. I have that stitched out, and I'm going to show you what that looks like, but I want you to see some of those Disney designs. And if I press this button up in the corner, it magnifies the designs so you get a better idea of what they look like. There's a lot of detail in these designs, and as you're seeing, it's a full color screen, so you do not have to guess at colors or designs. Now, you can not export Disney designs, so we cannot take any of our Disney designs to the scan and cut, unfortunately, but you can still get the full color version here, so you're able to see exactly what you're getting. So you can see the variety of Disney designs that are built in. And I mean, there's a lot, and there's a lot of cute ones. So I definitely wanted to point that out. Now, besides, oh, I can't miss every time I think I'll go out of the category, I think, oh, wait, one more, because I just love them so much. All right, let's go back, because like I said, there's 125 built-in embroidery designs, and similar to the scan and cut, you do not have to load these. Of course, they're just brother built-in designs. We do get a beautiful font that's sort of an extra large decorative one. So if you were looking more than just spelling it out, there is actually where you would just want to use a one-letter design, and these are quite beautiful. And there are 10 fonts. So if you monogram, you're going to be able to get your use out of these as well. All right, let's go find the design from earlier that I cut on the scan and cut and show you how that works. So I'm going to arrow my way over through the designs. Now, I should point out, these are freestanding lace designs. So those are built into the machine, really cute little kid ones. Aha, here it is. This is the birthday cake that I cut out on the scan and cut, and the cake itself is applique, as is the tray. And one of your first clues about how do I know it's applique is there aren't any stitches in here, and it just kind of looks rather plain, right? There's just nothing in here, and probably it wouldn't look like that normally. So that's one of my first clues. We're going to press to set to put that on the screen. Lots of options of things I can do, move, size, rotate. But I am at this point, I just want to take this over to the scan and cut and show you how I did that. Now here's our second clue that this is applique. Look at the scissor buttons and the funny stitches. It's kind of like, what are those there for? And of course, you always have a preview here in the right corner that tells you what you're currently working on. So this is the placement stitch for the tray. And if I go, oops, sorry, one more here. If I advance myself, then we will see the placement stitch. I'm not going far enough for the, I'm just going to go back. So I'm just going too far on the screen, but that's okay. But what I really want you to see here is that if I press this pocket button, that's the memory button, I can save this design to the machine, which I don't need to do, it's already there, or I can save it to the USB. So if I press the USB, it has been saved, and then I can take the USB drive out and take this straight over to the scan and cut, and the scan and cut will read it, and we're good to go. So that's how I got this design over to the scan and cut earlier. All right, we're ready to stitch. And so we're going to put this into the machine and stitch it. But before we start, I want to go ahead and hoop my fabric. One thing to note, it does tell you the number of stitches and the time it will take and the thread changes. And again, it's all full color, so you don't have to guess on the colors. So I'm going to change us over to the overhead so that you can see how we're going to put this in the hoop. So here is the 4x4 hoop. Very simple and easy. I'm going to, whoa, I have a bit of a breeze. I'm going to open up my hoop quite a bit so I can fit everything in. Now, the only real requirement, and this is if you're kind of new to embroidery, is I just need my fabric to be bigger than my hoop. I don't want it to be less. It needs to go in there, and I know it'll be stable. So what I have here is a piece of stabilizer. Now, this is cutaway stabilizer. There's more than one kind, and I'm going to place that over my hoop. And then I'm going to take my cotton fabric. Now, this is something optional, just something to keep in mind. I have ironed on a piece of interfacing, and this interfacing is going to give stability to my cotton fabric. So let's put that in there, and we'll just move right along because I know we lost a few minutes to the gremlins in my machine. Now, while we're sitting here, before I go back to the machine, I will show you, actually, we're going to go back and then I'll come right back and show you. I'm going to change that up a little bit. So I'm going to place my hoop directly into the machine. And you'll hear it click. Did you hear that? It just clicked into place. Now it's completely secure and it's ready to start stitching. Now the light is red because my foot is not down. Lower my presser foot and press go. So you can hear it and see it stitch for a moment or two. Kathy, bad gremlins indeed. Exactly. How much bigger does the fabric have to be? I did see someone ask that. as long as it's just maybe about an inch or so outside of the hoop, you should have enough space. All right, I'm gonna let that finish, and we're gonna do one more. And while the other one is stitching, this is the second piece, I'm gonna show you a couple other things that I made on this, and then I'll show you exactly how those fit, how the pieces of fabric fit into there. Okay, so with this machine, here are examples of the Mickey and Minnie Mouse that are built into the machine. And you can see pretty good. These are large sizes. You're not getting small designs. And so here would be two really cute ways to use that. Here are some of the Disney designs all stitched out, so you can see how cute they are. And you know, I know it's a 4-inch by 4-inch hoop, but these are large designs. I mean, they're as big as my hand. So you're really getting a lot there. And I just think these could not be more precious. And all of these designs are built right into the machine. So you will not have to go purchase these or go find these anywhere. Now let's bring over that hoop, because here are the two pieces of fabric that I cut earlier on the scan and cut. And I'll show you exactly how that works. So here is the hoop. And what it's done is it's stitched my placement lines. If you're new to machine embroidery, you may not know that term, but it tells me exactly where to put my applique. So it sits in here like this, and then I will press these down with my iron and take them back to the machine. And I will show you exactly what this looks like when it's stitched out, and it's just so cute. And this again is in the machine, and you are able to save so many stitches by just using these two pieces, which can be stitched out on the scan and cut. So just an easy, fun, really exciting machine. Like I said, whether it's a travel machine, a second machine, or whether you are, whether you are completely new to embroidery. Once we're at that place, I'm just double checking my time. I know we're a little behind. Let me show you something else that you can do. So if I pop these out, now all I would have to do to finish this is take this directly over. So actually, let me show you. So you would iron these down. And if you weren't here earlier, then you missed the part where I used fabric that had fusible on the back. So I'm just using a tiny little iron, and I'm putting this right into my hoop and fusing it where those places are. And then I'll be able to take this back over to the embroidery machine and start stitching, and it'll finish the whole thing. All that's left are the decorative stitches. So we have those right there. Now, if you like to do monogramming, here's an example of a piece that I monogrammed using this machine. Again, the 4-inch by 4-inch hoop, but look how large it is. And I actually could have gone larger. So very quickly, let me take you back to the screen and show you how you can manipulate your fonts in this machine. So if I were to go to the fonts, and I chose a pretty decorative one, and we can just, I'm going to go, we could choose anything. It doesn't have to be a name. So we'll press our 3 letters, and then I go into font edit. Now, one of the things I can do is I can change the size of just one letter. So I'm going to make this letter larger, and then I'm going to spread out my design a little bit. Look great. Now, the only thing left to do is cut through each of those so that I can now move this design around a little bit and kind of give me the traditional look of a monogram. So there you go. Now we're looking at a monogram, and we're ready to stitch it out. So it's really fast and easy, and you can get very specific results depending on what you are looking for. Again, all of the details at the top. So you also get, I don't want to not mention, but you also get this really fabulous large cover for your machine. So it does come with a hard case to cover your machine, and that's kind of rare anymore. So I wanted to point out that that comes with it as well. So, excuse me. I am so excited to hear people in the comments talking about liking this machine. Truly, it is a fabulous machine, And I have gotten a lot of feedback from some people using it lately who were helping me, and they had nothing but good things to say about it, and we're just stitching up a storm. So I'm excited about it. Jane, is there any questions, or should we talk about pricing again, or what do you think?
Yeah, let's talk about questions. Let's talk about pricing. Let's do it all. They want to know when you're pulling the fabric. Do you pull the fabric tight? Okay, she can't talk back to me because we're out. But let's talk about how we can get this machine in your hands, guys. It's the Brother NS1750D. What a great demo from Heather. A fantastic machine, really and truly. So remember, it's got all of those features: 181 built-in stitches, 10 styles of one-step auto-size buttonholes, and 4 sewing lettering fonts. You saw her use one right there with that monogram. I love the 4x4 hoop because you can do so much with that hoop. It's also got 125 built-in designs, including 45 Disney characters, and that D at the end of the name, NS1750D, is for Disney. You've also got the 10 embroidering lettering fonts, the 140 frame patterns, that beautiful LCD panel, and you saw Heather utilizing and moving things around on that LCD panel. It's about a little bit bigger. It's 3.2 inch color LCD touch screen, and you've got the automatic thread color, which we also saw Heather use as well. Great speeds of stitching, 850 stitches per minute. I love the applique process there. This is a great little machine to add to your collection because we love to collect our machines. So again, it's the Brother NS1750D sewing and embroidery combo machine. We love that. You're getting it all in one there. Again, free shipping. Call 800-401-8151 to talk to an agent, and you can also go online to smplive.tv and chat with an agent there. If you can't get a hold of somebody, you can click on that and say, hey, call me back. I need to talk to you. I want to buy this machine. And the pricing you saw there, well, guess what? Since Blaine loves you so much, he is giving you special Hoop Fest pricing, and you got to go online or call to get that special pricing. I'm telling you guys, great machine. I'm a Brother ambassador too. I love this machine and I love the products. You really don't want to miss out, especially with Blaine's pricing and how great he makes it for you. So don't delay, you guys. You got to get that. I'm not even sure how many they have left. I'm sure Blaine will come back and tell us, but who knows what happens this week. Things seem to fly out the door super fast. But again, we want to thank Heather Banks for joining us. And yeah, the gremlins in her connection were, I don't know, getting a little jealous. They wanted more of her time, just like we do. So I'll bring Blaine back in to talk more about the machine and any special pricing.
Well, hey, Jane, I just want to let everybody know this 1750 it is flying out the door. We only have 15 of them left. And again, this is one of those machines that, with the 4x4 hoop, it is a perfect, machine to get somebody if they want to sew and embroidery, because it does, the combination. And Jane, it's that great size. So what a great machine to have. But guys, we're going to move on. And thank you, Jane. Thank you, Heather, and for presenting that Brother machine. We have got Aero cabinets back in the house. We've got Jerry Vors and Harley Thomas back. And Jerry's been the president of Aero for 26 years. Harley is the national sales manager of the e-commerce. And guys, we really have had some fun with these two guys. So let's bring both Harley and Jerry back to the show. And guys, I got to tell you, we are flying. The Aero cabinets are flying out of here. We have been doing really well with those. And there's a reason for that. It's because of the quality. And again, Jerry, how many of y'all sold total forever? How many of it's been up in the millions, right?
It's
millions.
We figure there's over 2 million of these cabinets that are out there being used right now. So, after the first million, we kind of figured out how to make them easy to go together and how to last. That's why, about 5 years ago, we extended the warranty on all of these. So the Kangaroo cabinets have a lifetime warranty on them. So ladies, you buy this one time,
hey, Jerry, I think
it's good for life.
We don't hear. I think your mic is not on, Jerry. I think
you're muted. Is he muted?
Am I muted?
There.
How about now?
Oh, okay. You should be on now. Is he better? Can you hear me, Blaine? I know you can hear me.
I can hear you fine, Jerry.
Excellent. You should hear Jerry now.
Harley, you start, and I'll get fixed.
All right.
All right. So Harley got you back. Again,
you
guys,
get me.
I know that we've went over some cabinets yesterday. We went over some different today, and we're going to do some more this afternoon. So Harley, we were, we want to get all these in there we can. So I'm going to let you get started, and we'll come back and tell everybody all these great pricing we have for them today.
Hey, Blaine, how about now? Can you hear me?
Blaine,
yeah, we
thank
got
you.
Okay,
all right,
awesome.
I'm exhausted just thinking about, we're going to talk about 4 things in this 25-minute time segment. And Jerry has an interesting question to start with for the grandmas that are out there.
I have a favor for all of you nanas and grandmas that are out there. So this morning when we were watching, I told my 4-year-old grandkids to watch, and I mentioned Caleb and my granddaughter Audrey. I have triplets, and my granddaughter Aubrey complained about that. So what I need you to do in the comments section, if you guys can say hi to Caleb and Hannah and Aubrey, they'll get a real big kick out of that.
Is that Hannah with an H? Or
that
just
is Hannah with an H. Yep.
Hannah
so
with an
Caleb and Hannah and Aubrey, put some comments in the chats there. That'll make them so happy. And then we'll talk about sewing cabinets. So thank you guys so very, very much for that. So we're going to talk about 4 cabinets now. We're going to talk about the Kangaroo Aussie, which I'm sitting on right here. We're going to talk about the Laverne and Shirley. We're going to talk about the Bertha and the chairs. So we got a lot to cover in the next 30 minutes. So Harley, take it away.
There's lots to, you almost need a new room for all this stuff. So we're going to start off with the Aussie. And yesterday we showed the Outback, which is slightly larger. But the Aussie, this is a great cabinet. It is 50 inches wide when it's closed up from here to here. And when it's open, it's 100 inches. So you've got lots of space from side to side. It also has a quilt leaf on the back that is ginormous. Ethan, do we have a different sky view we can show on that one? No? Okay. So lots of room on the back side. Maybe we'll go mobile on camera later. So lots and lots and lots of room on this cabinet. I'm going to leave it down because we've got so much cabinet here, it's hard to move around. The Aussie is one of the top cabinets. We call it, it's one of our fabulous 5 cabinets. And the reason it is the amount of work space you have and combining it with storage. We have places in the door. You can put thread. You can put pockets down here. Those of you that have seen pockets, our little kangaroo mascot. We love pockets. Excuse me. We have a place here where you can put books. We have drawers right along here, some little drawers that you can put in there. And then we also have, there's a storage spot down here. We have a serger located down here right now. But yeah, the drawers are soft closed drawers, so they close nicely. This little caddy, we'll talk to the caddy, then we'll get to the main cabinet. The caddy is great because you can move it around. So it can be fixed in position there. You can take it out, move it around wherever you wish, or it also can connect way out here in the Netherlands and be connected to your cabinet, which is awesome. So yeah, you can put your serger, you can put an ironing pad there, Jerry. You can do all sorts of stuff, right?
Absolutely.
It's great for that. Now, the cabinet is designed, it's an A7 opening. We call it an A7. This is a really large machine with embroidery. You still have lots of room to work with this machine. What makes a sewing table or sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet? Let me show you. So we'll remove this. Here's your machine. And if you were sewing, you'd be sewing, kind of up and over, right? Your wrists would be up and you'd go up over the top of this. Man, wouldn't it be great if it was at the same level as the table and you could sew just smooth and flat? Your dining room table can't do that, Jerry.
Absolutely.
You can try, but you can cut a hole in it and put a table under and just let it sit. That'd be really interesting. But here you can actually sew and it's nice and smooth. And at the end of your day, you can just put it down, close it up, and it's a pretty piece of furniture. All right. A girl can dream because this looks wonderful. It is wonderful. Absolutely is wonderful, Michelle. So this cabinet, as we're here and you're sewing with this, okay, you've got plenty of room. And when I add the quilt leaf in the back, Jerry, can you hold up the quilt leaf for me? Please, thank you, sir. Okay, here's my arm. I can't reach the back of it. It's so far back. It is so big. It is, I believe it's 29 inches deep, adds another 29 inches to the cabinet. So it's huge, huge, huge. And at the end of the day, because I decided, oh, I've got 20 minutes to sew, my kids are at school, I need to take out my sewing machine. So I could just take it out. So we're going to do this in kind of reverse order. How long it takes to put away is also how long it takes to set up, right? So the caddy slides in beautifully. Machine goes down. Take our project off. The hook down. We're done. Just like that. And you could do it in reverse order and you'd be good to go. So again, it's only 50 inches wide. It's a great cabinet when you need lots of workspace. So we're out of time talking about the Aussie.
So I'm going to touch on just a couple more
comes in
things.
a couple
We're going to
colors
apply to
too.
all of them. So one of the questions always is, if you want to open up that door, so
You bet.
will my machine fit?
Oh yes.
And we've talked about this before. So all three of the machines, the cabinets that we're going to look at here, will fit about 95% of the cabinets of the machines that are out there. So the opening size, the way you determine whether or not your machine's going to fit is the main factor is the width of it. And do we have that graphic?
up.
Okay, there we
It's
go.
up, yeah.
So 23 by 12 inches. So when you measure your machine, you want to measure all the way from the knob on the right side, all the way to the edge on the left side. If there's any outcropping, you can take the accessory kit off when you're doing it, but you want to measure the frame and also consider where the cord goes. Now, most of the cabinets have some type of cord loop on it, but you should be okay. Now, this will fit almost every machine that's out there. The ones that it may be too small for would be very, very high-end machines like the Luminaire or the Solaris, the Janome M7. But most of the machines that are out there, 95%, will fit into all the cabinets that we're going to look at today. But it is something you want to make sure. And the great customer service people at Sewing Machines Plus or on their website, you can find out what it is.
And it holds machines up to 50 pounds.
Correct. And I see a couple other things. The machines are deep enough. So the deepest one that's out there is the Bernina 770. That will fit right inside here with able to close the top as well. All of these cabinets are made of wood products with a vinyl or a melamine finish on it. This has a hard melamine finish on it. And again, it comes with a lifetime warranty on it. So just a little bit. And all the machines, the cabinets today, all have that large opening on it so that all the cabinets are going to be able to fit. So now we're going to move from the Aussie onto the Laverne and Shirley. So we got a picture of the Laverne and Shirley there, Ethan. Okay. So the Laverne and Shirley is going to be the next one. Now, when you look at this, one of the things, this is part of the Arrow product line. And it has a lot of the features. If you were here yesterday when we were talking about the Kangaroo, it has a lot of the features that go with the Kangaroo. So the same type format. This does not have leaves that open up or doors that open up. It's a static 100 inches wide. So you want to make sure that that's going to fit for you. But what it has is this great caddy. So it's called the Laverne and Shirley. For anybody who don't know, we're located in southeastern Wisconsin. Remember the old Laverne and Shirley TV show? They were out at the Schatz Brewery in Milwaukee. So this is our Laverne and Shirley cabinet that go in honor of the old Laverne and Shirley TV show. And so Laverne is the cabinet. Shirley is the little caddy that goes with it. So just like the Joey, somebody had commented earlier on the Aussie of whether or not that was a Joey. Nope, this is a little bit different. This is the Shirley, and the Shirley comes with some really cool features. So we've already talked a little bit about the hydraulic airlift. This is the same airlift, same size opening as what you had on the Aussie that we just looked at. But the caddy on the Laverne and Shirley gives you a couple features that are kind of new to the cabinet market. Number one, there we go. So the caddy is independent. It rolls around wherever you would like it to go. It comes with an ironing pad and it comes with a cutting mat. So generally the way people are going to be setting this up is right here. So let me grab a chair. So when you're sitting, you really have a full workstation that's here, from going from your machine right over to your ironing pad, right over to your cutting mat, right back to your machine. So it gets you a tremendous work area that you have for it. The Laverne and Shirley also comes with great storage. It comes with a caddy that has 4 drawers. The bottom two drawers are just standard drawers, soft close drawers. The top two drawers come with thread inserts for it. So I'm not sure whether you can see that, but there's a thread board that's removable in here. So you can either keep it in there, use it for thread, or use that separately on shelving, or use it as a standard drawer. So, so the caddy is really what sets the Laverne and Shirley apart, because it just has a lot of little features, a lot of benefits that you won't find on some of the other cabinets that's there. Now, the Laverne and Shirley, the Laverne cabinet itself, just like on the Aussie, just like on the Kangaroo, huge quilt leaf in the back of it, gives you a tremendous amount of work area. It's at a little bit better value price than what you're going to find on the Kangaroo. But again, you get the caddy with some different features, but it does, if people ask, well, what's the difference? Why would I want this one rather than the Kangaroo? Well, one of the big differences is on the Kangaroo, you've got another panel that comes here on the right side. So it depends on space.
Depends on what you're working on.
And depends on what you're working on as well. So you want to look at it. So that is an overview. What did I forget, Harley?
Well, we also, when the machine is in the storage position, and this is the same size, same specifications as the Aussie cabinet, 50 pounds, same size opening.
23 by 12.
Comes with this beautiful insert piece, and now you have a flat work surface that you can do cutting on. You could put your embroidery up here if you wanted to have it, even sturdier, not on the lift. Or it's just a nice finish.
What a huge work area
on this
for
one.
it.
Because this one doesn't have leaves that fold up and over, like the Aussie folded over and closed up. So this provides kind of a closed look when you slide the caddy in. Yes, it's still open here, but it has a nice then top that's really closed in.
The other thing that's beautiful about the Aussie and all three cabinets that we're going to show in this half hour, the Aussie, the Laverne and Shirley, and the Bertha, is they have true center needle sewing. Because of the fact that they have area for your knees to sit over here, you can truly sit right in front of the needle for center needle sewing. So, so that is the Laverne and Shirley. We're going to move on to the Bertha next.
I mean, the only thing else about the Laverne and Shirley, sorry, Jerry.
That's okay.
Is having your ironing station so close so you don't have to stand up is really key, I think, with the Shirley. It's great to have it because you can just kind of go from there and you can roll around on your 5-star base aero chair and not fall over, which is part of the goal, right? Don't fall out of your chair. So that is an advantage. And we forgot something about the Aussie. I hate to flip back to it, Jerry.
Okay. What did we forget on the Aussie?
We forgot if they buy now, there is a free $125 value daylight lamp. So it's great. It can go anywhere on the cabinet. This is with the Aussie, not with Laverne and Shirley, but I'll show it with Laverne and Shirley. So you can put it in the back, you put it on the side, it pivots, and it dims. So that can be all yours from SewingMachinesPlus.com. Special gift.
Okay, and you guys with the chat are so nice because you remind us of what we're supposed to be selling.
Just come in white. Yes, it comes in white.
Yes, so Laverne and Shirley and the Aussie come in both teak and white. And you can buy the caddy separately. You can find the caddy separately on SewingMachinesPlus.com. I'm not sure whether or not Blaine's going to talk about the price on that because they got a great deal on the Laverne and Shirley combined. So that's the Laverne. So we started with the Aussie. We talked about the Laverne and Shirley. Now we're going to talk about the Bertha cabinet. And I saw somebody mention that they really like the Bertha. So we'll move over to the Bertha.
We've sold a lot of Berthas over the years.
Sold a lot of Berthas over the years.
Uh-huh.
So,
okay, I'll roll this out of the way.
There we go. There's the Bertha. So the Bertha is in the Aero line. And the Bertha has been around for a long time. And the Bertha was the first cabinet that was introduced as machines got bigger and bigger. The Bertha was the first cabinet that was really introduced in order to accommodate the larger machines. And so it was the first cabinet out there with a large size opening, with a 23-inch opening in order to handle the machines as they got larger and larger. So go ahead, Ethan, bring it up for us. We'll start out with the Bertha closed. So in the closed feature, if I can find my right number here, I'll be able to give you a good answer on it. Closed were 43 inches. Okay, so under 4 feet wide when everything is all closed up. Once you start opening up the Bertha, she gets out to 83 inches wide. So that's the width that you need in your room in order to be able to fit the Bertha when the leaves are opened up. And again, we talk about sewing furniture and how easy, the key to sewing furniture, why do we want to have it, is the ease to get set up and ready for sewing. This is all that's involved when you want to go from everything packed away to ready to sew. That's as hard as it is.
You know, I could be on my dining room table, Jerry, and I have to drag it out of the closet. I forgot how to plug it in. And then my wrists are going to be up and over. Here it's nice. It's flat. All my stuff's right here. I'm ready to go.
So as you can see, the Bertha comes with lots of storage in the drawers, lots of room for thread and notions, ribbons. Both doors are full of storage area for the drawers. The other thing that you'll notice different on the Bertha is there aren't any drawers on here to block up. So again, when we talk about center needle sewing, that's exactly what we want to have. We want to have our chair so that we can sit directly in front of the needle so that you can see clearly what the product is that you're sewing. So without any drawers, you've got that wide open. The Bertha is one of the best cabinets out there to give you unobstructed view as far as your knees hitting on everything. The other thing that's unique about the Bertha is the quilt leaf. So this, like all the other ones, has a quilt leaf that comes up and folds down directly behind the sewing machine. But once it's up, it's got the unique feature. When you look at it, leave it there for 1 second, Harley. This is where most quilt leaves are. Notice that the majority of your quilt leaf is behind the body of the machine. That's not really where you want it. Where you want it is over on the left side, where your quilt, where all your material is going to be coming through.
I'd say probably about there.
The Bertha has a really novel quilt leaf system that allows the quilt leaf to move over to exactly where you want. So opening size, same size as what we talked about. We'll handle 95% of the machines that are out there. It'll handle the height of anything, 45 pounds on the airlift, which is more than enough for virtually all of, it's more than enough for any machine that will fit into that opening. The only machines that are heavier than that are some of those very high-end ones that won't fit into the opening. Again, Sewing Machines Plus can help you out with that if you need to. Bertha comes in 3 colors. White's our best seller by far and away. It comes in oak, which is the one that we see here, and it comes in a cherry finish. So the white usually represents about 60%. The cherry and the oak are split between it. We didn't talk on the Laverne and Shirley or the Aussie, but just like those, these would arrive to you in a ready-to-assemble format. So this is going to come via FedEx, and for some people, that really scares them. But go back to what Blaine said at the very beginning of this show, and that is we've got over 2 million of these cabinets that are out there. Over time, that's helped us to come up with manuals that are very, very good for them. We've got videos online at YouTube and on our website that show you how to put the cabinets together. And best of all, we've got customer service here. With any problems that you run into, we can help you figure out any of the problems that you have. And what we recommend when you order one of these cabinets, if you're putting together one of our RTA cabinets, the first thing to do is go out to our website, take about 5 minutes and just go through the video on how to assemble it. It'll make sense because when you first get those boxes and they show up, it can be a little bit intimidating. But as you'll find out from a lot of people who put it together, it's not that hard. It's not that hard to do, and will help you all along the way in order to be able to get there. So on the Bertha, what did I miss, Harley?
We did not talk about the knee lift.
Oh, we didn't.
This has a unique cutout in the opening right here for your knee lift controller. So you can plug it right in. So it's not, the cabinet doesn't interfere with that. You can make it work with most of the other cabinets also because of the free arm position, but this has a front panel where a lot of the other cabinets don't in the Kangaroo line, so they can be used with a knee lift. This one, however, has this panel, so if it went all the way across, you couldn't get to your knee lift. So another advantage of the Bertha cabinet, and it is on a real great special for Hoop Fest because Dave, our warehouse manager, called and said, I need room in the warehouse for all the new product that you've got coming in. Sell some product, Jerry and Harley.
So if you like the Bertha is going to be at a price. Blaine's going to talk about the price that is the same price this cabinet was in 2001.
2001?
So think about that. That's 20 years ago. Today for Hoop Fest, you can get the Bertha for the same price as what we were offering it at in 2001.
It helps keep old files and go back and look.
Absolutely.
I mean,
It took me a
it's
long
interesting.
time in order to
I know,
dig,
but
dig that out.
it's a great
So
fact.
we're excited to hear what Blaine has to say when he comes up with that. The last item that we have, we touched on very, very briefly. Don't forget about your insert. When you invest in these cabinets, you want to make sure that your experience is good. And so the custom insert, the opening size, the rectangle box that your machine goes into is the same on all the cabinets. But every machine is just a little bit different. And so you want to have one of these plexiglass inserts that is cut exclusively for your machine. So once you order your cabinet, talk to the customer service people at Sewing Machines Plus. They'll be able to help you order your insert as well based on what machine you have. If you've got 3 different machines, you may want to have 3 different plexiglass inserts so that you don't have anything that's falling down. These fit tightly around the cabinet and tightly around the machine, so nothing's going to fall in. And like Harley had said, it gives you a great sewing experience because it's a smooth surface all the way across.
So you want to order that when you order your cabinet, but there's also something really important you have to order.
Gosh, Harley, what would that be?
Gee, I wonder, Jerry. You know, we are not known as the #1 sewing chair in America for not having a good sewing chair in
Give me the
America.
chair and I'll get this.
Okay. So the sewing chair, today's featured chair, at least this afternoon's featured chair, we feature a chair at every show, is the Sewing Notions chair. So the cute might get you, but when you sit in it, you'll be like, wow. So this chair, designed for sewing. In here, you can store things. Put a Hershey's bar, put a seam ripper, put manuals, put your shears in here. But what's really great about it is height adjustable from 18 to 22 inches. See, I can push down on it. I can push down a 300-pound chair. Wow. So it has a 300-pound weight capacity. I'm glad I don't go near that, Jerry. So we got this chair. It swivels. So you can go from working over here to working over there. It's the lumbar support that actually does it. So if you see where it hits me on the lumbar, it's really comfortable. For hours and hours, I can sew in comfort and sew longer. That's what Jerry and I say all day long. And if you're like me, I drop things. Blaine, this was one of Blaine's favorite things a few shows ago, where I dropped something. I had to bend over and try to get it. Oh, the chair's not falling over. So you can actually bend over, get things. It's really handy. It rolls really well on low pile and hardwood floors.
Now, you can go out to Sewing Machines Plus. So the featured chair today is Sewing Notions. But there are over 10 different fabrics that you can get for here. 5 of them are colorful like this. 5 of them are solid colors. You can go out to the SewingMachinesPlus.com to see all the colors that are there. And they are simple to put together. They're going to show up there. It's going to take you more time to bring the 2 boxes these chairs come in to carry them from your front door to your living room than it's going to take.
Let's show them the chair you're sitting on, Jerry.
So
this is the other featured chair. This is the Sew Now, Sew Wow chair. So also very, very popular. It is actually our #1 selling fabric. People love this cute fabric. They go, wow, it's got everything in it. Because we have 4 items this afternoon, I think it's time we cut to Blaine. We're at 25 after. Mr. Blaine, we'll let you take it away. Tell people about the great deals they're going to get from only Sewing Machines Plus.
Well, hey, you know, we got some great pricing on this, guys, and thank y'all for cooperating on the pricing and give us some great prices. Now, again, I can't share the price, you know, because of advertising restrictions, but we can do call-in specials, guys. So we've got a great price on this. And again, we're going to start out. We have 4 different products that we just showed this 30 minutes. And so again, the first one we showed was that Aussie 2 sewing cabinet. And again, guys, this thing is normal price is $17.99 for this, but we've got a great value. We're also going to give you a free bundle with this. So we're going to throw in that D40 smart lamp and also a custom cut insert for it. So you're going to get those 2 absolutely free with it. They're a $275 value. But again, $17.99 is the normal price. We have a show special on this. You do have to call in 800-401-8151, or you can go to smplive.tv, smplive.tv, and you can click on the Aussie 2 cabinet. It'll take you to that product page. and you can actually get help with the live chat agents as well about the pricing. You can order it from there. We have 0% interest financing available for you, and we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. So guys, great price on this. If you loved what you saw today with that. Now again, I got to tell you about, I always tell y'all, with your pencil and piece of paper you got handy there, draw you a little, I want you to draw you a rectangle out, and we're going to give you some dimensions so that way if you want to plan it out in your sewing room to make sure this thing's going to fit. So when this thing is all closed up, again, extremely small footprint. It's 49 3/4 inches wide. It's going to be 22 1/4 inches deep, and it's only, and it's 30 inches tall. So again, guys, that is extremely small. 49 3/4 inches wide by 22 1/2 inches deep, or 22 1/4 inches deep. So again, if you think about that, if you draw that on your paper, that'll be an easy measurement to go when you're in sewing room. Now, when you want to expand this, all you would have to do is roll it out. Because of those casters, you can roll it out away from the wall and then expand this out. And when this thing is opened up, it is extremely big. So when it's all opened up, it's 100 1/2 inch wide by 80 1/4 inch deep. So think about that. It's pretty much 100 by 80 when it's all opened up. So it's really going to give you a lot of area to work on, all kinds of storage spaces. And then that little caddy dimensions, the caddy dimensions is 13 inches wide by 16 inches deep by 13 1/2 inches tall. So guys, a great cabinet here. We are so super pumped about this. And again, hey, we're going to ship this free right to you. And again, it has that electric lift or that hydraulic lift opening for your sewing machine. And you're going to be able to have the measurements on there on our product page, or you can call us and ask and make sure that your machine you have will fit in that. And then we'll also have to get your machine make and model to get that custom insert fit for you as well. The next product that we showed on there was that Bertha sewing cabinet. And again, guys, this Bertha sewing cabinet has been around for years. A great product as well. And we love the Bertha. It's normally $11.99 is the price on this. We have got a special show price on this as well. And again, so you have to give us a call to 800-401-8151.
Now, this one, Harley just texted us and said we can say the price.
So we can say the price?
He said it's $599.
All right, guys, you heard it right there from Kyle.
So
Harley said we can tell him what the price is. That's the price of this thing was 20 years ago.
$599. Yes.
So 20 years ago, this was $599. So we're getting to give you an old school price.
I wonder if that was a typo, but we said it already.
$599, guys. If it is a typo, we're going to blame it on Harley. $599, guys. We just found out the price on this, that we can tell you the price on this. That is over half price for the Bertha. And again, this Bertha cabinet has been around, I know, for 20 years. And that was the price of it 20 years ago. So $599, guy, free shipping right to your door. And again, let me give you the dimensions of this now. Again, when this thing is all closed up, if you got your little drawing out, make your little rectangle, it's 43 3/8 inches wide, and it's going to be 20 inches deep. So basically, you could just say 44 inches wide by 20 inches deep. Very small footprint, okay? Now, when you open this thing all up, it's 88 3/4 inches wide, and it's going to be 40 inches deep. So basically, it almost doubles the depth. So all you would have to do to store it, get it up against the wall, pull it out a little bit to use it. And guys, you've got an unbelievable cabinet. Now, the lift opening, it is called an A8 opening. And that means it's going to tell you, when you go by their sizes, that tells you what size that opening is. It is again, if you want to draw another little rectangle inside your big rectangle and put these measurements so you'll know if it fits your machine or not. But it's going to be a 22 1/2 inch wide by 11 1/2 inch deep. So again, it's 22 1/2 inches wide by 11 1/2 inches deep. And that's going to be the size of your machine opening. Now, again, when you measure that machine, you have to account for your hand wheel and make sure that there, anything that's sticking out on each side, cords, if the cord's sticking out from the side, that you're covering that to make sure that it will go up and down inside that cabinet. But if you have any questions about that, make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or if you go to SMPlive.tv and click on that Bertha cabinet on that product. It'll take you to the product page, and we'll also have live chat agents right there that can answer questions. Now, again, if you can't get through to somebody, make sure when you go to the SMPlive.tv, at the very top of the page, just ask for somebody to return your call. You click on that and fill out the information with your name and phone number and the product, and they'll give you a call. It's updated live in the call center. As soon as they get off the phone, they'll call you to make sure we can answer your questions for you or take your order. Again, what a great package this is right now. And again, we love the Bertha. Now, Kyle, does that come in? What colors does the Bertha come in? All right, so the 3 colors it comes in, it's the white, cherry, and oak. And again, guys, they're good-looking cabinets. They are extremely good-looking cabinets. And Dave over there told me they had plenty in the warehouse, that we need to clean these out. So that's why we're getting such a great price on it. So again, guys, y'all don't delay. It's $599. Make sure you jump on this right now if you're interested in one of these cabinets. Now, next up, another great cabinet. This is the Laverne and Shirley. So I'm sure all y'all are probably familiar with that name. We all grew up watching them on TV, the Laverne and Shirley show. But this is Laverne and Shirley sewing cabinet. And again, the normal price is $16.99 on this. And we have a great value on this too. We're also going to throw in that free custom insert. It's a $149 value. We're going to get that. We just have to make sure we get your right make and model of your machine to make sure it fits. But again, guys, we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. We also have 0% interest financing available to get those low monthly payments. But again, I tell you every time to draw out that rectangle on your page here so we can get those dimensions and make sure it'll fit for you. But again, when this thing is all closed up, it's 55 inches wide. It is 22.5 inches deep, and it's going to be 29.5 inch high. So again, 55 inches wide by 22.5 inches deep. Now, when you open this up, it's going to be, again, 55 inches wide, but then your depth is going to change. It's going to be 43.5 inches deep. So again, if you have this against the wall, it's not going to take any more space up on the width, but you can just slide that caddy out and make a lot more work surface. And it has that pad for if you want to do some ironing right there on the end. But a great cabinet. Now again, it has the lift opening. So again, if you want to draw a small little rectangle inside your big rectangle and put these measurements, this is also the A7 opening. It is 23.75 inches wide, and it's going to be a 12.5 inch deep. So that's going to be your opening for your machine. So again, 23.75 inches wide by the 12.5 inches deep. It is a hydraulic lift, and it'll actually has a weight limit of 55 pounds for your machine. So that's going to pick up any machine, any domestic machine you're going to have that'll fit that opening, and it's going to pick it up no problem at all. And again, guys, if y'all don't have a cabinet for your sewing machine, I'm telling you, this is the way to go. Quit working on the kitchen table, quit working on the bar, quit working on the folding tables. Get yourself a cabinet so you'll have storage for your accessories. You'll have a great place to conceal your machine and keep it dust free and store it. And then when you're ready to sew, you just open this thing up, pop your machine up, and you're ready to go. So it is such a great machine. And these specials we have on it right now are unbelievable. And again, give us a call. This is a call-in special again. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or if you want to go on the website, just go into SMPlive.tv, look down and find this Laverne and Shirley cabinet. Click on that. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And we have live chat agents that actually can take your order right there or answer your questions as well. So great ways to do it. And then last but not least, it was the sewing chairs. And you can see them right there again, guys. The adjustable hydraulic sewing chairs. These are normally $299. We have 10 colors to choose from. And again, guys, I can tell you from personal experience, this is an awesome chair. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'3", 240, and it has no problem me sitting on this with the right height. As a matter of fact, when it's all the way up, it's actually a little too tall for me. So I have to lower it down just a little bit. And if you're 5 foot tall, you can lower this thing all the way down, and it'll accommodate you to keep your legs at a perfect, 90-degree angle to the floor so you're comfortable. Again, you don't have to worry about if you drop something on the floor and you want to bend over and pick it up. You don't have to worry about it tipping over because of that. It has that 5-leg caster system on the bottom to support it, so it's not going to tip over. And then it has that great storage underneath the seat that you can store all your little accessories. And I always tell everybody, Harley and Jerry have got a candy bar stored under the one they have up there waiting on me. So when I get up there, that thing's going to be gone. But I think it's been in there for over a year, Kyle. Yeah, so I'm surprised somebody hadn't eaten it yet. So, but anyway, guys, this is an adjustable height from 18 inches to 22 inches. And again, I want to tell you the size of that chair. It's 18 inches wide by 16 inches. And again, it's got a great seat to sit on. And, I just love these chairs. And then, they're so popular. And this is our #1 chair that we sell is, these hydraulic chairs from Aero. And again, guys, you can give us a call at 800-401-8151 to get that special show pricing. Or you can just go to SMPLive.tv, and down there where you see all the products, just click on the Aero chairs and it'll take you to the product pages. You can pick the different colors of the 10 that you want. And if you want some, get that special pricing, talk to one of the live chat agents on there. And again, if you can't get through the phones or the web chatters, just make sure you, on the very first page, at the very top, when you go to SMPLive.tv, it'll have, request a callback. And you just hit that, fill out your information, and it'll get submitted to the chat or the call center, and it comes up on their monitors real time. So as soon as they get off the phone, they'll give you an outbound call. So, all right, guys, we're going to move on. And what a great presentation from Aero Cabinets today. And hey, we will bring Jane back in. And Jane, I tell you, that makes you want to get one of those chairs and a cabinet, doesn't it, after seeing that?
Wow, you're reading my mind. Seriously, my husband's going to get me a lounge chair for my birthday, and I think I'm going to pass the lounge chair and get 2 of those chairs because I'm doing exactly what the guys said not to, and I sit on an old, very, very old office chair that tips back. So I'm doing a no-no. So yes, I would like.
The best way to explain it, Jane, and I tell people this, have you ever had a laptop computer or something and you've sat in a couch or somewhere and you try to hold it on the arm of the couch or on your knee and it's uncomfortable? And so imagine if you're sewing, doing something for hours at a time and you're not in a perfect position, you're going to get fatigued. You're going to get, hurting your muscles and joints.
Yeah.
These chairs are so important, especially the sewing cabinets. That sewing cabinet keeps that machine at the perfect height, gives you a great work area. And then the chair makes you sit, with a great posture. It is and it gets you in the right position to where you're not hurting yourself.
Ergonomically designed for all of us. And you're asking me if I can imagine sitting for hours sewing at a chair that's uncomfortable on a table that doesn't work. Yes, I can imagine. What you don't see around me are all of those things, the things that you're not supposed to sit on or work on. And I will say this. My mother, I remember she would sew and cut on our dining room table and our kitchen table. And I'll never forget it. I could see her sewing on it. And guess what I do? Well, okay, I have a table, but that table specifically designed to sit down, make sure you're sitting properly. The machine is at the right height. I mean, I watch them. They're talking about them. I want them all, Blaine. I want to line them up.
Well, and Jane, here's the thing about it. A lot of people think they can't afford a sewing cabinet. And I'm telling you right here, that myth of them being $4,000 and $5,000, we're changing that myth right now. Guys, you can afford these things. Most of these are even the regular price are all under $2,000. And with our Hoop Fest pricing, we have got incredible pricing for you and some 0% interest financing to make it easy. So, hey, this is the #1 cabinet in America, the #1 chair in America. You need to jump on it today. And so, hey,
I want the
Jane,
chair.
we're ready to move forward.
Is the Millie still available?
Yes, we still have those. And
I love the Millie.
Unbelievable. That combination of a cutting table and an ironing board is ingenious.
Up perfectly, and then you can open it up. I mean, I love it. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm shopping
awesome.
when I'm over here. When I'm not on, I'm shopping.
Yeah, we're going to have Aero Cabinets on twice again tomorrow with some more products. So we've got a ton of stuff. So guys, don't be afraid. If you're even in the market for any kind of cabinet, give us a call and we'll help go through all the different ones that are available and show you the ones that are got the great Hoop Fest pricing. And so we've got something for everybody, every situation. big or small, we have a cabinet that'll fit your needs.
And also, if you guys want to buy one chair for you and then you buy one chair for your cat, that's fine too.
I've never thought about that, getting one for your cat or dog.
I mean, come on. If you sew and you have cats, you know where the cats go. They like the fabric. They like to sit on your lap. They like to sit on the chair next to you. And yes, they would like their own chair. So that's fine.
Yeah,
and you've got such a great price.
Hey, Jane, you just gave Michelle, my wife, an idea because she's got the Aero cabinet. She's got the Aero hydraulic chair. Now I can just see her getting a second one because her two little puppies are by her side all the time. I can just see them sitting there watching her sew.
Yeah, they're like this. Yeah, I know it.
Yep,
and then sometimes my favorite thing, my cat used to sit behind the sewing machine and just stick her head through the hole and watch me sew.
Well, hey, I know that we've got to continue the show, and we've got Kimberly Dotson from OESD coming up, and I want you to introduce her for everybody, and we're going to move on because, again, we got a great presentation from her.
Sounds great. All right, everybody. I was telling you about my mom that was a sewer, and our next guest grew up learning to sew from her mother, and she swore she would never sew again. Just like yours truly. But guess what? That didn't stick. She submerged herself in sewing and started learning about it and sewing for her family. And then she soon became an expert in embroidery and digitizing, opening up her own company and now teaching others. I'm super excited to welcome to the show my friend Kimberly Dotson from OESD. Hey, Kimberly.
Hey, Jane. How's it going?
How are
you?
you?
All hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. You look great. We're excited to have you here. Do you have the first memory of sewing with your mother?
Oh my gosh. I just remember, we would make, and, I was young, it was the late 70s. And I remember, these horrible, like, gingham, orange dresses. And I just remember making the ugliest things and a lot of burlap. I remember a lot of burlap.
Thanks, Mom. But it didn't shy you away from getting into the craft and getting into the skills. And now you are an expert and you're teaching us how to do it.
Yeah. It's amazing how different everything is. And it's funny that I have actually found myself trying to figure out how to embroider on burlap. So,
and there you go. We love it.
Comes back.
All right. Well, we love OESD, so I'm not going to keep you any longer. We want to hear what you have for all of us. So I'll let you take it away, Kimberly.
All right. Well, I am really excited because so often we talk about with OESD, and of course I'm going to talk about designs, and there's no way I can't mention stabilizers and different things. But the first thing I want to talk about is some of the tools and different things that we have that make embroidery easier. And so what I'm going to do is share my screen so that you can see some of the pictures that I have here. So we'll do a screen share and get it going. Okay, hopefully you're seeing my screen now. And so the first thing that I want to talk about is, and it moved ahead without me. So, okay. Oh, it is where I want to be. This is the fun of technology. So I'm going to stop for a minute because it was like moving faster than I was moving. Okay, I want to go back to the beginning and share my screen again. Okay, so the first thing that I want to talk about is the perfect embroidery press cloth. And okay, we are having fun with technology. It is moving without me. I'm going to just go in and make a quick adjustment here in my slideshow. And let's see here. And then I will share again. Isn't this fun? I'm making sure that it's not auto, and it says it's not, but it was moving quite quickly. So
hey, okay. While
So-
you're looking at that, Kimberly, I'm coming in so you can focus on that, and I'll
Good,
talk to everybody.
It was like moving faster than I was talking.
That's totally fine. We have those little gremlins out there that are
I think
messing.
it's been a gremlin day, hasn't it?
Yes,
And
they're
I've been
just getting
watching.
into our technology and really just
Yeah.
throwing us for a loop. But that's okay. We all hang in there. You'll get it, and you'll share the screen.
Well, the first thing I want to talk about, I figured this out, is our perfect embroidery press cloth. And so what the embroidery press cloth, it's not what you think of when you think of an embroidery press cloth. It's what ours does is it presses, puckers out, and also helps your project, any embroidery project, not be flattened, not be crushed. And it looks like I think I may have fixed it. So let's try and see if it will go again. While I talk about this. So the way that the press cloth works is you put your the press cloth down onto your ironing board. And then you will take your embroidery project and you put your embroidery project with the embroidery, the front of the embroidery face down into the press cloth, and then you press from the back. And so what it does is if you get puckers in your fabric, and you can look at the picture on my screen and look at that one on the left, and I know that's happened to a lot of us, and it's so frustrating because you've done the project, you thought you stabilized correctly, but sometimes things just happen. And so what the press cloth does is it will actually remove those puckers and make that project look really clean, look really sharp. But the other nice thing is that because of the way the press cloth is, you're not crushing your embroidery. So you're going to have that dimension that you really want. So those threads and those beautiful stitches really stand out. The press cloth looks like batting, but it's not. It's made out of some natural wood fibers. You can wash it. I always recommend line drying it, but you can use steam with it. You can use starch with it, and you can use it over and over again. And the best part is it's really inexpensive. The regular price on the press cloth is only $5.99. So something that you definitely want if you do a lot of embroidery. And let's keep going. Now it doesn't want to change at all. Let's see here. Maybe I will just do it this way. And we'll talk about the press tool. So this is our expert point and press tool. And so what it does is kind of the main purpose that I think most people think of it is, when you have those corners, maybe you're doing a mug rug or an in the hoop zipper pouch or something like that, you need to get those corners popped out really easily. And the press tool is great for that. But it does a few other things. If you notice in the picture, it has two ends. So one of them is really fine, and then the other one is much larger. So that larger one is great for those times that you're trying to get those corners popped out easily. But other things that we use the expert point and press tool is as a stiletto. And that nice fine tip on the one end works great as a stiletto when you're sewing. But another thing is opening up the seams on our tiling seams. If you've ever done one of our tiling seams, you know that you've got some layers of fabric, some layers of stabilizer, you've got thread in those seams, and all of those things can make it really difficult to get them open, to get a nice flat press. So that expert point and press tool, you can guide that tip through that seam, following it with your iron and lots of steam, and you can get those seams open and pressed really flat. Your tiling seam will look so much nicer when you're done. So I use it for in the hoop pressing, a stiletto, turning fabric tubes, turning corners, you name it. The tool works amazing. And for some reason, we are not going to we're not going to advance normally today. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. But the next thing I want to talk about with tools and things that you're going to need for making projects are the alligator clamps and the button clips. And if you look at the picture of the left, those are alligator clamps. And one of the things that some people find difficult with doing our freestanding lace projects is getting the little buttons that we have through the loops, because that's how the projects stay together and stand up. And so the alligator clamps, you can put them through the loop, and then that little mouth, I call the end a mouth, that grabs the button, and you just then pull that button back through that loop, and it will hold your project together. And so the reason that we like the alligator clamps versus using something like tweezers or hemostats would be because it only opens at the mouth. So if you're trying to put, say, hemostat through that loop, you're going to have problems because the loop is going to hold the hemostat closed, where with using alligator clamps, once you get that mouth through the loop, you can easily grab the button, it opens just fine, and pull it back through. Now, once you've started doing them and you're doing you've got a couple of the buttons through the loops, the next thing you'll notice is as you're pulling a button through the loop, the last button pops out because you're maneuvering that freestanding lace object. And so that's why we always say get those button clips, because you can clip those to the buttons while you're assembling it, and then they won't pop apart while you're maneuvering and moving it around and adjusting it and shifting it. Then once it's completely built, you can take the button clips off and it'll stand there and it'll stay together just fine. And so the next thing that I want to talk about is isocord thread. And a few different reasons is because isocord thread, when you see any color charts for any design collections that we release, you're going to see isocord on the list. And for the most part, it doesn't matter what thread you use, what color you use, you get to pick. But we have some things that are pretty specific and have a lot of shading and texture, especially our tiling scenes. And so I would definitely recommend getting one of our thread kits for those projects. But the reason that we chose isocord to put in all of our thread kits is because it comes in so many different colors, and that's how we can get that shading look and that amazing dimensional look in our tiling scenes. But the other things that we like about it is it's color fast, bleach safe, so you can use it for your linens and your baby clothes and all those things that are going to launder a lot. And the other thing, we don't have to worry about dye lots. Because if you buy color number 1902 isocord and start a project, and I'm sure this never happens to any of you, but then that project gets set aside and in 5 years you think I'm going to finish it and you run out of thread, you don't have to worry that when you go down to the store and you replace that color 1902, that it's going to be a perfect match every time with isocord. And that's because isocord is the manufacturer. And so they're making it in the same factory that they've always made it in. It's from Germany, so it's very high quality thread. It's 40 weight polyester embroidery thread, so it works with any embroidery projects, and definitely trusted by commercial embroiderers because of its strength. So those are the reasons that we love isocord. And another thing that I wanted to show you, because it's new, is this awesome little essential scissor kit. And some things that I love about it, it comes in this nice little tote. I love taking things like this if I'm going to a class or on a trip, because all of my tools are all zipped up and together. This is made of steel. These scissors are very sharp, very high quality. And it comes with some tools that you need in addition to the scissors. So you're going to get some tweezers in there, and they're a nice bent edge tweezer. But you're also going to get, and this is a really neat kind of a tool that maybe you're not expecting, but it's a perfect scoring tool. And so this tool is made for you to score easily those sticky stabilizers that have the paper covering on them. Makes it just go so much better. We're kind of used to grabbing a pin or something, but sometimes you push too hard or the pin bends or things don't work right. So this scoring tool is made for that paper. So it will work much easier. But you're also going to get perfect snips in there, some mini scissors, and some curved scissors, and then some embroidery scissors. They have a nice dipped handles, so they're easy to handle. They don't slip out of your hands, and they're pretty. That's, I think, one of the best parts is they're just really pretty. So another thing that you might want to be looking at to add to your embroidery collection of tools. And another item that is really important is the perfect punch tool. And so what do you do with a perfect punch tool, and how does it help you with embroidery? Well, first of all, this is used a lot with some of our freestanding lace designs. We will have eyelets embroidered in them for you to put pixie lights through. And so you will want to have the perfect punch tool because it will punch out all of those eyelets. It comes with 3 different sizes of tips, but in addition to doing things like the freestanding lace projects, some of our projects will have things like like an eyelet for a luggage tag that you might want to use this perfect punch tool on. But I use it in all sorts of things. One of my other passions other than embroidery is sewing bags. So I do a lot of rivets. This punch tool is my best friend because it will make the hole for my rivet perfectly. And it's so much easier to use than the handheld rivet punch tools. The ones that kind of look like pliers. My hands I have a hard time getting them around those, where this one, I just aim it where I want the rivet and push straight down and my hole is perfect every time. The tips that you get with it store in the cap so you don't misplace them. And it's really easy to interchange them. You just screw the base off, remove the tip that you're not using, put the other one on and screw it back on. So very simple to use. So another tool that comes in handy for so many different projects. In fact, recently my son just lost a bunch of weight, and I used my perfect punch tool to put new hole in his belt. So you can find lots of uses for this. And another product that you may have seen some of these, but we do have some new colors, is the our Luxe Sparkle Vinyl. So it comes now in 14 colors, and some reasons and some differences. You may have encountered vinyl in your embroidery before, but I don't know if you've seen some of the differences, because this is not heat transfer vinyl. So there's no carrier sheet. There is no fusible on it at all. The glitter on it, or the sparkle, is sealed in, so it's not rough. It's really smooth and nothing is flaking off. It has a cloth back. It's machine washable. You can iron it. So it's great for machine embroidery, but it's great for any time that you need fabric. So, I think, the first thought we think is, oh, I'll use it in applique, but this is amazing for any in the hoop project. So think of luggage tags, think of zipper pouches. Any time that you want to use fabric, but you want something sparkly, shiny, pretty, Luxe Sparkle Vinyl is your friend. So it comes in the 14 colors. If you have any, the new colors are an orange color, a rust color, a real, we call it steel gray, kind of a darker gray color, and a midnight blue, which is, it's absolutely gorgeous. So you definitely want to check out the Luxe Sparkle Vinyl. And then in addition to Luxe Sparkle Vinyl, we now have clear vinyl. So there's no sparkle on the clear vinyl. It's a smooth surface. It does not have the cloth backing. You can completely see through it. It's still machine washable. You can iron it, but use a very, very, very low heat. And I would also probably put a piece of fabric in between it if I were ironing it, but great for machine embroidery. Same thing as the Luxe Sparkle Vinyl. Anytime you want to do a project that requires fabric, this would be interchangeable. So you could make some clear zipper pouches, or use it as, like if you were making an ID holder and you just needed that clear vinyl to cover where your ID was going to go. so many different uses for it. But once again, there's no fusible on it. There's no heat transfer on it. It's just clear vinyl. And so it works great for so many different projects. So those are my favorite of our tools and different things. And but of course, I have to talk about our designs because there's so many different designs. And we've been, if you've been not familiar with OESD, we have been in embroidery for over 30 years, making designs for over 30 years. And in fact, some of our digitizers have been with the company, I think almost all of them, for over 20 years. They are so experienced. Our designs are the highest quality designs that you can get. The O in OESD, if you don't know, stands for Oklahoma, and we are still based in Oklahoma City. And growing like crazy. We're moving this summer to an even bigger building. And that's all thanks, of course, to our wonderful customers out there and our wonderful dealers like Sewing Machines Plus that support us. But I want to show you the designs that we released for June. And I'm going to close a couple of things because I don't want to keep closing and opening. But I want to show you the designs that came out in June. So the first one was Faithful Florals, and there are 8 design collections in this, and these are the designs. So as you look through these, you'll notice the variety that we have and the beautiful artwork that we have. So this has some, some crosses in it, some nice inspirational sayings and quotes from scripture. So these would, of course, make a great gift for someone that, that is Christian and, or, decorating your home. I can see so many different things, making a scripture cover or a scripture bag or something like that for church. Lots of different options for these. And this one's called Nature Studies. And so if you're into bugs, but kind of in a different way, I think these are really cool. And if you notice, as you look at these designs, look at that dimension. Our digitizers and our artists are just so talented at making, I just look at the bumblebee and he just looks realistic, the way he almost looks like he's furry, like a real bumblebee. So this is a really interesting design collection though. So you get all of these designs and there's even more. There's several in this collection, and they all have the colorful version, and then like a line work or a sepia type version, and then the name of the insect and the information about it. So really kind of a cool collection. And here's the last ones of the group. So really fun. And then this is a fun collection, Sparkle in the USA, and it uses applique. And of course, the images you see here, the applique is our Luxe Sparkle vinyl. But here are some designs from that collection. They're all applique, and great time of year. If you're looking for something to embroider for the 4th of July, we've got you covered here. And this one's called Meow You Doing, and you'll notice it says by Jennifer Wambach. And one of the things at OESD that is important to us is a lot of variety and a lot of unique artwork. And so one of the things we do to make sure that you never get bored with our designs is we work with licensed artists. So Jennifer Wambach is one that we recently discovered, a great artist. And so these are just really funny. If you're a cat person, these are hilarious. I'm a cat person. I think it sounded like Jane might be a cat person. So cat people love cats, and they don't care if they're orange and purple and green. We just love cats. So, but I love these little sayings: relax, it's almost Catterday, feline the love, stay positive. You get all of these, looking sharp, Catitude is everything. And then the nice thing is, in addition to the designs, you get a little paw print and then also a border design collection. So so you can, put one of the designs on a towel maybe, and then make a border across the bottom of the towel. I can think of lots of different things. That border would even be fun on the bottom of a skirt, or I don't know. I I tend to try to think of all sorts of things. A table runner, there's a lot of options that you can do with these designs. And this is freestanding cacti. So this is a freestanding design. This has fabric in it, so we would refer to this as freestanding applique, but you would stitch this on water-soluble stabilizer and then rinse it out, and then you would assemble it. And I showed you earlier those alligator clamps and button clips. So those would come in handy for this collection. But these are the 3 cacti that you would get in this collection, different varieties. And I don't know, my dad grew, he had a whole room full of cacti. He loved growing them, and they seem pretty easy to maintain, but I know I definitely could not kill these ones, and they look really cool. So those are fun too. And I hope you're noticing the different variety of some of these designs. So so this one is parenthood. And if you are a parent or a grandparent or have been around kids, some of these really make sense to you. So I love sleep, an elusive memory of an activity enjoyed before children, or vacation, a reminder why you don't take your children out in public. So just funny definitions that go with parents. And then on-the-go luggage tags. So this is an in the hoop project, and you can do this with fabric, or this is a great one for Luxe Sparkle Vinyl. The punch tool would be very handy for that opening, that eyelet where the cord would go. And so you get some, there are 6 total. Some of them have sayings on them, like travel fun sayings, but there's also a blank one. So you could make a luggage tag with your monogram or a design that you choose on it. And then this is Viking Voyage, another one from a licensed artist, Amy Gomez. And these are just adorable little Vikings with different types of ships or their helmets. So many fun things that you could think of to doing with these. So I just went through everything that came out in June, and you can see how much and the variety. I mean, we had lace in there. We had some licensed artwork. We had some in the hoop. We had some applique, just so many different things. And so let me tell you the best way to get these designs. Oh, and it looks like we lost our share screen. Oh, it's back. Maybe for a minute. So there it is. It's back. Okay. So so one of the things that OESD likes to do, because it's so hard to choose what you want. So we made this the most amazing deal, and I'm actually, Sewing Machines Plus has been so great to work with that anyone who signs up for Spree Club, I'm going to make them even a better deal today. So it just came up, and I haven't even had a chance to tell Blaine about it. So this is a surprise for him too. But what do Spree Club members get? So in 2021, we released 98 collections. That was over 1,200 designs. Last year, we did 23 freestanding lace, 4 tiling scenes, 13 in the hoop, 6 quilting, plus everything else you can possibly imagine. I think this year we've already released in 2022 4 tiling scenes, and I know we've got more coming. But we have so many different things, so many different types of projects that there's something for everybody. And so when you join Spree Club, you're basically getting every single thing we release for less than buying one design collection a month. And so it really is the best value if you love embroidery. And so the total value in 2021 for the Spree Club, if you were to go out and buy every single thing we released, was over $2,800. And our Spree Club price for our digital club is only $599. So that's almost 80% discount. So if you're joining the digital club, of course, you're going to call Sewing Machines Plus. They know how to sign you up. But once you join, we will open an account with you. If you already have an account on our website, embroideryonline.com, we will merge the account. We'll just add your Spree Club designs into your current account. But you'll be able to go to your designs. You'll be able to click on Spree Club, and all of your designs will be there ready for you on the 1st of every month. You can download them as many times as you want forever. Everything is stored on our site. You don't have to worry about losing your computer, losing your hard drive, losing your flash drive. And you don't have to worry if you get a new machine that has a different format, because you can just come back and re-download everything in the new format. We make sure that everything is taken care of for you to make it as easy as possible. So you get the Spree Club for only $599, and that's for that digital membership. Now, the cool thing about the digital membership is you can be anywhere in the world and join Spree Club, because if you have internet access, you can get your designs. So all you have to do is call Sewing Machines Plus, tell them you want to join Spree Club, and they will get you set up. Now, if you are in a place where you don't have good internet access, we do have a physical option. The price for the physical option is $749. Now, if you are not in the area where you can go into Sewing Machines Plus and pick up, because what happens is we will ship a flash drive with all the designs every single month to Sewing Machines Plus. If you're not in an area where you can go in, maybe you live in another state and you can't drive over to Sewing Machines Plus to pick up your flash drive, we will ship that to your home for a $50 shipping charge, and that's for the whole year. So you would pay $799 and you would get a flash drive shipped to your home every month. But the easiest way, of course, is to do the $599 digital membership and get them just in your Embroidery Online account every single month. And so what am I going to do today? Because it's Hoop Fest, we have to do something special, right? So what I'm going to do is anyone who joins Spree Club during Hoop Fest will get 10 free design collections. So what you'll do is you will go to embroideryonline.com, look through all the design collections, and there's a few, anthologies or, the best of 2021. You can't choose things like that. But if you're trying to decide and wondering if the design collection costs $75 or less, you're safe. You can choose any of those. So you'll get to pick up to 10 of those. So if you're doing math and you go into embroideryonline.com and you look for those design collections that are $74.99 and you're getting 10 of those, you're getting $750 of designs, and you just paid $599, and you are still going to get 8 design collections every single month for 12 months. So we can make this Spree Club pay for itself before you even start to get your designs every month. So I'm going to stop sharing screen and see if we have any questions, and go back to Jane.
What a great presentation. I love it all. I want to be in Spree Club.
Well, join. Being in Spree Club is like having your birthday every single month.
And this is exactly what we want. And that's why we're here this entire week for ourselves. So we can pretend like it's our birthday every single month.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we have any questions. Great pricing there. Do you have anything that you want to add to it? I know you were like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to tell Blaine later.
Usually with Spree Club, we only do 5 collections. So I just doubled that. So they're going to, for being at Hoop Fest, they will get to pick 10 instead of 5. So hopefully that, there's no way you can lose. You're getting 750 designs and you haven't even started the club yet.
Amazing. Is it 10? Is it 10 of their choice or your choice?
Their choice. So they just need to go to embroideryonline.com, start shopping, write down what they want. And like I said, just look for collections that are $75 or less. And then when they call in to Sewing Machines Plus to order Spree Club, just give them that list. And when they get, so if they join the digital club, those designs will load into their account as soon as their club starts.
I will never leave the sewing room if I have all these designs, is what they say. I love the digital. The digital is great. That's nice. Wow. Enjoy my Spree Club membership. Wow, wow, wow. People are just loving this. Somebody asked, can they break the payments out?
that is a Sewing Machines Plus. If they're offering financing, then that's a way to do it.
Yep. Okay. We're looking through these questions. Kimberly, great information, great presentation. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, it's always fun to, I appreciate Sewing Machines Plus inviting OESD to come out and join in Hoop Fest. And it's always good to see everybody.
I mean, the SMP Nation is just the best. So I just feel like we're all friends. We're hanging out today talking about like-minded things. So we appreciate you coming on. And everybody, make sure you order or sign up for that spree club for OESD. Kimberly, thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, friends, there you have it. That was Kimberly Dotson from OESD talking about all of those amazing designs and the spree club. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. Once again, I know that Kimberly had a little bit of technical problems at first, but man, once she got on track and got everything going, what a great presentation. And, you know, again, another great special for Hoop Fest to get it, that spree club and pretty much double your collection. So awesome, you know, product and great pricing. So we're really pleased about that. But Jane, I'm a little aggravated at you right now.
Why? Why are you aggravated at me?
You know, I told you, you're kind of starting something. You were talking about the aero chairs and you know, buying an extra one for your pet.
Right.
And my wife Michelle just texted me a picture, and I'm gonna have to buy another chair.
Oh my God! Look at those two. That's so cute. Oh no, you're gonna have to buy another chair.
Her Abby and Lily just took over her sewing chair, so now she's asking for one for herself.
Too cute. Look at Abby and Lily. That's so cute. Who can deny those little faces? It doesn't matter. I'm not doing anything bad. Look at them. They're happy.
All right, so I'm telling everybody out there, if you got an aero chair, send us a picture of it with your one of your pets in your aero chair, and we'll put it on the screen.
And if you don't have a pet, just send us a picture of the chair with something on it.
Yeah, actually, what's the little kangaroo? Pockets. Tell them to send us we'll tell them to put the little stuffed animal pockets. If they have one of those on it, we'll put it on.
That's a great idea. I love it. I love to see the pictures. That's so much fun. And I love that Michelle
All right,
just
Jane,
put that.
we're on our last demonstration of the day.
I can't believe
and we have got the SWF 15 needle, and everybody is loving this machine. Oh my gosh, they were a bunch of them bought yesterday, and they love this 15 needle. And so we're going to do a demonstration with that. We got Dylan McMahon from SWF going to come on, and you're going to come back right after this 30-minute session, and you're going to help me do some bunch of giveaways. So
we're going to wrap it up, and we're going to do some giveaways. Okay? I can't wait.
All right, we'll see you in 30 minutes. All right, guys, coming up next, we have Dylan McMahon. He is with SWF. And again, guys, if you don't know SWF, they are pretty much a commercial, industrial type embroidery company. They are specialized in the big multi-head machines, and on the 12 needle, they made it to be a consumer pro, version of it. Well, they took the 15 needle that was an industrial commercial machine and made it kind of into a format to where you can use it. It still has all the industrial motors, all those things in it. It is a heavy duty machine, but man, well, this thing got beautiful stitches. And we got Dylan McMahon going to come in and tell us a little bit about it. So welcome back to the show, Dylan.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man, it's going great. And I know everybody's super excited about the 15 needle. And, we've had the 12 needle out for a little while. We introduced this 15 needle, the consumer version of it, back, a few months ago. And it has been extremely popular. So everybody's dying to see what you got to show us.
All right, I can go through it. Thanks for letting me on here. Hey, everybody. Just like he said, I'm Dylan from SWF. We manufactured this machine, and Sewing Machines Plus is one of our sub dealers, and they do a phenomenal job at what they do with this machine, with the customer service of it and just the training and all of that. It may look intimidating at first, but it's actually a lot more simple than what you would expect. So SWF has been in the commercial embroidery industry for 3-4 decades, and it has been a household name during that whole period, and still is. So one thing we've been trying to do over the past 5 to 10 years was really try to get more into the home hobbyist, small business market. And I think we've really narrowed it down to the correct machines to do that. Like he was saying, they have the 12 needle. This one is basically the big brother to the 12 needle. It is 15 needles, so you can have 15 different colors on at one time. The head moves automatically, so every single one of them's on there. If you have the gray one here on needle 1 and it's a 15 color design, whenever it goes to sew gray, it'll slide itself over to that needle and it'll do it automatically. You don't have to change anything. Once you got it set up, it is ready to go. So a little bit about the machine, some of the features. Like I said, it's got the 15 needles. It's got automatic. It'll automatically stop if there is ever a thread break, or if the design is completed, it'll completely stop, and then you can fix that or change that out for the next item and go from there. It comes with this light bar, which is really handy whenever you're getting close to the design or tracing it out. It also comes with a laser pointer here, so you never have to worry about hitting the hoop or anything if you're tracing your design. The screen on it here is all touch screen. It's 10.4 inches. And it is all, like I said, it's all touch screen, or you have these arrows over here that you can also use with the start and stop buttons. It comes with all kinds of accessories, and I'll go through that in a little bit. As far as the machine itself, it only weighs about a little under 300 pounds. So like I said, for the home hobbyist, small business market, it's not too heavy. 2 adults can pick it up and carry it if it needs to be moved. But it also comes with the stand, and the stand is super heavy duty. It doesn't come assembled, but it takes about 15 minutes for you to assemble the stand. It's got 4 heavy duty wheels on it. Also 4 stabilizers on the bottom. Whenever you get the machine rolled to where you want it to be, you can put those stabilizers down to keep it from kind of vibrating whenever you're running it, because it gets me into the next thing. This machine can go 1,200 stitches per minute. So think about that for just a second. You can really put out some production. So that kind of goes back to what I was saying with us being in the commercial world. We took everything that we had in those large industrial machines in these very large shops and basically squeezed it down into a small version of that. It's going to be able to run the same speed as those machines. It's got the upgraded motors, so you can push through leather and hats and pretty much anything that's not plastic or metal. You can push through it with those needles, and you're going to be able to sew through it. In this market, we've done a lot with this machine specifically to get into the home hobbyist, the quilting market. One of the features that we have in the control panel that's super, super popular right now is it's called a draw stitch. And basically what that means is you can go into this feature in the control panel, and you can draw a name or write a little note or something like that, and it'll auto digitize it for you. And what I've noticed a lot of people are using that for is for quilting blocks, whether that be grandkids and kids making a blanket for a grandparent that's having a birthday. They'll go in and have the grandkids write a small note or just sign their name or even just scribble on it, and it'll auto digitize exactly what was wrote on that. And then they'll sew it to a quilting block, and then they'll go from there. It also has a feature called photo stitch, that you can take a photo of something, whether that be a PDF, you can put it in there and it'll auto digitize that in the control panel for you. So that's a couple really cool things that I think a lot of people are taking advantage of in this market. But like I said, this is still a commercial machine. So the ones of you that are going to use this as a business, I mean, this machine can run 24 hours a day if need be. It doesn't have to, but it has those capabilities to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So like also with this control panel, it is all Wi-Fi. So from your computer, you can use a USB or cord, but it has the capabilities of Wi-Fi where you can drag and drop designs from your computer. You can also, if you want to grow that business and get more machines, you can network up to 200 machines together. So you can see in that software, you can see the production of what each machine is doing. You can, from your computer, you're going to be able to see that once you start it and go to your computer, how much longer it's going to be till that design is done. And then you can, once it's done, you can go to the machine and do your changeover or go on to the next job, whatever that may be. So that leads into the control panel a little bit more. So in this, the stitch memory, it has a 490 million stitch memory with hundreds of design slots. So you're never going to have to worry about having to delete a design out of it to input another design. No one, I don't think, is ever going to be able to fill up that 490 million. So the sewing field on it, I'll get into that. So it does do the flats. It can also do hats, like I was saying. The flat sewing field, the largest it can do is 18.11 inches by 11.81. So a really big sewing field for flats. On the hat or the cap portion of it, you're going to be able to do 14.7 inches by 2.95. So you're going to get almost 3 inches from top to bottom, and we call it ear to ear. So you're going to be able to do side logos here, and you can do a front logo all in the same run if you wanted to. So that's a really big sewing field for flats, and for hats, you're going to be able to do all the way down to small logos to if you want to do jacket backs or bags or virtually anything that can fit in that space, you're going to be able to do, whether it be a big design or a small design. Let's see here. Like I said, all right. So the dimensions on the machine, I'll hop into that real quick. It is a 110 machine, not 220 like the large industrial ones. It is 110. But the dimensions, as far as the size of it, you're going to be looking at 28.7 inches from front to back. So it's not too big. It's 28.6 inches side to side. And then it's with the stand, whenever it's on the stand, it is 60.7 inches. So, I mean, I'm a little under 6 foot. It's not too tall for getting it threaded or if you're having to change out another cone. It's about the right height for that, but it'll fit in any sewing room or in the corner of your kitchen if you have to. So I'm going to go ahead and go into the hoops. So this machine comes with, like I said, the stand, but it comes with multiple different sizes of hoops, and they always come in quantities of 2. So you're actually getting 6 sets of hoops. What that means is you're getting 12 hoops. So like this one here that we have on here, you get this one of this size and another one of the exact same size. So basically, whenever you're running this and you're running production, you can be getting the next one ready, whether that be a shirt or a hat. You can be getting the next one ready. So as soon as this gets done, it stops. You can pull it off because it will go back to the exact starting point. You can pull this one off, put the next one on. All you have to do is click start, and then you're ready to get the next one ready to go. That way, that production can keep going. It's printing money at that point in time. All right, so I'll go through some of the sizes here, starting with the smallest. So this one is exactly 14.25. So this one's used a lot obviously for smaller designs, but you can also use it for the back of hats. A lot of people use it for the back of hats. This next one is another smaller one. It is 5.4 inches. This one is used like another one for smaller designs, but a lot of people use this one for left chest logos, whether that be a company logo or something like that. If it's just a smaller left chest logo, that's a good hoop for that. This one is 6.6 inches. And like I said, you're getting 2 of each of these sizes. So you'll be getting 2 of this 6.6 one. Okay, and then the next one is the one I have here on the machine. So let me pop it off real quick. So this one is 12.3 by 12.3. So we're getting into some of the larger ones that you can do either jacket backs or bags or whatever it may be that you want some large designs on. All right, on to the next one. This one here is it is 16.7 inches by 10.9. So we're getting a little bit bigger here. Then the next one, which is the largest of all of them, is that largest sewing field I was talking about earlier, the 18.11 by 11.81. And you can see this one's pretty thick. It's heavy duty. So it's not going to come unclamped whenever you're hooping something thick and you're halfway through your design and it pops off or something. It is very durable hoop. All right, so that is all of the tubular, the plastic hoops that come with the machine. I'm going to talk about the cap system. So we have a patented quick change hat cap system that comes with this machine. It comes in a set of a few different pieces. So you have what we call the cap driver, which actually attaches to the machine. And then you get the hat hoops. And like I said, you get 2 of those. So you can be running one and getting the next hat ready while you're running the other one. And how you're going to get that ready is the other piece. So this is called the cap gauge or that cap hooper. You can use, we're going to pan over real quick. That is the 4th piece in the bunch. So that is the hooper for that. So that comes with it. That's what you'll use to get the other hats ready. It attaches to it. But I'm going to talk about the quick change cap driver. So you've seen the brackets on the hoops and how they fit into the machine. The hat hoop has the exact same width, the exact same bracket. So you saw how easy it was to pop off that one hoop. I'll show you how easy it is to pop on the cap system. Just slide it on there, and then it's on there. So we call it a quick change because you pull off the flat, you put the cap system on, and then you're ready to go. You don't have to worry about any bolts. You don't have to worry about taking any frames off. It's a 5-second process. Most systems in the industry is going to take you 5 to 10 minutes. So a lot of times people don't really love doing their hats. They'll make sure to do all of their flats or their shirts or their bags, and then they'll do all their hats at one time. Rather, with our system, it's a easy process to go back and forth between hats and flats. And the needle plate that's on there is universal, so you don't have to worry about changing the needle plate. It works for both the hats and the flats. So as far as running the machine, it's a pretty easy system. Once you have your digitized logo, you'll be able to, you can set it up in here, but you can also set it up in your computer, the color changes or the colors for each individual stitches. But what you do is, like I said, you can use Wi-Fi to get the design to the control panel. You can use USB, or you can use a cable as well. But once it's in here, you'll be able to load it in, and then you'll just set your needles, your colors, your sequence, because it'll have it right there, and then load it in, and then you're good to go. From there, you will just trace out your design or get it to where it needs to be. If I had a hat on there, get it where it needs to be, and then you can trace it to make sure you're not going to hit the hoop or the cap driver or anything like that. And then from there, you can click start, and then you can be getting that next hat ready to go or that next shirt ready to go. And then it'll always go back to that starting point that you started that first design. So you don't have to worry about tracing it the second time or resetting up the colors. It'll go right back to the beginning starting point. So I know this looks really intimidating, but this machine comes pre-threaded. These are all tensions, and it's going to be set up already. You're not going to really have to mess with these ever. If you ever see maybe just a little bit of puckering. You'll turn this maybe a quarter of a turn. That's going to fix that. And that will be all in the training, so you don't have to worry about it. Like I said, I know it looks intimidating, but it comes completely pre-threaded. So you're not going to have to thread all this stuff. All you'll have to do is just tie your color on in the back and just pull it right through, and then you're ready to go. You'll set it up in here where your color is. That way you're not having to count over where your blue. You'll just set for needle 4. That's where you're going to have your blue at, or whatever color you want. So like I said, it comes with the stand. It comes with the 6 sets of hoops, so 12 total hoops. It's not super heavy. Comes with the wheels on the stand, so you can move it around. It comes with the full cap system with the 2 cap frames, so you can be running one, getting the next one ready. Comes fully threaded. And it's packed full of features. Like I said, the 490 million stitch memory and the draw stitch, if you ever wanted to use that, and the photo stitch. So you can put a photo in there and it will digitize it for you. There's also some fonts in there too for lettering. So if you want to add a name to something, you want to use the draw stitch and then add a name to it, that is a possibility. Going from there, Blaine, you guys got any questions for me?
Well, hey, Dylan, I think that some of the questions we have, we'll probably be able to answer them with some of the things I'm going to tell them about. But again, you said it right. A lot of times people look at that and they're kind of intimidated by the size. But again, this thing has the exact same interface as the 12 needle, which is extremely easy to use, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah, it is so easy to use, very user friendly, and they went above and beyond, because in the industrial world, it can't stop. So things like it is like it's a lot of technology here. So I mean, if you think about like a touch screen, I mean, maybe on your phone or something like that, if that goes out, you're kind of screwed. You can't really use that phone anymore. But they thought of everything, in the fact that in those big shops they can't shut down. So the small stuff that people really don't think about. So like the touch screen, if that goes out, there's a port in the back where you can plug a mouse up to it if you needed to, and you can use that, because the production can't stop in the industrial world. And they put all that same technology in this home hobbyist small business machine. So honestly, the machine is amazing. We love it. It kind of blows people's mind in the small market world, because with thread breaks and being able to use it on real thick leather, or the Richardson hats, or just hats in general that everybody's so scared of, it can do it with ease.
Well, hey, Dylan, one of the things I wanted to ask you about too, I know that, the hat driver is a patented hat driver. It's extremely easy to go on, and then we're going to throw in 2 cap frames with it. But when you've got that on there, the area that it embroideries, is it a full 180 around the brim of the hat?
Yeah, so it's the 14 by 17. So like I said, it's ear to ear. So it's a full, pretty close to 180. I don't know if it's exact, but it's going to be really close.
Yeah.
Anytime you're doing a logo on the side of the hat, you're going to be able to get it with that hat hoop.
Yeah. I was going to say, Dylan, I don't know of any other home machine on the market that'll do that big an area.
It's very tough. I don't know. I don't think that there is. No, I really don't.
Because that's kind of when you talk about being able to do 180 degrees on a hat, you're usually always talking the commercial world. So to have that, to be able to do it on a home machine is pretty incredible, I think. And that's one of the things, the features I love about this machine. And then the other one is being able to do the photo stitch and the digitizing, right, a hand draw and digitize it right off the screen. To me, that is so awesome to have that, along with all the industrial motors. And, this thing is I call it bulletproof. It is, an all metal machine. There's no plastic on this thing. It is just a great machine that's going to last for a long, long time.
It's a workhorse. That's what I always call them.
Yeah,
they don't stop unless you stop.
Excuse me. Well, Dylan, thank you so much for being on the show. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat.
Thank you for having us. Honestly, you guys have been such a great dealer for us, and the way that your customer service team has gone with this machine. I mean, we're always here to back you guys up, but it seems like you guys don't even hardly have that many questions for us anymore because you guys are pretty close to knowing it just as good as we do.
Well, you know, Dylan, too, it's something a lot of people ask too, is there training available? Well, we've got a Zoom, you know, we do a Zoom training class. So anybody that buys a 12 needle or the 15 needle, they're going to be able to take that class. And basically what it's going to do is it's going to get them up to speed on how they can get embroidery in pretty quick, and which is a great thing, and give them some guidance. And, you know, that's one of the things I love about the SWF. The support is there, whether it's, you know, questions about how to do something, or if you had any kind of technical issue. To me, that is awesome, and we really appreciate our partnership with y'all with this. And again, I got to tell everybody now how they can get one. And I know you're going to be here. I think Garrett's going to be here tomorrow, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so your brother Garrett will be on here tomorrow with us and talking about it. But again, we appreciate SWF as being one of our platinum sponsors, and appreciate you coming on and sharing your knowledge.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, everybody, you got to see. This is the SWF MAF 15 needle from SWF. And again, guys, we absolutely love this machine. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. The price on this is $14,999, so $14,999. But we do have a great Hoop Fest special on this. And I want to tell you a little bit of difference now. You know, somebody might say they look at the 12 needle and go, "Were y'all selling this thing for $10,000? Why is this one so much more money?" Well, here's the difference in the price on them, because this is a true, basically commercial machine that they brought in and made the interface very user friendly. So the interface is like a home machine. You don't require any kind of computer to run this machine. The interface is right there. It has the same interface as the 12 needle, but what you're getting the industrial strength motors in there. You're getting the industrial strength casting. So you're getting all those things. And that's why, too, the weight of the machine is just a little bit more. So the machine weight is 250 pounds. You're getting a stand that comes with it absolutely free, and the stand weighs 70 pounds. And so you're going to have that to support that machine. The other thing is it's 1,200 stitches per minute versus most on the market are around 1,000. So this is 1,200 stitches per minute, extremely fast. So that's one of the great things about this. With 15 needles, you can have 15 different thread colors, so you're not going to have to stop to change colors. You're pretty much going to be able to embroider about anything, any design you would ever dream of without ever stopping the machine. Just let it go. Again, if you're wanting something as a home-based business and you want production, this is the machine you want, because it is going to produce for you. As Dylan said, this is an absolute workhorse. And I can attest to that. We absolutely love this thing. Now, again, we're also going to load you up with some great hoops. Now, I hope y'all got to see how actually massive that hoop was on that thing. But it's got a great embroidery area on this. You're going to get 2 square type rectangular hoops with this. You're getting a 12-inch or 12.3 inch by 12.3 inch square hoop. And then you're going to get a 16.7 times 10.9. So that's almost a 17 by 11. If you think about how big that is, you're going to get one of those. But not only are you going to get one of each, we're going to give you 2 of each one of those. Then we're also going to give you some round frames. We're going to give you a 4.2 inch, 4 1/4 inch round frame. We're going to give you a 5.4 inch and a 6.6. And we're also going to give you 2 of each of those. So right there, that's a total of 10 hoops. And then we're going to throw in the cap driver, that quick change cap driver. We're throwing that in, and also we're going to throw in 2 frames. So basically, you're getting a total of 12 frames with this, along with the stand, along with the cap driver. And guys, we have got a great, great show special on this. And again, I talk about the technology in this machine. Again, you can do photo stitch. That means you can import from a USB stick. You can import a photo in this thing, digitize it, and actually sew it out. You can get, if you had a grandchild, you wanted to trace their hands, you could actually put their hand on the screen, trace around it, digitize that, and then embroidery that out on a shirt. Or if you're a great artist, you can actually create your own artwork with drawing with a stylus right on the screen and digitize that and be able to print, stitch it out immediately. So it has a ton of technology in this. So what a great package we have today. Again, give us a call, 800-401-8151, or just go to SMPlive.tv. And again, we're going to have this on the product page there. You can actually find the SWF15. Click on that. It opens up the product page. You can read all the specs about it. And you can also, if you have any questions, you can talk to and ask the live chat agents right there on the website. So a great package from SWF today. We had the 12 needle earlier today with Amber Bingham. And now with Dylan McMahon, we had the, this 15 needle. So two great offerings from SWF today on Hoop Fest. And what a way to close the day out. So let's bring Jane back to the show. So Jane, what a way to close Hoop Fest out on day 2 is with a 15 needle embroidery machine with an unbelievable price that we have on it.
Day 2 was simply amazing. I cannot believe that it's coming to an end already. I want more fun. I want more Hoop Fest, Blaine.
So I know earlier you text me and said, hey, I'm sewing. I've been sewing all day long between every session. And you were like, what are y'all doing there? And I said, well, we're just hanging out. But you've been busy the whole time. So did you get your project finished?
So you think that I'm just wearing a flannel, but we were talking about upcycling clothing a couple of times in the last 2 days. So I have a flannel and I said, well, I'm going to do something to my flannel. And this is Hoop Fest. So this is what I did.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. It's a skull. Oh, they're right there. Okay, hi. See. It is, I just had this really cool embroidery and I put it on a piece of denim. Then I added some hot fix gems to the sides of it, but I'm just in love with that. It's like a sugar candy skull theme that I have, and I wanted to make it bigger is better.
Well, leave it up to you to come up with something creative to help close the show out. But hey, Jane, what a great day we had. A lot of great products on there, great education. And again, let's close this out today. We're going to give a bunch of stuff away. And so are you ready?
I'm always ready to give things away, Blaine. Always ready. So let's get to it. What's the first thing we're giving away? We're going to give away some of our world famous sewing mats. And again, I tell everybody, if you don't have one of these mats, you're doing your machine a disservice. But right now, we're going to let you choose from all the colors. We have 12 different colors you can choose from and 4 different sizes. And you can just go to the SMPlive.tv, click on those sewing mats, and it'll take you so you can see the dimensions of each size to make sure that it'll fit your machine. But again, we got one of these, so we're ready to go. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go.
This is exciting, everybody.
Let me put some music on.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, Tammy and Gary Thacker. They're watching on Facebook all day long. Here's your reward. Congratulations. You are the winner of the mat.
All right. I think we're going to give one more of these away. So spin that wheel, Kyle.
Oh, yes. Oh, good. Okay. We're watching here on YouTube. Jaden Jenkins, you are the winner of a sewing mat. That's so exciting. Look, we got one from Facebook and one from YouTube. That's nice.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, Kyle, what are we giving away next? The
now
bag
we
bundle?
got some tote bags. Fun
All right,
phrases, tote bags.
These are the tote bags. These are our event bags that we give away. Again, guys, you can buy these individually on our website. They're $9.95 each, or you can buy the whole bundle for $49.50. They're all 8 different colors, 8 unique sayings on each one of the bags about sewing or embroidery or fabric, some cool things. Again, these are like the grocery bags you get, the permanent grocery bags people get. So, Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go.
Who doesn't want to carry an SMP bag? I know I do. Here we go. Well, congratulations to Kathy Burden Ramo watching on Facebook today. You're the winner of a Sewing Machine Plus tote bag.
So real quick, everybody so far who has won, how you're going to claim your prize, you're going to go to SMPLive.tv, and at the very bottom of the page, it's going to say claim your prize here. You're going to fill out that information and hit submit, and it'll get us that information. Kyle's showing you right there at the bottom of that page. You'll do it, hit submit, and as soon as we get that information, we'll get your prizes shipped out to you. All right, Kyle, so what are we giving another bag bundle away?
One more bag bundle.
One more bag bundle, so spin that wheel.
And then we're on to the
How many
sewing.
bags in total, Blaine?
There's 8 of each color.
8 of them.
Amazing.
Or, I'm sorry, 8 total, 1 of each color.
Yes.
Like the rainbow. Okay, congratulations to Denise Boyd watching on YouTube all day long. You're the winner of a bag bundle. What will you do with them? So exciting.
All right, next up, we are going to give the sewing machines away.
The big stuff.
And this is the big boy right here. Look at that, Janome 2010. This is the most popular machine that Juki has ever sold or ever made. And we've sold thousands of these things. They are awesome. And so, Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go for the Juki 2010Q.
Congratulations to Nancy Fitzpatrick. You are the winner of that sewing machine watching on YouTube. Wow, the day pays off for you, Nancy. Congratulations.
It sure does. So, Nancy, make sure you go to smplive.tv to claim your prize at the bottom of the page. Just fill out your information and hit submit, and it'll get it to us.
Right now, Nancy's like, what? I just won? What?
Next up, we got My Quilt Embellisher from Dime.
All right, so this is from Designs in Machine Embroidery. The great giveaway here, that's My Quilt Embellisher. And this is a great program if you've never seen it. This is a really great program. And you can design your quilts before you ever do any stitching or anything. It really is pretty cool. So, all right, Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go, spinning the wheel.
It's fun to see how the names fly by.
I know.
Oh, congratulations to Sandy Singer. You are the winner. Fantastic watching on YouTube today.
So Sandy has a very famous last name.
Yeah.
I think she does. Absolutely.
To be a
held my
sewer
tongue.
on top of that. So congratulations,
I was like, does
Sandy,
Sandy
and
really
again-
need that software? She have a
So
family
Sandy,
business we don't know about.
Sandy, just to remind you, to claim your prize, just go to smplive.tv and scroll down to the very bottom of the page, and it has the information as our winners. You can sign, fill out all that information, hit submit, and that way we can get your prizes to you. All right, Kyle, next up, it's the Brother BM3850 sewing machine. So Kyle, spin that
Here
wheel.
we go, spinning the wheel. Brother BM3850.
It's the nail biter. It's exciting.
Here we go.
Oh, Donna
Donna
P. Congratulations, Donna P. You're the winner of the Brother Sewing Machine. Watching on YouTube all day long. She's like, what? I won? I'm eating dinner.
All right, Kyle, there we go. We got another machine, and a Necky K132A that we're going to give away. So Kyle, spin that
Here
wheel.
we go.
Wow, Alice C. Worley, you're the winner of the
Congratulations.
sewing machine watching on YouTube. Congratulations, Alice. Easy for me to say.
Did I see our naked hacker fly up through there?
Yeah,
Yes,
he's on there
naked
again
hackers
today.
in the house.
Yeah.
Our naked hacker's back, guys.
Everyone
so
ignore that
please
guy.
don't click on anything that they post. We've been trying to monitor the chat all day and keep them banned, but they keep weaseling their way into our
Yeah.
stream, and I think we got the wrong audience for that. Don't you think, Jane?
I think maybe that's the wrong audience. Yeah, the guys.
All right.
I'm not really sure. I think he slept. He came in later in the day. Must have been sleeping late.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
we'll
guess
change
so.
his
All right.
mind. Maybe he'll become a sewist instead, embroiderer. Right?
All right. So next up, we got the Arrow. This is Christina's quilt blocks. Christie's quilt blocks, and these are the ones that we had on there, guys. These are great They'll work as like a fence or a border you can put on a table, keep your quilt from sliding off the table. And we're going to give 2 of these away. These 2, they come in a we're going to give 1 away, but it comes as a pair, so to speak.
That is just great to have those quilt blocks, by the way. I love it.
And just FYI, if the naked cowboy wins or comes up as a winner, we're not going to let them win.
Yeah.
We're all going to laugh all together. Congratulations. Shirley McGowan, you're the winner of the quilt blocks watching on YouTube today, Shirley. Good job. You're not giving away a chair, are you?
Yeah, so again, guys, we'll remind you, all the winners out there, how you're going to claim your prize if we call your name. You're going to go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down to the bottom of the page. It's going to have an area where it says claim your prize. Fill out that information and then hit submit. All right, Kyle, spin the wheel for one of these chairs.
This is really exciting. This is a nail biter. Everybody wants the chair.
Oh, I saw Amber on here.
I did too. Congratulations, Anita Brown. You're the winner of a chair. Anita, you're going to let your cat sit on it. No, you're not. No, you're not. You'll give the cat
Anita.
or your dog the old chair. You get the new one. That's great.
Yeah. So, Anita, we're going to let you have your choice of color out of the 10 different colors we have. And again, just go to smplive.tv and scroll to the bottom, and you'll see where you can claim your prize right there.
Now, quite possibly the best giveaway of the day, we've got Pockets from Arrow, the Arrow mascot.
Pockets, the Arrow mascot. Yeah, normally you can only get this if you buy one of their cabinets.
Yep. So this is very exclusive.
So yeah, these are a very exclusive little stuffed animal. So we're going to give one of those away. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
Cute. I love Pockets. Oh, yes. Congratulations to Marianne Blasik Resendez watching on Facebook today. Marianne, you get, what is it called? Arrow.
Pockets.
Pockets from Arrow.
You get the Arrow mascot pockets. So Marianne, make sure you go to smplive.tv and to claim your prize. And down at the very bottom, you'll see where it says claim your prize. Just fill out information, hit submit. Kyle, I don't think that's enough giveaways.
Do you want more?
I want more.
All
Don't
right.
you want more, Jamie?
I have a question. Did I say coffee mugs? Do y'all sell coffee mugs?
We don't sell them, but we probably could give one away.
I think we got a few tumblers in the
I
warehouse.
thought there was like a Sewing Machines Plus coffee mug, and I know that I love to sip up, maybe for next year.
Store,
yeah, we do.
We have all kinds of things that say Sewing Machines Plus on it in our merch store that you can go to. How do they get there, Kennedy?
We will post a link.
All right, we're going to
in the
post
chat.
a link that you can go to our merch store. You can get t-shirts, hats, tumblers, coffee mugs, anything you can dream of, you can get with our logo on it.
I mean, I want to get all like branded up like I'm a NASCAR for Sewing Machines Plus and but I love, and I know that my other sewing friends, we love this. We like to have our cup of coffee and our sewing and our music or whatever it is we're doing. But my coffee, it's the first thing we do in the morning. We're happy.
All right, so we're going to give one final giveaway. Let's do a $100 gift certificate, Kyle.
All right.
So we're going to do a $100 gift certificate. And here's what we're going to do. If you are local in Southern California, you're here local, you can go into one of our 2 retail superstores. You can go into the San Diego store down on Mission Boulevard and redeem it. Or you can go into the San Marcos store up in the Nordal Center and redeem it there. We have 2 10,000 square foot superstores. We'd love to have you in. We have all the machines you're seeing on the show in the stores, all the cabinets, and you can use there. If you're not in Southern California, guess what? You're going to go to the smplive.tv page, fill that out to claim your prize. We'll email you the code for it, and you can go right online when you're checking out and put the code in, and it's going to knock $100 off the purchase.
Blaine, you're so generous. That's a great gift.
It's going to be a great gift. So, Kyle, spin that wheel.
Round and around she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. Yes, we know. And the winner is Nana 31331. Congratulations. Watching on YouTube.
All right. So, depending on what part of the country is, it's either Nana
or Nana.
Or Nana. Right?
That's
So,
right.
Nana,
I said Nana, right?
3131. Make sure you go to SMPLive.tv and go down at the bottom to claim your prize and fill that information out and hit submit. And we'll get that information and we'll email you the code for that. So congratulations to all of our winners. And Jane, what a way to end on a great note on day 2.
On Flag Day, Blaine.
Yes, it's great. It's a Flag Day, so everybody hope they're having their flags out. And again, tomorrow, Jane, we are going to be here all day again.
That's right.
We're going to start the stream tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Time. And then you and I will come on about 8:15, and we'll start. And our first presentation is going to be at 8:30, and it'll be the boys from Aero Cabinets again will be here, and we'll have Harley and Jerry.
Love those
and they're going to
guys.
show us some more cabinets. And guys, again, all the things you're seeing on the show, all the pricing and things, make sure we're going to keep the call center will be open all the way to 9 p.m. Eastern Time today, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. You can still get your orders in. Hopefully, if you can't get through on the phones, you can still go to smplive.tv. At the very top of the page, it says request a callback. Hit that, put all your information in, and it'll update in the call center real time. And hopefully before they close over there, they can give you a call back. But if not, we'll get you tomorrow. And again, Jane, we've got some great specials tomorrow as well. Some great educational classes. So it's going to be another fun day.
Big day 3. And you know what? I just saw a note go by. Is Jane changing into the double-sided apron? Is that one outfit or 2 double-sided? I say 1 because it's 1 garment. Thank you very much.
Count it as 1.
Yeah, we're counting that as 1.
Yeah. And just so you know, just an FYI today, everything was red, white, or blue. I don't know if you caught on to that, people. And also, when I had the sleeves on, and then there was a glitch and we had to come back, that doesn't count as 2 outfits. Just saying. It was like
you unzipped them. You unzipped them, right?
Well, I had the red sleeves on, and then we had to come back because I think Heather lost connection, and I had taken them off.
One outfit for that.
Yeah, okay, so that's 1 outfit.
Yeah, we counted that as 1 as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just making sure, just in case you're keeping count out there, because there is a prize attached to it.
Yeah, there is a sewing machine attached to it, and so everybody don't give it away out there because you need to. We're going to ask you a time. So we're going to say, hey, the first person to give us the answer to Jane's outfit changes, and the first person that puts the correct answer is going to win that sewing machine. So again, don't give your neighbor a heads up if they didn't get to see it yesterday. They're going to have to go back and earn it, right? Watch the show from yesterday.
Right. Jeanette's she's like, I'm keeping count every single one. Just to clarify, that was only 1. We got it. Yes, thank you guys.
All right. Well, again, everybody, got to remind you tomorrow, make sure y'all tune in. We're so happy you're tuning in to Hoop Fest, and this is our 2nd annual. And again, if you want to win prizes, the main way to do it is, right now, go to our YouTube page, like our page, or subscribe to it, hit the thumbs up, the bell notification, and then you can even make comments and ask questions underneath the videos on that once the day after the video is closed or the live stream's closed. And you can do the same on Facebook. Go like our page, share the video to your own Facebook page. You can actually, like the video. You can go after the video and post questions, make comments. And then throughout the day during the live broadcast, if you just, ask questions and make comments, all those different things is going to help you win prizes. And that's also going to help you win for that grand prize, that Dream Embroidery Studio, Jane, which is going to be worth actually $28,000.
That's right, $28,000 at Dream Studio. And and not only that, you can win all the prizes, and the Dream Studio is amazing, but we love it when you chime in because I feel like I'm sitting here talking to all of you. So thank you. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it's awesome. And we enjoy everybody and enjoy all the new people out there. And we hope that you're enjoying it and getting something out of this. And, and hey, if you're shopping for a product that you don't see on the show, don't, go ahead and call us, because there's a good chance there's going to be some products that, that's on sale for the Hoop Fest that just didn't make the show, because we only have so many, demonstration spots, Jane, and some of the manufacturers said, hey, we want to show this machine, but we still have specials on other ones that we just don't have a chance to show. So make sure anything that you've been shopping for, you don't see it on the show, give us a call anyway.
You're making it special, Blaine. You're making it special. I appreciate it.
All right, so everybody go home, get some rest.
Yep.
Make sure y'all are ready for tomorrow that we're going to do the same. And Jane, we'll see you here in the morning. Thank everybody for joining in, and we'll see y'all first thing in the morning. And hope everybody has a great rest of your night.
Thanks, everybody.